Hello and welcome to SXZ Bear. I am Swiss Bear and I am joined today by Fumpy.
The person playing the game, woo!
And it's his first time playing the game. Welcome into Subnautica, everybody. I am Swiss Bear and I have played Subnautica, the first one here, probably 13 or 14 times all the way through. I've also played Subnautica 2 Below Zero. Subnautica Below Zero. I've also played through 4 or 5 times. Doc, another gentleman on the channel, has also played through that game multiple times. And with Subnautica 2 coming up, especially with the multiplayer being a big part of Subnautica 2, we here at the channel are quite excited. But that also means we need to break our rookie in.
Yes, sir.
Fumpy, why haven't you played?
I just never got around to it, but as soon as you and Doc said Subnautica 2 would be online, non-online survival game, I was all for it. Like, me and Bunny, multiple survival games. We've played Forest, we've played Raft, we played Minecraft. I just never got around to Subnautica because I didn't want to do it alone. No reason, like, as being scared or just never got around to it. But Subnautica 2 seemed fun. Looked at the trailer was beautiful, and then you showed me more of Subnautica 1, and yeah, dived into it literally.
Very literally. So for me, that opening scene is awesome and really sets the mood for the game. That's part of why we started the video with it. For me, it is very iconic for the franchise because it subtly told you without telling you it wasn't going to hold your hand that it's not holding your hand. Like, as little information as there was in what was happening, like, oh, ship exploded, I got hit with the thing. Like, yep, that's all you're getting.
See, it's funny, I never even thought of it as a, like, I just thought it was a cool intro. I never thought of it as what happened. Like, obviously, I knew it was going to be explained throughout the story, but yeah, no, it's something that I just definitely got overlooked.
There's a lot of that here, though. I'll say it wasn't until like my third or fourth playthrough that I started putting together a lot of the storyline in this game, which we'll be talking about more as it actually happens here for us. But yeah, no, storyline in this game and the way it happens is something I really appreciated after I understood how it worked. But in the beginning, I'll be the first to admit, when you start off and you start in your life pod, you put the fire out, and now what? My first time playing, I think I put 4 hours in. 4 or 5 hours before I went looking on YouTube for, like, what is this game supposed to be? Because it's beautiful, I'm really enjoying it. I've scavenged some stuff here and there, but, like, I didn't understand the blueprint system. There was so much I wasn't ready for in this game that, like I said, through 4 or 5 hours of play, it was like, so I made a few different tools and stuff, but like I still don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm trying to explore different wreckage sites, but like I never had any of the right tools for it.
Right.
So, for me, it was an extremely frustrating start to the game, but all I knew is that I thought it looked cool enough and I was enjoying everything that was happening enough that I just wanted to know how to play it. So for you, Fump, obviously, you've got me alongside you during the playthrough to help you through some of it, but for you, what was that like?
Well, okay, so like you said, if you just dived into it and you didn't see any explanation of what's going on, I probably would have shut the game down, been like, let's go play something I know, because that's just the type of person I am. It's not the best person, but it's just who I am.
And see, I tend to be somewhat that way too. Anybody that's watched the channel for a long enough time has heard the Bears complain that Swiss doesn't like certain control layouts. I hate playing with a keyboard because there's nothing intuitive about a keyboard and mouse setup. So no, it's somebody where like controls in a game needing some familiarity is a big thing, like to make it portable. Does this game remind me of a different game's mechanics so that like you can get comfortable with it? I'm just as bad. It's okay.
But having my own little personal guide, really helped out for the fact that it actually kept me in game. and ladies and gentlemen, please don't get it twisted that he held my hand throughout the entire process, because that's definitely not the case. He told me what I should be looking for and everything like that, and where to find it.
I allowed him to make a lot of his own mistakes, and you're going to see those as we go through.
Yeah. Yes. But no, having you by my side definitely was a help, and it honestly gives me a little bit of an excitement for what's to come in Subnautica 2.
So here in the early game, you're mostly just in the safe shallows. You venture a little bit off into the kelp forest here. We're talking before he builds all of his first tools. We'll be getting to those. Just calm down. Like, subscribe, those things. But in the early game, so in the safe shallows, you really don't encounter too many animals or anything that mess with you too much. However, there's the crash fish. For anybody that's played knows. Flumpy was not aware of the crash fish.
No, I was not.
So Flumpy, your first crash fish experience, if I remember correctly, is a double crash fish experience.
Yeah.
You unlocked 2 of them right away and then didn't know what was happening.
Nope, I choked.
So as far as that goes, talk to me. I do have a minor fear of the dark water. Like when it's nighttime in Subnautica, I don't go unless I've got like a sea moth or the flashlight unlocked. Like if I can't have some light, I can't bring myself to just go into the dark. I can't do it.
Right.
Did you have any fears or any, did it strike anything with you here in the early game?
Early game, not entirely. It was more annoying, and how am I going to recover from this? If it was going to be as bad as I thought it was, which it definitely was not. Again, going into this, obviously I know there is like Reapers and everything like that. I know it's not like, oh, ship crashes, get out your life pod, and boom, there's a Reaper right there. And I knew that wasn't going to be the case. But I was definitely timid for some of the noises that I was hearing when I was exploring. Like, I forgot what noise it was, but it was
gasopods.
Yeah. So coming across the gasopods, just hearing the noise when I'm just swimming, not seeing anything, and I hear a noise, I'm just like, oh, okay. Then I instantly turned around. I was just like, what the hell was that? You're just like, just keep going, you're fine. But no. No immediate fear right away. I was, again, more or less worried about, like...
More strategy-based thoughts than
correct.
Actual... for me, this was 100%. I lost myself in the environment right away. I have a love for water-based games to begin with, whether they're fishing games, fishing simulators. You've seen my laundry list of games that are literally played on the water. So,
yeah.
In the last few months on the channel, I think everything I've worked on has been water-based. Whether it's Sea of Thieves, the random fishing stuff, and now Subnautica. If we're not on the water, we're in the water. Or fishing.
But no, you mentioned, like, your first thought when you get into the game. And I think I told you before that if you didn't, like, give me, like, some sense of direction, I told you my first thought was to look at that. I looked at the Aurora, and I said, I want to go there. And I think...
I let you do it. I said, okay.
Yeah. And yep, sure shit. Then the radiation. And I was like, oh, what? Can't go there. Okay. There's steps to this.
So yeah, I mean, again, anybody questioning how big an impact Swiss Bear's playing on this, just enough to let him know what he should be doing or what his next steps should be or to look at. Past that, though, I'm letting him have his own experiences.
Oh, and I got them. And I learned from them. Well, I learned like the second time around, but that's a later conversation.
Another thing early game here I want to talk about is something I learned to have an appreciation for in the game overall, because I think it's a beautiful part of the art style, and it's a kudos thing to the developers. It's the fact that limestone, sandstone, table coral, acid mushrooms, coral tubes, salt. All of it looks fairly natural in its environment, to the extent that for the longest time I was bypassing those things, not realizing they were what I was looking for. And at first that was really frustrating, because it's like, oh god, why'd they make this so hard to an extent? Like, why are these so hard to pick out? By my second or third playthrough, it became one of those things, though, where it's like, I really appreciate that it wasn't like, pick me, like, hit the thing over, I'm important. Like, there are so many resources in the game that it was actually refreshing that the game didn't scream at you what to grab for resources.
Right.
So much, all the time. I really started to appreciate it later as I was playing the game, or the more I played the game. For you, how has that been?
I kind of have to piggyback off what you said, which is, it's not hand-holdy, but, I mean, like, even still playing now, there's times where I will overlook sandstone. Like, I got a better eye for it now, but there's a lot of times where it's just like you drive past, or I go past it and you're just like, oh, hey, over there. I was like, oh, okay, damn it. But it's not too bad. Like you said, it's refreshing, not like it being like neon green for no fucking reason whatsoever, you know what I mean?
Right, like, even the acid mushrooms have that neon to them, but because everything else in the game has the same art style, you don't automatically look at the acid mushroom and go, well, I bet those are important.
And that's the thing too, it's like everything kind of looks as it should. Like, obviously salt and quartz is somewhat of a crystal at the base of, you know, the ocean. But like, obviously sandstone, if it was very like tan on a brown rock, you know what I mean?
Right.
Where it's just like stuck out like a sore thumb. But no, like you said, I think they did a really good job with it.
So once you get your flippers underneath you and you get used to swimming around here, we finally start building some things. Before we get to the actual building, let's talk just a little bit about how the tech tree and the schematics and stuff like that work. First time I played, like I said, I was so confused. I didn't understand what the scan tool was supposed to do. I scanned a lot of the same thing over and over again because I didn't know what a lot of things did. I made them and then like didn't have a use for them. So I ran out of storage space really fast. I had a bunch of tools I didn't really need. And that if I didn't know how to use them even. Like a grab trap. Cool. I've never used a grab trap in the game. Like I've never come across a moment where it was like, oh, grab trap would be awesome. For anybody that doesn't know, a grab trap is literally a gravity trap. It creates like a small black hole and it pulls small objects towards it. So, like, I suppose if you went through and just cracked a bunch of limestone or something and let it sink down, that would be great to get it to just huddle together. I've seen some people use it to catch larger amounts of fish, but, like, I guess my strategy has never led me to needing a grab trap. So, like I said, I had to look up how the schematics and stuff worked. I, however, did not have a whole lot of experience in survival games. So this was I don't have time in Minecraft like you do. I've never really played a game where building things this way is what I needed to do.
Right.
It's always been like an upgrade XP system type thing or buying better equipment. So for you, how was this?
It's funny. Like, I'm not comparing it to Minecraft because I don't think that's very...
You can say that, but early on when this was first released, a lot of people were saying this was underwater Minecraft.
But, I mean, okay, so the tree and everything like that, I was very confused because when you have recipes on screen, it'll tell you that you need certain things, like, cool. And then sometimes you're gonna need like things that you need to build to put into other recipes, and you don't know that you need that unless you put that recipe on screen. So it gets a little convoluted, in my opinion.
It's not just all raw ingredients, so you have to build 2 or 3
Exactly.
things to make the thing, plus have the raw.
So that in that aspect, it gets a little convoluted. But as soon as you get your, as you said, your flippers underneath you, it gets a little bit easier. But in the beginning, it was rough. I didn't like it all that much. But again, now that I'm getting my grounding, it's pretty easy.
Okay, so that being said, we're going to play a little game here. I am going to name one of the early game tools, and you are going to give me 2 different reactions. 1, I need what your first thought of the tool was. And then 2, I need your thought after having used the tool for just a little bit now.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay, so scanner tool.
Kind of pointless. There's some things, like obviously to get the parts to build like your other gun, or not other guns.
Pick up schematics and stuff.
Yep, to pick up schematics, I'm all for that. That makes sense. But if I want to scan like the brain coral just to understand what it does, cool. But I also see that pointless. Like also scanning a flower that potentially does nothing, but it has a bunch of information on it. Cool if you like the information, but it doesn't help me in game. So that's where I'm just like, yeah. So it's useful because it needs to be useful, but otherwise it's all right.
I don't feel like this opinion changed. I feel like that was your whole opinion on that.
Like prior.
Like, first time you used it, what was your thought?
Oh yeah, opinion didn't change. It was like,
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I feel like that is a just overall opinion there on scanner tool. It's cool when I'm scanning schematics, but why did I care about the plant I can't do anything with?
Yep.
Okay. Repair tool.
It's very, I don't want to say one-dimensional. Like there's a specific thing to use it for, and after that you don't really use it all that much. Like when you first you're repairing your life pod. Cool. Then you don't use it for a little bit. Then you find another part to use it in when you're underwater and you find some wreckage and you need to repair something. So it's very
niche.
Yeah, it's very
it's
niche.
one thing and one thing only, but it does it really well.
Yes.
So the next item is flippers.
You know what?
That's right. Tools and equipment.
I do like flippers, but I couldn't tell you when I saw a difference. like swimming around exploring. Cool, go make the flippers. Made the flippers. Okay, go exploring. Is it not the same thing? I'm assuming you just swim a little bit faster. Yeah.
The exact same picture, right? They're the exact same picture. You do swim a bit faster, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it was very very small change. So I mean, they're cool. They're all right.
How about oxygen tanks?
Oh, dude. Obviously, we need oxygen to live, to breathe, to flourish. But goddamn, that first one sucked ass. How many times I had to go up for air. As soon as you told me to build the second air tank, that bumped me up from like what 75 to like 1 something or other.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that was beautiful. That felt good.
We actually, there's actually a mistake on our part in that. I should have had you build that so much sooner. But, like, we kept doing other things, and that just never really became an issue until suddenly you were exploring that one area for the first time.
And that's the thing. I think that's what makes it so a nice... This is going to be dumb, but a nice breath of fresh air. For the fact that we've been dealing with the same shitty air tank for the longest time, and as soon as I upgraded, which should have been done a while ago, As soon as that happened, it was just amazing, and then you noticeably see the difference, unlike the flippers.
That's awesome. How about your flashlight?
I want to use the flashlight. I wish you could use two hands, like one for the flashlight and one for the other tool I'm using at the time. But
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to be rocking a scanner tool and the flashlight half the time.
Same.
That would be.
But I mean, the flashlight's cool. I think it does give a brighter light than
Sea Glide.
Yes, than the Sea Glide.
The Sea Glide has like a bluish tinted light to it, and it doesn't as where clearly the flashlight is a white light. Because damn.
But no, I do like the flashlight. I wish I could use it more without it being a hassle.
Understood. Survival knife.
I thought it would be cool. It is cool because it's a knife, but I don't use it. I try to use it on the little cave crawlers, little bastards, and I wish the one stab would do it. Nope, you gotta hit them a couple times, and it's not powerful enough. And it's like the one and only weapon that you get. So it's like, I wish there was a little bit more. It is what it is. Okay. For the other side of it, where you actually use it as a tool, it is pretty cool. So instead of, for the leaves or whatever, instead of grabbing the leaves, you can cut the leaves and get the whole vine. That's pretty cool. It's a fun little mechanic, and I don't mind that. So
you like it better as a harvest tool.
Correct.
Okay. We'll go Sea Glide here.
Oh, dude. That is probably the most underrated one. Because obviously, okay, one, I want one in real life. That just seems fun as hell.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, the Sea Glide, like, obviously, you get point A to point B in, like, 1/4 of the time that you're actually just trying to swim. No, it's favorite tool, probably always in my hand.
I'm not gonna lie, in my first playthrough, I had a conversation with a buddy who had also played the game at the time, and he kept talking up really enjoying the sea moth. And my first playthrough, I didn't enjoy the sea moth so much. And I can't even tell you why. I think I was just disappointed in what I was hoping it could do versus what it did do. This changed with later playthroughs. Sea moth is awesome. You'll understand. But I actually did my first playthrough where if I didn't specifically need the sea moth for its oxygen, I just took the Sea Glide everywhere because I thought it was faster even. I think it's because I took more scenic routes with the Sea Glide because I had to get air.
Mm-hmm.
As where after playing a few times, I really started enjoying being further underwater and like staring more at the ground or the bottom of the ocean, so to speak, and what was going on there. But yeah, my first playthrough, I used the Sea Glide way more than I should have. Like, it meant nothing to me to have to carry a couple of batteries just to swap out my Sea Glide on a trip because the trips were that far away, and like I really shouldn't have been using the Sea Glide. We're going to cover a couple things here that we did not have you build, and we're going to discuss them just ever so slightly here. Flares. It's an emergency form of light, but like it looks like an actual flare. It's just flashes brighter, not brighter. Like if you have seizure issues due to photo light sensitivity, don't use the flares.
And it's just the red light, yeah.
I don't even know if it's a red light. It might even be a white light, but like it's.
Okay, well,
just build a flashlight.
Yeah.
Just build a flashlight. Pathfinder tool. This is something that you can build fairly early on. Some people swear by it. I have never felt the need for the Pathfinder tool. So the Pathfinder tool literally allows you to leave a little light bulb of glowing light someplace while exploring in a cave or something to give yourself a path to follow on the way back out.
I kind of get that. Like, especially when we first went to the island. And I got kind of lost because I jumped into the giant pit. And I was like, is there even a way to get out? I guess it wouldn't have matters because I jumped in the pit. But finding a way out through a labyrinth of caves, if you don't know your sense of directions very well, it would be useful. But again, very situational.
There's some stuff later game I could see it being really helpful in, I guess. But like,
get good.
So like I'm going to explore the left today. Or just take a couple of beacons with you and go explore. If you come across anything cool that you really want to check out and wish you had something else with you or whatever, leave a beacon, name it something. Come back to it. But I can't see like constantly having this thing in my inventory just on the offhand chance there's a little bit of a windy area.
Yeah.
There are a couple spots later game I could see it potentially being useful, but even then, I don't.
I was gonna say if you use it like religiously and you think it's something that you swear by, leave it down in the comments. Let us know.
Tell me why it was useful to you, because like I'm not trying to say the tool wasn't good or isn't useful. It's a hell of an idea. I just never came across a situation in the game where it was like, I wish I had a little trail of lights to follow. Not to be overlooked, but you did build the compass. This is something I have never built. I'm that guy that, for whatever reason, always triangulated my position simply by surfacing and being able to see the aurora and any other landmark that I could. And I could just find my way around that way.
It's incredibly funny because, yes, as soon as I saw the compass, like, I need the compass. I want the compass. I'm getting the compass. And now that I have the compass, I get around by surfacing, looking at the aurora, figuring out which So yeah, no, the compass is like, it's cool to have because it's not like in the way. It's not an inventory slot. It's nothing like that. So it's like, it's cool to have it, I guess. But like, yeah, I don't use it all that often.
This is another early game tool that we did not build. It is the air bladder. The air bladder is a gas-filled sack that literally helps you surface faster. Like,
okay. Is it
if you were down at the bottom, like 100 feet down, and you needed to surface faster, you'd bring out the air bladder and deploy it, and it would help you swim faster to the surface.
Okay, question I have is, does it take up an inventory slot?
Yes.
Okay, then no. I was gonna say, because like it would be useful with people like me that don't pay attention. But yeah, no, I'm yelling at myself here as well. Have better time management. Figure out where you are, how far you are from the surface. I'm pretty sure there's a little indicator that tells you how far, and just plan accordingly.
30 seconds.
Yeah, no, it seems like a really, especially if it takes up an inventory slot. That's silly.
And final tool that we're going to talk about here in the early part, because we're going to, for those of you like propulsion cannon, calm down, calm down.
Super fun.
We'll talk about that when we get to the aurora, okay?
Super fun.
Clearly, we will talk about it. But for me, in the early game here, final thing we're going to touch is the habitat builder. For me, it was a little funky to get used to using, but once I got used to using it, I dig the habitat builder. I like building. I'm a singular base person. I like to build one base. I have a favorite spot in the game that I like to build my bases. Fumpy is nowhere near that thought process yet, or even understanding of things, so... but I do like the habitat builder. I dig how early game you can get it, but it doesn't feel useful until you've gone to the island, and gotten everything. And then same thing with having to do the Aurora. It is an early game tool because you have the blueprint for that thing like almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't feel like it becomes wholly useful until later on.
30 seconds.
Once you've scanned a bed and all of the other tunnel types and the grow beds and once you actually have things to build, I think that's when it really becomes a thing. But I do enjoy how that works and stuff. How about you? What are your thoughts on the builder tool here?
My thoughts on the builder tool are, I love it. Okay, pros and cons. I dislike it for its. I don't know if it's just because my thumbs are dumb, but like I find myself going to something, clicking out of it, and I'm like, oh damn, I needed that, and then going through the whole menu again, and it's to me.
It's counterintuitive.
The counter, yeah. So it's a little clunky, but for somebody that enjoys the creative side of things and building things, I have a world in Minecraft with Bunny that's been going on for like years. But that's not the point. I am super excited that there's actually a creative world. I've seen a lot of people's builds, and they're goddamn insane. So I mean that just brings a whole nother like aspect to this game, rather than going out and getting resources and playing the story. Like you can literally spend hours just building a base, customizing a base, and they add a lot of stuff where you can actually bring yourself into this game, and I fucking love that.
There's some rooms and stuff like that you haven't fully scanned or anything yet either, that you don't even know about, that you get to add as well.
Right.
Okay, so in the early game, we're going to talk about the potentially dangerous animals that you've encountered here in the early game so far. You've got all your tools, you're good to go, you're out exploring, you're doing your stuff. We're trying to get our first, scanning our first blueprints and getting schematics and stuff. And crash fish. Crash fish is the first thing that damages you. We've already discussed it just a little bit. But what is your thought on the crash fish? I mean, it is a suicidal fish. They are a pain in the keister, I feel like, no matter what. Is there a great way to handle them? Sort of not. They suck either way.
They are kind of annoying. But they are. Just stay away from them. You're fine. I mean, sometimes they're inevitable, but you know what you're looking for. You know how to try. You can try to avoid them.
I do love it as a thing, though. The fact that you've been swimming around the safe shallows for so long, and like if you don't go anywhere near one of the caves or anything like that, and you're just swimming in the surface area of the safe shallows, you don't ever come across anything other than something that makes a random noise here or there that really makes you feel like you're in danger. And then there's this thing. It's just coming at you like, whoa, what's wrong with this fish? What's its problem? Then it frickin' explodes.
Yeah.
I love the idea of it. This is a beautiful nature. There are actual fish in the world that, off themselves by defending their nests and stuff.
For the fact that it's probably like one of the first aggressive things that you come across, I think it's a good easier way into the deep end type situation. Like you're there, you're safe, and this one obviously explodes in your face, and you're just like, maybe I'm not as safe as I think. But this is like such a baby step. I think it's a good way to incorporate, enemies with this little guy, little one eye, little cutie.
So the next one we're going to talk about is the gasopods. Again, we had briefly mentioned them before. And obviously the little balls that come off their tail are poisonous. Or, those can hurt you. But when you see the green cloud they leave behind, that yellowish green cloud, I feel like immediately I knew that was danger.
Right.
Like, just gamer instinct told you, like, oh, I bet that's poison damage. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, hell, even before I even got close to one, I automatically knew. I was like, I should probably stay away from that. Like, even in real life, any bright colored animal or reptile or fish or anything, you probably need to stay away because it's bright for a reason. You know what I mean?
right. That natural instinct kicked in of like, huh.
30 seconds.
But again, I like that they make noise. They're a defensive creature. But it like you said, both the crash fish and the gasopods let you know, hey, you're sort of safe. Like, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. This, of course, leads us just a little bit further out of the safe shallows and into the kelp forest. And that's where we find the stalkers.
Yes.
I remember my first playthrough thinking that the stalkers were overwhelming for me. That was so much larger than you are. And its look immediately tells you it's a carnivore, it's a hunter. I, for a little bit, thought this was like one of the big bads of the game. Frankly, not realizing what was up.
Frankly, that's what I thought as well. Like, I knew there was Reapers, but I was like, yeah, whatever. That's later game, blah, blah, blah. I thought this is one of the ones that we're continuously going to be facing and having a huge issue with.
Right, only to find out that, like, they have a pretty small range. And they aren't that bad. I do love the design of them, though. It is cool that they put a predator that large that early in the game. Right off the bat, it basically surrounds the safe shallows and lets you know that, like, yeah, there's shit out here. Like, you're not... There's some nasty out here. I like them. I thought they were a good design.
Agreed.
This brings us out into what you've experienced so far. There is another animal living in the kelp forest that you have not experienced yet. That is a danger. So, at the present of this recording, folks, we cannot speak of that creature. Comment below if you know what I'm talking about. What creature can also be found in the kelp forest.
Alright, so me and Swiss are going to stop what we're doing. We're going to continue playing. Bye! I'm just kidding. You piqued my curiosity. Now I'm curious.
It is a really, really cool fish. Really, really cool fish. So this brings us to sand sharks.
Pain in the ass.
Yep, we're out in the blood kelp forest now, and sand sharks. You say pain in the butt right away. I've never had too many problems with sand sharks. Then again, I think the first time, it was like the first or second time I ever saw a sand shark playing, I got to see from a distance one come out of its hiding spot, eat a fish, and then hide itself in the sand again. And I was like, oh, note to self, like, be on the lookout for this. So I've never had too much of a problem with the sand sharks. I do like, again, I like the design of almost everything in this game. So I'm just going to stop saying it here and say it one more time. I like the design of most creatures in this game and fauna. Flora and fauna. So I think the sand sharks are cool. I love the idea that they burrow in the sand and they come out. They put a lot of thought behind the indigenous species of this planet, 45426b.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think through this playthrough, I didn't come across a lot of sand sharks. I just knew I needed to be wary for them, and I can't see them all that well yet. There's a couple of times I was, down there getting some resources and, got bit in the ass. But, yeah, no, like, I like the way how they hide and everything like that. I think it's a really good mechanic and everything like that. It's nice.
Moving right along, this is the silent predator that keeps getting you, that I don't know. Up until recently, you haven't caught on to what they are, and that is the biters. These are smaller red fish with the little, like, lantern thing on the top of their head. Okay. Somewhat like,
anglerfish.
Yeah, that's right.
How could you forget the anglerfish?
I was waiting for you. Bumpy loves his anglerfish.
Oh, yeah.
This guy bit you probably 8 or 9 times, and you were like, what hurt me?
Yeah.
Like, I think you finally saw one. So let's talk about the biters here. For me, they were always just a nuisance.
Yes. Honestly,
nothing more, nothing less.
I was going to say, I can't think of any other way to describe them. Like, because I don't think they do a hell of a lot of damage. They don't, like, go in swarms where you're, like, getting attacked by, like, 80 of them at once. Just a little bite and then runs away.
Seconds.
So, yeah, just a nuisance. 100%.
Alright, so here in the early, the final thing we're going to talk about, or creature we're going to talk about, is your first Leviathan. And that is the Reefbacks. I love them. I dig the whale songs they have. The resources on their back is awesome. They feel like something that could exist in real life. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody told me one of these existed. I'd be a little surprised we didn't find them sooner.
Yeah.
Given their size. But if you were to tell me they were based on something real life, and it's almost identical, except for size, I wouldn't be surprised. I think the Reefbacks are awesome.
I won't lie to you, I didn't know that the Reefback was a Leviathan.
Yeah, he's your first Leviathan class creature.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, especially with the resources on the back, and they're passive, they don't fucking harm you, they just look really cool. Like, how can you dislike them? You know what I mean?
I know some people find the songs annoying. Like the fact that they sing out.
Right.
Like I said, one of the things I immediately realized is more often than not, if there are Reefbacks around, there's nothing more dangerous. There's nothing overtly dangerous around. Like, if they're singing and you can hear them, that normally means you're in a pretty safe spot. There might be 1 or 2 places on the map where not so much, but for the most part, if you're running into the Reefbacks, you know that, like, the worst thing out there is one of the sharks of some kind in your immediate area. I've always appreciated that. Thank you for joining us here on SXZ Bear. Swiss and Frumpy really appreciate it. A like and subscribe would also be really appreciated if you've enjoyed this content. And clearly, with our basic set of tools, we're going to go exploring on the next one. Join us.
Emergency. A quantum detonation has occurred in the Aurora's drive core. The reactor will reach a supercritical state in T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome to SXZ Bear. I'm Swiss Bear, he's Frumpy, and thanks for joining us back here in Subnautica. On the last one, we built all of the standard tools, the Sea Glide, the knife, and all of that, and we're ready to go explore. So come join us on this adventure. So the next big thing that happens for us in the game, and starts some of our exploration, gives us some of our blueprints and stuff, are the life pods themselves. And this includes some of the information in the life pods and stuff. So let's talk about the other life pods here. You've come across life pod 3 up to the point of us recording this here in the early game. So life pod 3, it has the damaged Sea Glide. They are found out in the kelp forest.
Receiving pre-recorded distress call, laying back.
This is life pod 3, uploading our coordinates. We're plugging some holes in our emergency Sea Glide, so if we're late for the rendezvous, don't panic. Also, don't go home without us. Seriously. 3 out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
You found life pod 4 which gives you the radiation suit, or where the radiation suit is recommended, because that is the one that is turned upside down near the Aurora. You get the creature decoy there. The dude is attacked by a Reaper Leviathan and is actually the first one to encounter it, giving it its name designation, Reaper.
To any Altera crew. Landed in area of significant alien activity. Encountered predators in the Leviathan class, highly aggressive. Spectroscope scanner assigned species designator Reaper. One specimen attempted to swallow the life pod, doing extensive damage in the process. Only viable option is to make for the safety of the Aurora crash site. I have retrieved a data box with the creature decoy and enough resources to fabricate a couple of them. The swim's longer than the decoy lifetime, but it should just be enough to keep them busy. If you don't find me on board the ship, presume I miscalculated.
You also came across Life Pod 6, which requested assistance navigating radiation. This is found out in the grassy plateau.
This is Life Pod 6. I have a passenger on board. Coordinates attached. We've landed a kilometer from the crash site, but there's radiation in between us and the rendezvous. Request immediate assistance. 6 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
The final life pod you have so far come across is Life Pod 17, which is stranded near a cave system and under attack.
How's his log? It's the day of the crash. I don't know what the heck is happening. I'm scared and I'm not going outside. There are shadows in the water under the hatch, but I can't tell if they're rocks or aliens. And there's weird-looking caves nearby. The Aurora was carrying everything needed to build the phase gate. Mobile vehicle bays, bioreactors, propulsion cannons. It had a cinema. There was a zero-G gym. My cafe. I don't understand how we're here now. I don't know why no one's coming for me.
There's a few life pods that you have not come across yet. But overall, what was your thought on the life pods and the PDAs, and them using the PDAs as how to drive the story and some of what's happened here? Like, what's your overall thought?
Oh, I thought it was incredibly well thought out. One, because how else are you supposed to, continue the story? You're in your own life pod. You have a whole ass crash ship next to you, and you're like, "Am I the only one?" Blah blah blah. It's the whole, thought of the story here. But no, I think the stories that go along with it, and the panic and some of the other crash survivors, I think it's really well done. And then actually going to each life pod, obviously, gives a little story for itself. Also, you get stuff out of it, like, what was the first one we came across? You said it was the radiation suit?
No, that's for radiation suits recommended for it. No, first one you actually came across was Life Pod 3, and it gave you the compass.
Well, I mean, yeah, regardless. I mean, each one gives you something to advance your story, so, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's really, really well done how they did it.
For me, at first it was one of those, like, I'm playing a game. Clearly I'm the only one left alive. Am I the only one left alive? Well, I mean, it's a survival game. Like, I had that conversation going on with myself for a while. Until probably the second life pod. And it became clear that, like, oh, I'm just going to find out how everybody else died. And then it made me question, well, how long was I knocked out? Like, I mean, there was a fire and stuff, and the alarms were, like,
You think it'll carry 2 of us?
how long were you knocked out? Because I feel like you had to have been out for a good amount of time for everything to have happened the way it did.
Yeah, and there's a lot that happened.
You're calm about this.
I'm seeing the engineering problem. If I stop seeing the maps,
But, yeah, I love the life pods. I guess the overarching theme, and there are multiple videos out in YouTube land on why did all of the other life pods fail? Does Altera just have crappy life pods? And I think the answer is yes. I mean, think about it. There's like 9 or 8 of them or whatever that actually made it to the planet of the few hundred they said they were carrying. And only one of you actually lived. Like, most of you died in the life pod or just outside of it. And almost all of them sank. Like, yours and the one that's upside down, life pod 4, are the only ones you find floating anywhere.
What was it? Life Pod 4 is the one that got attacked by the Leviathan, right?
Yeah, he's the guy that got attacked by the Reaper who ripped a hole in it and flipped it upside down. Like, clearly had a fun ride. And then, like you said, the emotion behind it, speaking of Life Pod 4 guy, you know, that final statement of, like, had enough things to make 2 creature decoys. They're not quite, their time's not quite long enough for me to get from point A to point B, but with a little luck, I think I can do it. And then has that, but if I don't make it, assume I miscalculated. And, like, you can hear how much that sentence bothered him. And it's the realization of, like, oh, dude, actually I had to go do some... Oh, he was Reaper food. Like, once you meet a Reaper, you realize why that's a horrible way to have died. Reapers aren't quiet. That thing didn't sneak up on him and ambush him. That thing was screaming at it when it ate him. Last thing he heard was... And that was... He screamed with it. I don't know. So this moves us along to storyline here wise. The Degassi crew is the next thing for us to talk about. However, we need to talk about finding our first steps of the Degassi. And that is, I had you do something I did. After getting a few hours into the game, I happened to climb on top of my life pod and just looked around at the horizon. And for those of you experienced players, you know what I'm talking about. You see the clouds in the distance. I'm an old school gamer. I started on an NES. That's right, folks. Old school. You know what clouds tell an old school gamer when you see a cloud wall someplace like that? That's someplace I'm either going to unlock or it's hiding something. So that's what I had Fumpy do, was just climb on top of his life pod when he got to the point where he needed diamond and a few other things, gold in larger quantities, and like the easiest thing to have you do is actually just go out to the island. And because this is what I actually did in my first playthrough, I was like, do me a favor, just climb up there and see if he sees it. He did. So Fump, talk to me a little bit about heading out to the island, finding the island.
Okay, well, like you said, yeah, no, I instantly saw it and I was just like, okay. I mean, I didn't really picture an island there, but I knew, I mean, like, told me to look for something, looked for it, saw it, blah, blah, blah. So I said, let's go. So going out there, which I thought it was going to be a more treacherous swim, we get out there, and I was just expecting an island. Boy, was I fucking wrong. I want
aliens.
Yeah.
Aliens.
I want to keep in mind too when we were swimming out there. Swiss is like, keep to the left side of the island. Do not go to the right. He did not explain all that well in the beginning.
Well,
what was on the left or on the right side of the island?
like you said, it wasn't as treacherous as you thought it would be.
Right.
You'd have had that treacherous had you gone to the right side of the island.
But no, actually swimming out to the island, getting there, you know, on the island, I'm just like, cool, this is a whole nother thing to explore. It's the whole island. I wonder what's on this island. And thinking it's just the island, I was going to get some, you know, coconuts and some cool material and everything like that. And then, you know, turn the corner, boom, big ass tower. Not really sure what to call it, but you
clearly Fumpy hasn't seen what it is yet. That'll be coming. we haven't talked about the sunbeam. So,
Oh boy.
for those of you who have played the game, you know what's coming. Don't worry. Get subscribe. Stay in touch with us on our journey. But yeah, so I mean, you see the big old honking, clearly non-human structure.
Yes, it reminded me of Ark. There's another survival game, and it's very alien based.
I know. I think you and I both made a joke too that like Halo called they want their building back.
Oh, 100%.
You know, like it looks like something straight out of early Halo games. So you find the purple tablet, and you go inside the alien base. This I thought was cool for me. I wasn't expecting it when it happened either. First time I played. It threw me for a hell of a loop because suddenly it wasn't I'm on a deserted planet with a bunch of creatures. Suddenly this was like, wow, there's a lot going on here.
Oh, 100%.
Just what is happening? It shook the entire gameplay for me and shifted it from just a survival game to I want to know what the hell is happening. I am super confused and really intrigued, but what is going on?
Yeah, no, I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, honestly.
So you find your first ion cubes. You scan a few different things in there. We can't skip the elevator down. I had to give you I had to let you know it was okay.
Yeah.
To go in the giant shaft with the floaty things, because you were like, everything tells me I shouldn't do this. Like, this is how it kills me, right? This is the bait and switch, and I'm like, no, you're fine. Like, so you get there, and the containment system. You get to the top of the building, and you put your hand on the thing. It traps your arm, and it stabs you. And that's when it tells us about the coronavirus.
Mm-hmm.
How did that sit for you? Aliens and a virus. This planet just got a lot more intense and interesting.
A message. Translation reads, warning, infected individuals may not disable the weapon. This planet is under quarantine. Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection in your system is progressing. Detecting skin irritation and immune system response. Further data required to identify bacterial strain. Translating background broadcast. Downloading summary to databank.
Yeah. How did this sit well with me? It didn't. Very unsettling, actually. But goddamn, if I wasn't intrigued and like, If anybody's playing this game and never got to that point, I'm pretty sure they would have like got sick of the game. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That was hook, line, and sinker and everything that would make anybody be like, this is the game I will be playing for the next however long. Like, it's that's such a nail-biting experience to be like, wow, this entire game has changed. Oh, also from the beginning, as soon as we stepped in, I was checking corners. I was so goddamn scared. I swear to God, there was somebody, like, things I had to be facing. I think I had knife in hand and everything. I was like, this isn't gonna protect me all that well. But goddamn if I ain't going down without a fight.
Yeah, you scanned the alien gun. And we're immediately like, I can't wait until I get one of those.
Oh yeah,
like it's probably the second time during the playthrough where you wanted to be able to attack. Like your version of being defensive was like, give me a way to attack, which is interesting because this game really doesn't reward that at all. Which I think just adds to what the game is. We're like, yeah, you can go and kill it. It's going to be hard, but like. So once we explore the island, you get the ion cubes. And that's when I tell you that you need to explore the caves on the island as well. So this is going to be a twofold conversation. We're first going to just talk about the visit to the islands and picking up everything here. So you scan the giant gate thing, and you're like, what the hell? I have you come out, and then we are walking. I got you going through the caves. And that's when you're finding the shale for the first time, and you're getting diamond and that type of stuff. Tell me how that was for you going through caves.
Oh, finding all the material, it was, I was excited. Because you're getting you're getting diamonds, you're getting, what is the other
Gold,
materials? Yeah,
lithium.
Yeah, gold, lithium, all that. It's just you're on a small island, so you know everything that you're collecting is kind of finite. It's like, this is all rare material. What rare things am I building with this? You know what I mean? So I think that was my thought process through it all. I was just excited to get back and see what I can build with it.
We find the first gate. Portal, we'll say.
Oh, hold on. Before we continue, the cave crawlers, fuck them things. Pain in my ass. I killed one successfully.
I agree. The cave crawlers are the number one pest nuisance thing for me in the entire game.
Yep. Like,
if there was one creature I got tired of super fast, it was those.
They're too fast for you to kick their ass with the knife. And there's so many, and they just come at you. Yeah, it's just a pain. Just a pain.
But so you get through that army of cave crawlers. You got yourself some stuff. And then we get to the first portal. For me, the first time I came across the portal, I couldn't wait to go in. You, to my surprise, were like, oh, that's death.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is where they killed me. And I was so surprised that, there was still something, there was a part of me that wanted to ask what game hurt you. What game were you thinking this was suddenly going to turn into? Where, areas I immediately felt safe in, you stayed on hella high alert.
See,
these incited discovery and wonder in me, and to my surprise, they immediately put you on the defensive.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's my thought. I feel like with you, I get to progress the game a little bit quicker than anybody else has, which I appreciate, which is awesome. It brings a different experience, and I appreciate that experience. I didn't know what was on the other side. I didn't think I was experienced to face what was on the other side. If there was something like a fucking land leviathan, I don't fucking know. And they just came in, bit me in the face, and I died. I just got a bunch of cool resources. I have to go through a portal, which I don't know what's on the other side. It brings a little bit of a hesitation.
And see, I couldn't wait to jump through and see what was on the other side. So, on the other side, the second island, the floating island. I love it. It is a beautiful island. I love the idea that it's floating. Again, this game, this franchise in general, has used a lot of really creative thought for things. I love the look of the second island and the fauna looking slightly different. It's just got an overall prettier look to it. But that's also where you find the Degassi crew. The father, the son, the Torbolts, and then Maida.
Chief's log, 5 weeks since the crash. The only other survivors are my son, Mott, and Maida, the cut-price mercenary I commissioned for the journey. After days drifting in the lifepod, rain hammering on the roof, the weather cleared and we washed up here. I had Maida salvage the Degassi wreck, set Bart to finding us a stable source of food. His education is paying off sooner than I'd anticipated. Our only problem is Maida. She says the weather's going to turn. I say she's finding excuses to risk our lives. I imagine she's not gonna weaken her life without a physical altercation, and she's itching for a fight. In every judgment she makes, things go from bad to worse.
If she had my experience,
New blueprint
she'd have more
acquired.
faith. Humans have spent millennia specializing in how to shackle nature to our will. This planet won't cause us any new problems.
New
My one
blueprint
task now
acquired.
is to keep us alive, as comfortably as possible, until the insurance company arranges rescue.
New blueprint
In this part
acquired.
of space, that could be months, or even years.
Integrating new PDA data.
This island is a godsend. Look out of the window. No predators, fresh food.
No building materials, nothing left of the ship, and your kid says we're gonna starve without more grow beds. Speak up, kid.
It's true, Father. The natural growth rates are too slow to keep supporting us.
All I'm saying is ocean's got us surrounded. No use hiding. Sooner or later, we'll get our feet wet.
The rest of your life may have been a fight, Maida, but I've made my decision. You want to forfeit your emergency pay to take a swim? Go ahead.
Believe me, I'm thinking on it.
These guys, for me,
Integrating new
finding their first logs out on this island,
Son, I said wait for the storm to pass. Your life's more valuable to me than a plant patch.
You stopped being in charge when the ship you were captaining sunk.
I'll stop being in charge when you take charge of yourself.
Say, Chief. Chief,
What?
do you know how to drain those grow beds of 40 tons of stormwater? Or how to conjure food from the air?
I know how to prioritize.
I'm just saying, if that's so, what's your boy's life worth to you today? If tomorrow you're gonna be so hungry you start wondering what he tastes like, let him go deal with your plans.
Son, go deal with the plants.
Bard, Torgo has disembarked the habitat.
Interfere with my family again, and when rescue arrives, I will need you here. Do you understand me?
No rescue coming. Not in time. No staying here neither. This rain keeps falling, sooner or later this place will be buried. Only choice we got is whether to get buried with it.
help me start to understand how much bigger the game was than I thought it would be. Like, I know we've already gotten the radio transmission from the Aurora telling us something about a rocket to get off this thing, off this planet. I know about the containment thing, but I don't understand what it means yet. And that was the moment, listening to what they were going through and what happened to them, where it was like, oh, this has happened before. Like, they have the exact same story we do. Passing by some planet, something fucking hit us, big explosion. We're now stuck on this godforsaken planet, and theirs wasn't too far away from ours. Like, this is really strange. But that was the moment I realized, like, oh god, I haven't even scratched the surface yet, and I'm a lot of hours in for having just scratched the surface.
DA integrate.
You see, Chief? You brought us to this sodden planet. Told us we'd see a lush payday. Now what do we got some 6 weeks later? A dead crew, a habitat that's half buried, food washed away.
I suppose the executive decisions would be better left to someone with your extensive experience of hitting people in the face.
I know enough not to take unscheduled detours to uncharted planets. That's something you don't want to learn the hard way.
Easy to judge a decision in hindsight. Harder to come up with a plan of your own.
Got one already. We take what we can carry and hunker down in a cave somewhere. I scouted a site, a couple 100 meters deep, lots of metal deposits.
How do you imagine we'd live?
With ready access to building materials, like damn queens, a couple of water filters, a bioreactor, fresh fish. But Chief, we'll eat seaweed salad and drink our own urine if that's what it takes. All that matters is, do you got something better?
Send the coordinates to my PDA. I'll review your proposal.
For you, what is the Degassi crew like?
Honestly, I didn't think that deep into it. It was more or less, like you said, there's a lot more to it. and it just to me that second island was more resources and just a more to progress the story.
Integrating new PDA.
What is that thing?
I don't know. I found it outside in the sand.
Part of another ship?
None I've ever seen.
It's not even scratched.
Don't fool around with it. It might be worth something.
Stand down, Chief. If it were gonna crumble to dust, it would have done so when I picked it up.
It's glowing.
We're not the first people to come to this planet.
People. Maybe. Could be aliens. Could be the damn sea monsters for all we know. One thing for sure, we ain't gonna find out by staying here.
I mean, obviously the second island is more food and shelter habitat items
Right.
for the builder and stuff. Your grow beds, indoor, outdoor, single, multiple, observatory, all that fun stuff. Again, I think one of the lines I keep drawing, or differences I draw between you and I in this, is you are 100% prepared for a fight or the bad thing to happen. I was just enjoying the atmosphere of the moment the whole time I played this game. Like, this game is definitely one of those... my wife said she was going somewhere to do something. I was like, cool, I have some time to play a game. 7 hours later, she gets home, and it's like, are you really still? And I'm like, I didn't even realize that it happened. Like, damn. This game did that for me. So... yeah, I was very in the moment as I went. It's also cool to get to watch that parody, and that's part of why when we get to certain things, it's like I'm just gonna lay back and like, yeah, you need to be collecting this. Mute. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Oh, how's he gonna handle this? Like, you know, I'm having those moments with you, and it's cool to see because again, like we're in such a different place from one another. And I remember my first playthrough very fondly of the game, so as anybody does. If you've ever really enjoyed a game in life enough to give it multiple playthroughs like that, you know what I'm talking about. So here's the second thing that we need to talk about, though, on the islands. And that's, Fump, how many times did you have to go to them before making it back home?
I'll join them. Until then,
Yeah, you know,
there's always...
I thought we were going to be discussing this a little bit later in the video, but I think I recall saying third time's a try, and then I died another time, so I'm going to say 4 times.
I don't remember what the actual count was. Trust me, in the post, we'll have one there. Yeah, there'll be a counter. Yeah, like and subscribe for that counter. So your first time, I think you were like, hey, you know, you can head back to home base now. And you took fall damage. Like, you were almost dead thanks to the cave crawlers. You didn't have any more med kits on you. And, like, all you had to do was make it off the island without getting hurt.
It was a small leap down. Like, I want to say not even 5 fucking feet.
It was just enough that it gave him fall damage and killed him. However, if you've played the game, it drops all your stuff where you died, right? Fumpy jumped off a hill onto a steep incline on the floating island that dropped everything to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
So, Fumpy, take 2 on heading out to the island and collecting resources. So, the second time, I had you go original island, and I literally just wanted you to go original island and back. Like, let's get you diamond, let's get you some diamond, gold, and lithium. What happened on the way back, Pump?
Well, so, what were we talking about? We were talking about scanning some fish, were we not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so on the way back, not too far from the island, I decided to go scan a fish, not knowing what the fish was. It was a bone shark. The bone shark doesn't like light, and I decided to scan it, and it looked at me, and everything went black.
And if you're going, you guys didn't talk about bone sharks before. That's because this was Fumpy's first encounter with a bone shark.
Yeah.
We'll talk about why he came across a bone shark here in a second. If anybody's questioning, we'll be getting to that. So finally, third time is the charm. Fumpy gets back to the base with some gold, some diamond, and some lithium. But like you have pretty stripped the island at this point of most of its resources. Congrats on making it back. The other thing we have to talk about is he makes another trip out just to the floating island. You almost died out there as well. You make it off the island there, but you almost had to do the floating island a third time too. Cave crawlers. Cave crawlers hard. This is where you realize that just because you ate food, it doesn't mean your health went up.
Yeah.
And drinking water doesn't do the same. And I tried to tell you that, like, hey, man, you know, as long as you have good food and good water meter and you just chill for a bit in a safe spot, you know, you can get some health back there. You know, play the long game on this. And you got antsy real quick.
Yeah. Health regen is not like Minecraft in this game.
Which I guess surprised me a little bit that you hadn't caught on to that like the reason for the med kit is insta health. But like your health regens slowly over time as long as you have food and water. For me, this seemed like a very straightforward mechanic. The moment I saw the health kits, I assumed that's how that worked. So, I mean, cool though. Again, like you just said, it doesn't work like Minecraft. I would have never thought that because I don't have the type of experience you have in Minecraft. I immediately disassociated the two from one another, that health and food were not going to be the same. So we did the islands. We finally get back, and we probably could have talked about this before the islands, but I feel like this is the time to talk about it. And that is poo. Your almighty home away from home. Fumpy's first base. And Pooh is going to undergo a lot of reconstruction. We are sure of that. This is a starter base of starter bases. He's going to overhaul it at some point. But, so bone sharks. Fumpy has decided. You explain picking where to build a base. I literally just told you it's time to build a base. Kind of go figure out where you want your base to be.
If I do recall, I was given a suggestion to kind of be in a good spot, which would be the blood kelp area. So I kind of went in to the blood kelp area. I went pretty. I would like to say a little deep into it.
To make this more clear for anybody who can't realize where he's at, as you see some footage on the screen here of Pooh. Fumpy's just outside the floating islands area. Like, he's a hop, skip, and a jump away from the floating islands, which are heavily infested with the bone sharks.
Yeah.
And I did take Grassy Plateau would be a good spot for the first base because, I mean, it's a relatively safe area. You can build higher up in the water column to give you space for some of the stuff that may come if this is where you choose to keep your base and elaborate on it or whatever. But yeah, I was quite surprised that you went as far as you did. But you know, Pooh. Why Pooh? What was the
30 seconds.
Your home base is Pooh.
A small explanation. I don't think well. No, I mean, like, it was, you, like, name it. I said, okay. I knew we were recording this, and I was like, well, I don't want to, like, put 10 minutes on the clock of me looking at some letters of a keyboard and being like, well. So, my small brain instantly went, poo.
That's all right. Mine was HB1 because my brain was immediately like home base 1.
Nice.
Like there was going to be a home base 4 or 5. Like I didn't know. So it was HB1. So, like we said, we've already talked about how the base building goes, and you haven't gotten a chance at the point of recording this to really elaborate on your base too much. That you'll be doing, because before you got a chance to elaborate on it, we needed to get you more things for your base. And seeing as how you already got the radiation suit, it was time to go to the Aurora. We really could have had you do your Seamoth and mobile vehicle bay before this, but you weren't having to carry all that much that wasn't just going to be your regular inventory slots anyway, so we had you go ahead and do the Aurora. You had your pick between a few things. We could have done Sunbeam, because that was coming up on the radio. We could go to the Aurora, or I could have had you scavenge for some of the other blueprints and stuff. You were pretty excited about the base and wanted to be able to do more there, so we go to the Aurora. So let's talk about making the approach to the Aurora in the first place. Now that you had your radiation suit, you actually finally got a chance to get up close to it, and I loved getting a chance to see your reactions the first few times you surfaced as you got closer, because, man, it gets big quick.
It gets big.
So you and I had kind of the exact same reaction to that. I was very excited to be there, though. I did not know about Reapers, so my first trip to the Aurora was, let's go explore the ship. I had no idea about the danger noodles that were the mega danger noodles that were out and about. You, on the other hand, were approaching with caution. You didn't care for the rumbling. Give me an overview of your feeling and thought as you approached the Aurora the first time.
Well, we came across that life pod right away, so I got to stand on that life pod that's very close to it and look around.
Life pod 4 that was attacked by the Reaper Leviathan.
Yep. So looking at the Aurora and just taking it all in, and especially when you go in the water and the water gets brown and murky and everything like that, that's just another gamer thing, I guess, where it's when the water changes, it's just something's happening. So
it's like a fog over a forest or something like that. We're there's fuckery to be had.
Yep. So I mean, yeah, I'm a very on edge type of guy, anyways, especially when it comes to new things, new games rather, where I need to check every corner and all that stuff. But no, so yeah, no, I was playing cautious. I was playing very cautiously, and yeah, and we were just scavenging for a little bit around there, and then we decided to go in.
So going into the Aurora, before we get inside it, propulsion cannon.
Oh.
Let's talk about the propulsion cannon.
Oh my god.
We realized that you actually had the blueprint for it and had it for a little bit, and just hadn't made it. We obviously needed to make that and a couple other tools we're going to talk about right now before we go further in the Aurora. So, propulsion cannon. Sing its praises. Kill the cave crawler.
Oh, dude. It was... Okay, I think when we first got it, I was like, I need to pick something up now. Picked up a small fish. Yeeted that thing. Super fun. Finally get to the Aurora, sitting at the little entrance there. And you're just and I got bit. I was like, oh, you want to bite me? Okay, I'll play this game. Picked one up, turned around, boom, get eaten by the Leviathan, I'm assuming. And I keep going. There's I think I did 4 of them, and then it's just all right, save your battery.
Yeah, I had to warn you, you have things to actually do with that. Calm down, because you were ready to see how many of these you could yeet off the ship before there were none left.
So yeah, no, favorite thing, brings me back to, you know, Portal and Gary's mod and stuff like that. Yeah, no, I just love that thing. I think it's great.
Item number 2 here is going to be the laser cutter tool.
Oh, yeah. I think it goes with me saying with the repair tool, where it's very situational.
It does one thing extremely well, but that's all it does.
Yes, but no, it's. I mean, you could cut through fucking steel. It's pretty badass.
I dig that, like, it's still just a room or something stuck behind a wall. It's an asset stuck behind a block, basically. I do appreciate, though, that there's like 3 or 4 different ways around that, or different types of them you can come across. It's not like. It's not just the same one over and over again. There is an array of them, and they do use an array of them. Like, some are the repair tool, where you have to fix the door and do the thing.
Vital signs.
Some are the laser cutter. You're just going to cut through it. Some are the propulsion cannon. You need to clear the debris out of the way. You know, like, I think it's awesome that it's essentially the exact same obstacle that they were like, here's multiple ways around it. So, yeah, those are the 2 tools that we needed to talk about before getting here. And now we're here on the Aurora. And because of where you actually jumped on the Aurora, I had you go that way first. So you actually entered through the lower door and came out the upper door. For most of us, it was the opposite. My first time playing was the other way around. I went through the top first and came out the bottom. But because you were right there by the door and already using the cannon, it was like, well, just go for it. So you go inside the Aurora, and let's just talk about being inside the Aurora. You know, not even the different things that you get, just the atmosphere of the Aurora itself. What was that like for you?
Panic. Straight panic. It's a crashed ship. It just exploded and is leaking radiation. No, I mean, being in it, it's really cool. And like you said, the different ways to explore it with, you know, with the different tools that we're given. It's cool to navigate through it all. Yeah, and then going into the finding everything, like especially the stuff that we're about to find, it's insane.
Speaking of the stuff we're about to find, prawn soup. In the prawn soup bay, you naturally found that. You were swimming through an area, and like I said, we came in through the bottom first, so you actually got the black box information and came in through the underwater way there first. And then you found your way into the prawn bay. The hard way through the underwater tubes and pipes and all of that. And like, now that gives me anxiety. That made me feel nervous. I hated swimming through those. However, I will say for me, being on the ship itself felt homey. I've played a lot of games that have you just on a spaceship kicking ass, and the spaceship's like half crash burning or falling into the planet or something. So like, there was something oddly extremely familiar about being on the Aurora.
Kind of like Mass Effect, yeah.
Right, like Mass Effect, Duke Nukem on certain levels. There's the Alien. Any of the Alien games back in the day were like that. Whether you played Isolation or the Marines, Colonial, whatever it was, you know, there's just something to that. Even Dead Space. You know, there's just so many games that have you on some giant Harrier out in space, and, you know, Christ, Halo, like we said. So no, that was oddly homey for me. Being on the Aurora was strangely like, this feels like 15 other games. I can handle this. Like, I felt very comfortable in the Aurora. But so you find the prawn suit bay all on your own, and we scanned prawn suits. You have only seen the prawn suit. What is your thought on that thing?
Like, obviously, I know you say that there's no, like, fighting involved. It's a fucking mech suit. I'm excited, dude. Like, it's like, I feel like I can, you know, tread the oceans in a giant suit and not be afraid to get bit, because what's gonna happen? I'm gonna turn around and smack the giant bone shark in the face. Yeah, no, it's just an extra layer of protection, and I'm excited for it.
Awesome. I can't wait till we get there for you. It's a haul. It's worth it, though. So you go through there. We make our way upstairs and into the cafeteria and into the crewman's hallway area. And this is where you start picking up, you know, the bed schematics or blueprints for beds. Some of the posters, the toys, the miscellaneous stuff, and let's just have a conversation about that between the two of us, because I think you were excited as I was when I first realized that some of these things were in there, the posters and like the toy ship or whatever some of the other stuff was.
Like, for me, I'm a very cosmetic type of person, so as soon as you, like, the kitty posters that says, what does it say?
Stay calm.
Yeah, it says stay calm. It's just a cat smiling. It's fucking awesome. You pick up a little toy ship of the Aurora, and it's just like, it's like little trophies that you can put at your home base. You're like, yeah, you know where I got that? The exploded Aurora. Like, no, I'm all for cosmetics, and it was nice to see that type of stuff.
And see, for me, this is where I am. If a game can allow me to immerse myself as the character, I enjoy that. So for me, those came from a standpoint of like, oh man, the person you're playing as, his name is Riley. And for me, it was like, oh, I bet that's really cool for Riley. Like, I bet this would make you feel so much more... like, if I were this person, I'm not a materialistic person to begin with. Like, you know, those just aren't big things to me. I'm not overtly attached to a lot of things that way. Coming across those, though, was a normality thing. I was thinking about this from a mental standpoint of if you were isolated this way. The only thing that's talked to me in weeks now, however many days I've been on this island, on this planet, is a PDA that's trying to keep me alive but doesn't have any feelings or emotions. So it's literally just like, oh, cool, I get to say something today. He didn't die. To come across something like a toy, a stuffed animal, even the poster was like, oh my god, from a mental standpoint, that has to be awesome, because it gives you something to interact with that wasn't fully functional or just for the purpose of survival. Like, it gave you a moment to let yourself relax. So, like, yeah, you're damn straight. I put the stay calm poster on the door on my way out of my home base.
After long-range transmission delay, 8 hours. Opening last recorded transmissions.
This is an emergency distress call. Aurora is on collision course with planet 4546b. Sending all available environmental data. Please respond with rescue solution. Out.
This is Altera HQ. Attached to this message, you should find the blueprints for an escape ship that we calculate will be capable of breaking orbit and getting you back to the nearest phase gate. Now, it's designed to use materials you can find in situ, but it's gonna need one hell of a power source.
Integrating new PDA data for long-range communication.
Listen, I know I don't have the right to make demands of you, but I need you to understand that I want to change our arrangement.
I hear what you're saying, and I will try to respect it. How would you like to change it?
I would like to reduce our contact time.
How much further can we do that?
Zero.
You're done with me.
I'm changing the terms of our relationship,
How is it still a relationship if we don't see each other?
It's a relationship of a kind with so many expectations.
I feel you just want to spend more time with that dumb guy in his dumb robot suit.
That's not a feeling. It's a judgment. And I feel hostility in what you're saying. Perhaps your jealousy is a sign that you need to take another look at your business model. Why can't you just be happy for me?
I am happy for you, and I'm happy for all the guys in the prawn bay. I'm just not happy for me.
This is why I want to change our arrangement.
You know, and it's one of those, I could imagine myself, like, if I were in this situation, dude, I had conversations with that cat poster. You know what I mean? Like, this would have been something I used to keep myself so wholly sane. Because that's something I think about. You know, obviously, being in a game setting, I don't know that that's something you get to experience, because how do you simulate that? But if you can immerse yourself in the system and start asking those, in the situation, and start asking yourself those questions, so like, okay, so like, I get that I'm out doing this and doing that, but like, can you imagine, you know, kind of like the movie Castaway, Wilson, you know, like, you need something to keep your mind okay. Like, you'll survive just naturally wanting to survive, but like, given the actual situation, what you have to do, this person would really need to stay thinking at all times.
Mm-hmm.
You've got so much to do and to troubleshoot and to go through, that something like that poster or that toy, to give you just 10 minutes to forget the absolute mess around you, I bet would be amazing. So I thought they were hella cool, because as much as they were collectibles in the game, again, from the standpoint of, if you were in this situation, like, man, that ship just blew up, I woke up in my life pod, like, this had to be a banner moment for you of, I bet you cried.
Yeah.
You know, I bet this was a hell of an emotional event, the moment you got to just hug a fucking teddy bear. You know, like, I'm not alone now. It has to be so cool. I love the thought process behind it on multiple levels, if you're willing to go there.
Honestly, thank you for sharing that. Like, that's something I did not think of. It's very heartwarming, honestly.
Oh, like I said, right away, like, the moment I saw the cat poster, it was twofold. It was the, like, oh, that's awesome, it's funny, and then I immediately had, if you've ever seen the show Drawn Together, for anybody that's ever watched that,
Yes.
some cringe shit that can be funny as hell.
Crude. Very crude.
There is an episode where Captain Hero sees a poster that is very the same, only it's a cat hanging from a tree limb.
Hang in there.
And it says, hang in there, baby. And he stares at it one day and, I will hang in there, baby. I will hang in there. And so this cat poster literally for me became that thought process of like, dude, if this was me, every time I went to go leave my home base to go do whatever I had to do, I'd be having this moment with that fucking cat poster of like, all right, we're doing this, we're doing that. I'm going to do that, and if everything goes well, I'll be back by this time. Keep calm, keep calm. Yeah, keep calm. Like, granted, it's never going to talk back to me, but like, the idea that like the inanimate object will be waiting for me when I come back, that's something. And like, I imagine in a survival situation like that, that's got to be something. Like, it's going to be there to talk to the cat poster if I'm not there. This sounds crazy, but you know. So back on topic, we pick up the blueprints for the rocket ship. For me, this is also the moment I realize how big the Aurora is in full scale. Now that I'm inside it, it was big when I was alongside it, but now that I'm inside and like I feel like I've traveled 3 or 4 miles inside of the ship, damn. That means that rocket's not small.
Right.
again, this is one of those moments where the game got really big.
Integrating new PDA data.
And it's the moment of realizing, like, I'm so far away from an end game. I feel so far away from an end game, I should say, because unknown at this point, right? How did that land for you then?
Honestly, I realized that I was far from, like, barely scratched the surface level of this game when we hit the aliens. Like, as soon as that happened, I was like, there's so much to do that I don't even know. And going onto the ship and, yeah, no, it just leaves excitement, honestly. I think I told you this last time. Like, I'm excited to continue playing this game. There's ineffable. That's the word.
Yeah, no, for me, like I said, this is, I feel like this is the end of the early game process, and everything that comes from here is kind of the meat and potatoes of what's going to come. That being said, I think my biggest takeaway from all of it is scale of said game. For not the biggest file size I've ever seen in a game, this map is something else. I've seen Call of Duties, Skyrim, whatever, talking about how big their maps are and this and that. This map feels big everywhere you go.
Right, like, if you're looking at, like, a Skyrim map, it looks, obviously you can see the map, you can see the world. It's very two-dimensional. This goes, obviously three-dimensional. Like, it goes so deep, so far, and not even including the story, which, like, is vast.
But it makes that feeling of vastness doesn't go away.
Yeah.
If anything, it continues to kind of pick up. Like I said, getting to the Aurora and realizing how large that ship was, inside as well as outside, was like, oh my god. You know, like, this thing is comparable to one of the islands. It was probably bigger than the island. But, like, holy crap. Like, there... And again, like you said, we haven't even gone below, like, 120 meters.
Nope. My system keeps telling me I'm going too deep.
And that's why we had to build the other air tank. So we thank you for joining us so far. We hope you join us on the next one as well, as we go deeper, figuratively, literally, in the game here. What's going to be next? The Sunbeam? Maybe some base building? You'll have to catch the next episode to figure that out. Please like, subscribe. For Swiss and Fumpy, thank you guys for watching.
Goodbye.
Welcome back to SXE Bear. I'm Swiss Bear. Joining me is Fumpy, and we just got done with the Aurora here in Subnautica. So let's see what's in store for us after the Aurora. Probably plenty of building and stuff. We'll probably have to watch it to figure out. Join us. So the mobile vehicle bay. So you're going to be making other things out of the mobile vehicle bay, obviously. You know, the thing we're going to talk about here after the mobile vehicle bay is one of the things you made in it. But your other large items also come from here. So your Cyclops will come out of this thing too. So will your prawn suit.
Okay.
Other than that, though, I've always hated... One, it takes up a ridiculous amount of room in the inventory. It's stupid that I have to keep spawning the damn thing. I always wondered why this wasn't just part of the moon pool. Because I feel like that's where that actually belongs. But overall, the mobile vehicle bay is what it is. I'm glad that you get it as early game as you do for what you need for it or use it for. But, like, I don't know. What's your thought of this thing?
The mobile vehicle bay, like you said, it does take up a lot of space. And the way it shoots up, it has to be floating. Obviously, that is what it is, and you just take it apart, whatever. But it's like, it's weird that it can't be like in the moon pool, I suppose, in a sense.
All of my other vehicle upgrades and everything else are through the moon pool. Why wouldn't I just be building them in the moon pool? And I suppose convenience for earlier in-game access, but like, I don't know. I lost my first one. I didn't realize that like I should fold it up and put it away.
Right.
I just assumed it was going to stay above me. It didn't. Or if it did, it went away. It went someplace. But I had to make a second mobile vehicle bay my first time through. So you make the mobile vehicle bay and Seamoth, baby. Tell me how you feel about having the Seamoth. You're enclosed now, at least. While I still feel like sometimes the Sea Glide is faster, the Seamoth at least gives you some sense of safety, protection, and at the very least is a really large movable air tank.
I was gonna say the biggest thing for me is having that oxygen so close instead of surfacing and getting air that way. I do really enjoy it. Me and him had this discussion while we were recording, and of like, oh, too bad this isn't multiplayer. We could be racing these things and seeing which one's actually faster. It does seem, maybe it's just because we have things in our peripherals that make it seem like it's slower, but it does. I will agree with that. It does seem like we're a little bit slower. But other than that, no, I love the Seamoth. It's like you said, it's a sense of safety. I have my little house with me.
I love that. It's like a mobile home. Seamoth. Who needs a home? You can have a Seamoth. So once we got your Seamoth, you already had the Depth 1 module upgrade. I think we picked that up.
Yep. Oh, yeah, and the storage.
On the Aurora or something like that.
Yep.
The what?
And the storage.
Mm-hmm. And the storage capacity. We also, as you'll see as we play more, so you built some of the other ones too. We're obviously skipping ahead a little bit on this idea here, but overall, seeing what you can upgrade on the Seamoth, how do you early onset here overall ranking the Seamoth as a tool?
Oh, top tier, like S tier. The Seamoth is something that, if was not added, would bring a bigger challenge to this fucking game. That's for sure.
Agreed. So as far as creating, we've talked about the tech tree a little bit and stuff, and that it's different than what you're used to. For me, this is the area of the game where that can get a bit tedious, and even I have to admit that sometimes it gets confusing with what you're doing. And sometimes it's the simple stuff, kind of like with the depth modules here, where like the first time I played and it's like, need depth module 1. I thought that meant I had to go make depth module 1.
Right, not take
and then bring it over to here. Yeah, I didn't think I had to pull the one out of my, like, and I feel like for most anybody that has some experience in these types of games, that was painfully obvious. But for me, this was not. And, we talked about this game doesn't hold your hand a lot, too. This is definitely one of those moments where, for me, this was almost a pausing moment in the game when you get to the area where you're making all the vehicle upgrades and that stuff. Because, man, like power cells. It's 2 batteries and rubber. But in all actuality, it's, 4 acid mushrooms, 2 coppers, and one of the seeds from Creepvine. Like, nothing is simple anymore.
Yeah, no shit.
So how does that make you feel? Even with your experience dealing with some of these things?
It gets a little better as soon as you have material in stock and you're organized and you actually have storage and everything like that. But yeah, no, like you said, it gets complicated. It really does. But that is just the learning curve.
The organization thing. I actually found that to be something I almost had to have in the game. Because, like, if I didn't keep my stuff sort of organized, I'd get frustrated just trying to build some of the blueprints I had. Because, like, I've got 9 lockers. Where is what? Do I have some in this? Do I need to go get that? And, like, only to come back and find out I had a bunch of it in this locker, you know? So, yeah, I agree with you. And I know I had you do it, too, where, like, do me a favor and just go through and do this for yourself. It'll help you.
Yeah.
I was very surprised. I've dealt with inventories before in games, Skyrim, stuff like that, where limited amount you can carry and all this. But this was one of the first times I ever was in a game where, like, ooh, you made me want to have things on hand. You made me want to, like, you almost forced me to organize my inventory.
Yeah, and then later on when you actually, like, maybe organize and make more storage and everything like that. And I really dislike... Okay, I don't dislike it because I do relate a lot of survival games to Minecraft because that's just who I am, baby. It's who I am. I think I pulled out a sign that you can put text on or whatever because that's what I would do in Minecraft. And then I was like, damn, I don't have the fucking materials for this shit. But regardless, my first thought was to put a sign
like
on these
copper
lockers.
Wire and something else, yeah.
Yeah, my first thought was to put a sign of explaining what's in this locker. But yeah.
If you build the small lockers, the wall lockers, they come with that ability right away.
Oh, that's cool.
So storage and inventory in general. I love that the game continues to push those to be a problem for you in some ways. Where, like, with making the sea moth, you were at a point in the game where we're about to start exploring some other resources beyond the gold and lithium, and, you know, with the sea moth, we're about to head someplace and unlock a few new things. It never, like, cool, so you can stock up on all the titanium and shit you want all now, but, like, you still can't get to the resources you're going to need the most next in large quantities until you get there. And in the meantime, you might actually just run yourself out of other resources for no reason. Or you may farm a bunch of stuff you never end up needing. I know, like, I end up with a locker full of gold and lead at the end of most playthroughs because you only use 1 or 2 gold here and there on things like computer chips, and the same thing with lead. Lead's only used in a few different things, and it's like 4 here, 2 there.
Then it just goes back to I'd rather have it than and not need it than, you know,
need it and not have it.
Yeah.
Seamoth enabled. We've got the 1 level death module, and you've got the extra carrying capacity in it. And of course, you know, we got to go to the first real new biome you're seeing in a while, or at least the first one you actually had to travel to. Like, there was a specific way into, and that is the Jelly Shroom Cave with the crab snakes and all of that stuff. We're talking the Degassi habitat. The Degassi habitat that's down in the Jelly Shroom Cave there, which is actually next to one of the early life pods. This was an interesting thing for me being with you on the playthrough, because my first time in Jelly Shroom Cave, I saw things and was like, cool, I get how this works. The nature of the creatures, the crab snakes, everything kind of just popped for me right away. You, on the other hand, let's talk about how this cave felt for you.
I was terrified. This was the first time where Swiss had to sit me down and be like, buddy, listen, this ain't shit. Like, I don't know what it was. Like, obviously, you saw me go through the alien tower, and I was checking corners. I was scared. I was on edge. I was being defensive. This is the first time we were going deep. I think the deepest I've been.
At the time, yes.
Yeah, at the time, the deepest I've been. And all I see is these bright, beautiful mushrooms. And it was pretty, but then obviously you see the goddamn snakes hopping in and out of them, and you hear these roars, and I'm just like, and it goes back to a conversation we had in the first couple episodes here, where
What game hurt you?
What game hurt me, but also like, am I ready for this adventure here? Like, do I have
Ooh.
what I need? Like this,
you didn't feel ready.
I didn't feel ready. Like, and again, and I will say this over and over again, I'm enjoying the way that we are playing this. To some people, it may be cheap, but I am genuinely enjoying the way we're playing this. And you're kind of like, I don't want to say you're pushing me into these things, but you're being like, oh, let's go here, and I'm like, okay, fuck yeah, dude. But then I'm just like, fuck, I don't know if I'm ready. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm assuming you wouldn't put me in like immediate danger. You're not an asshole, but
right. But like, as you encounter some danger things later, but like, I always let you experience them, but let you know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Threat level becomes a thing for you. And like this, I think, was one of the more hardcore times that it really kicked in. Like, the Aurora was one experience. This was another for me, because there's you being tense about what's around every corner. And there's watching you bump into everything under the sun. and wonder what you hit. And like, oh man. It was just very surprising to me how left-handed everything suddenly seemed for you. Like, you could sense the uncomfortableness. And it's one of those things where, as much as I want you to do the thing, I also need you to experience some of it for yourself. Because, like, again, for me, this is cool too. Because, like I said, my first time in that cave, I went down, I saw the shrooms and was like, okay. Then I saw one of the snakes pop out, and I was like, ooh. And I just sat there for probably 2 minutes and watched. And I was like, oh, I get what's going on. And given that most things react or act a certain way, judging by their biome and, you know, where they live, that was like one of those Animal Planet moments of like, oh, cool. So, like, don't go directly above these things and, like, they'll probably leave me alone.
Yeah, my brain didn't go there. I was instantly... Again, what game hurt me? I was on defense mode instantly. I was just like, I don't know if I went to how do I avoid these things. I was more or less like, I'm not even sure if I want to.
Yeah, you definitely weren't very keen on being inside the cave. Because I remember there's even a section where I tell you, like, there's some other things in this cave that, like, you know, materials you're going to want to grab and stuff. And I had to prod a little bit to get you to go explore for them. And even then, I think you picked up, like, 4 or 5 things and then bolted out.
Yeah.
So while we're down here in Jelly Shroom Cave, you find the Degassi habitat. And you do something I'm not expecting that we're going to talk about multiple times through this playthrough now. And the propulsion cannon. So, okay. Of all the times I have played through, I don't use the propulsion cannon a whole lot. And I know I definitely don't use it to its ability by any means. It's a tool I don't use often. But it had never dawned on me to use it on the jellyfish, the hanging jellyfish things that were all over the habitat. Where did that come from?
Maybe I'm thinking I'm better than I am, and I don't have enough space to move around them. And I would like to mention, I was pushing them to the side. Everything was fine. And play the clip here, because there is a time when I'm pushing these all aside. They're all fine. They kind of go dim. And then I think I swam up to one, touched it, and nothing happened. And I was like, cool, they're dead. They're I don't have to worry about them anymore. So
harmless.
So I just kept on doing it. So I was just yeeting all these against the wall. They're all going brain dead. Everything's fine. And we're going through the Degassi habitat, and we're getting all these blueprints and all the stuff.
Data packs.
Yep. And then going back to where I came from after, you know, being safe, after touching the jellyfish and not dying, I get poisoned
by all of them at once.
And
the whole pile.
And I die.
Like insta die. see the clip. Footage below. Like and subscribe.
And I got defensive because Swiss was just like, why don't you just go around them? I'm just like, they didn't hurt me before. Like I was like, I swear to God, bud, like it did not hurt me. I thought they were dead. But lesson learned, that's for sure.
So again, though, back to the original question of this, because while it caused a problem, and we're going to discuss solving that problem, where did the idea come? What made you? Why? Because like you didn't hesitate. You rolled up to spot, saw them, and immediately were like, propulsion cannon. Where? What? Never once had that even crossed my mind as a thing. Where does that come from?
It's fun.
What made you just go propulsion cannon?
It's fun.
Just to see if you could.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. Like same.
Damn.
Like I know obviously bigger things. I've tried to. I think a sand shark. I tried to do it too, and it just didn't work. I was just like, okay, these don't move. They seem quote unquote harmless. So I feel like I could do it. So yeah, no, sure thing. And like I don't feel. Like, obviously, you saw my excitement previously with your repulsion cannon. I love that thing, and I want to use it.
Here was my other favorite thing about this situation now. You died.
Yes, sir.
And spawn back at poo.
Yeah.
What's going through your head? Because at this point, I'm not going to lie. I am laughing hysterically, aware of all of what he has to do next, and it didn't set in for you for a bit.
Nope.
That you now have to figure out how to get back to it and get your Seamoth, because it's still down there.
Yeah, and I was distressed. I was like, damn, I just lost the thing I just built, and I think I stood still for a little bit there, where I was just like, I don't know what to do. Do I just swim back? Like, then I'm just like, damn, it's pretty fucking deep. I have enemies. There's a lot of things where I was just like, this is a loss.
So this was I'm watching you have this absolute moment of crisis, and this was a cool moment for me because it was one of those like, so what are you gonna do? And you're like, I don't know what to do. Like, can I even get back there? And like, it was probably one of the most real moments I've seen you have in the game, as far as like you and the character were one for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Where like you legit felt just as stuck as your character did, of like, I don't know, like this is it, right? Like I have to build another one.
Yeah, no,
is that what I gotta go do? Like,
yeah, no, I was completely at a loss, and honestly, if I didn't have you there and I was just playing by myself, I probably would have just took that L. I would have been like, well,
that was it. That was game.
Yep. Not even that. It's like, well, I guess I'll build another one.
So instead, I have you build some oxygen tanks, and we sea glide our way back there. I feel like everybody at some point has had to go on the expedition to get their Seamoth from someplace they weren't expecting to go get it from.
And don't you lie. And if you haven't had to go recover your Seamoth, leave it down in the comments, and we'll call you a liar in the comments.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. What we all know you have. You know that we know that you know. Anyway, so okay, you already don't like Jelly Shroom Cave. So now talk me through having to hit Jelly Shroom Cave with the glide. You are no longer in your little bubble.
So here's the thing. In the Seamoth, we were going to the Degasi habitat to explore. This is a new biome we're coming to explore. Everything's fine. With the 3 oxygen tanks, me being on a mission to recover the Seamoth, I wasn't as terrified. I knew I had to get point A, point B, no ifs, ands, or buts, no exploring, no fucking with anything. So I was pretty dead set on a mission to get there.
How did it feel getting there and getting it back? Realizing it wasn't as
treacherous,
the big faux pas you thought it was. Yeah.
Oh, I was just like, I think we used 1 oxygen tank. Like, we used the big upgraded one that we have that has like 135 or whatever the hell. Then I had to switch over to one that had like the 60 and what you start with, and then I was like, oh, we're right there, we're fine. So actually getting it, I was just like, cool. It was a bit of relief that we can just, continue what we were doing.
Right, I love that in the game, because, like, from the moment of absolute zero to, oh, well, I could do that again if I had to. There's a little bit of hope. That could have been worse. Love the high and low that this game gives.
Oh yeah, big time.
After we've done the Degassi, we get back to Pooh, and we know that soon on the radio you're going to get the Sunbeam response. And we kind of been waiting for it. And so we get it.
Aurora, we're approaching the planet now. We have a landing site for you that's... well, it's better than the alternatives. We've sent you the coordinates. It'll take us a couple of days to align our orbit. We should be able to establish direct contact with you during that time. Then we're coming in to get you. Cross your fingers for the weather holds. Don't leave us waiting. Sunbeam out.
And on our way to the Sunbeam, you run into something where I have to remind you that earlier you got a distress signal that was really garbled and then said how many were alive, and it was hunting its last one, and...
Playing partially translated broadcast.
9 new biological subjects designated. Mode. Hunting. Analyzing. Sharing subject locations with other agents.
You finally come across one of these guys. Tell me about your first warper.
Well, it sucked. No, I mean, because we get to the island, we're waiting for the countdown, and I think me and you at the time were freaking out because we're on the safer side of the island and we're hearing a Leviathan scream.
Yeah, we were. You could plain as day on what is almost always the safe side of the island, hearing a Reaper go hard close by.
So me and you were freaking out about that. So I'm like, fuck, okay, whatever. We're just going to stay in our Seamoth, wait for the countdown. I think I went on the island once or twice. And then I think we were like 30 minutes countdown. I was like, okay, well, we got time. Let's go do other things. And I get in the Seamoth, and you're just like, wait, did you hear that? It was like, whoom. I was just like, yeah, what is that? So I turn around, and then from the bottom of the screen, right in front of my fucking Seamoth, what the fuck are you? Comes the goddamn warper. Eat shit, cunt.
And
I practically shit my pants.
I jumped a little bit and immediately muted my mic and started laughing. Again, for anybody questioning the dynamic between the two of us while we're playing, Swiss has no problem just absolutely abandoning Fumpy to deal with his own life situation in the moment.
Yeah.
So for me, this was you immediately muted, and I just need to see how he handles what comes up next.
And, oh, God. I think I started backing up. I was flashing my lights like I was trying to shoot a damn gun in Call of Duty, and I was like, what? I was like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? And I was,
but then you have a moment that blew my mind. And all the times I've played through this game, and I double checked with our buddy Doc because he's played through this as well. I had never seen this from a warper. So you after flashing it multiple times, like showing it its brights was going to do something, and backing your Seamoth up into a giant fucking island, you get out, and it pops up above the surface of the water. Its entire upper body, as you can see on screen, is up above the water, and it takes a warper shot at him. I have never seen this. Yeah, dude, like that warper had it out for you. So as we've continued playing, I feel like this single experience has really set the tone with you for warpers.
Oh yeah.
And as you guys continue to watch, you'll note anytime there are warpers in the area, Fump gets a little agitated
and nervous.
He does not like having them around.
No,
yeah,
absolutely not.
So this was one of the first times where you saw something And when you asked me what it was, you didn't just like, oh, what's that, and then keep going. You like halted all gameplay and wanted a GD explanation right now, real hard. And unfortunately, I had to tell you that's something you're going to find out for yourself. But what's the trigger on that? Is it just the overt visceral reaction, or what made this the first thing that you like? You need to tell me everything about it now.
Okay, so gasopods, they have a defense thing where they shoot gas out their buttholes. Cool. That's normal. That's an animal-like thing. Biters, cool, they bite you. The ampiel that we'll come across in the future here. Cool, shocks you. It's all nature. It all makes sense to me. But then you get this fucking octopus-looking ass bitch that can shoot fucking portals that teleport you. And it didn't look like a goddamn fish. Like, cool, octopus-like, cool. But it also had like a robotic thing to it. So automatically I was just like, I guess that's what like. Why does this one have a fucking superpower? It just didn't make sense.
It was Android to you right away. Like,
yes, it was not.
This was. There you go. It was the immediately unnaturalness of, which again, I gotta say, Unknown Worlds, developers of the game, like, hats off to you guys. Because, you know, for anybody that knows, and as we're going to find out a little bit later about the Warpers, they aren't natural. We'll talk about that more later. Again, like, subscribe, stay tuned. After being assaulted by the Warper.
Rude.
And you also randomly got bit by a biter out of the water.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird... Like, I didn't notice it. I just thought I got hurt by a little crab thing, but then you mentioned it, and then when I was rewatching it, yeah, sure shit, there was just a...
It's a biter.
It was just a biter floating on land. Just chilling there. We didn't think anything of it. We just moved forward. We didn't...
Land piranha. But so, the sunbeam. Now, this is another one of those interesting things. So the first time we go out to the island and you see the alien structure, you're kind of just wowed by the whole thing. I legit, the very first time I saw it, went, it's a weapon. I said it was a weapon. I immediately was like, this is a thing. Like, there's no... It's not just a fucking tower. Like, there's no way it's just a tower. And especially after going inside and realizing I only went down. I never went into that tower.
Interesting.
Like, then what is that tower?
I
came away from the island the first time immediately going, I don't know what, but you're freaking dangerous. So Sunbeam starts coming into view. And I'm going to let you just kind of take over and give me a narration, because this is, as it started to come into view, I literally just muted and let you have this to yourself. So talk me through seeing the sunbeam and then watching it come to life.
Yeah. So it was about 30 seconds left on the countdown of Sunbeam arriving to, you know, rescue us. I believe Swiss asked me, he's just like, so what do you think of this? And automatically I was just like, okay, well, they're coming to rescue us. It's going to be a pretty short-lived game if this is what's actually going to happen. I didn't think what happened was going to happen, but yeah, so 30 seconds down the clock, and starts counting down a little bit more, and then the building itself raised a little bit, and I was like, interesting, not sure what's happening. We're going to continue watching. It rotates, so the tip of the building starts tipping, and starts looking like a goddamn cannon. And audibly, here's the clip.
That's a fucking
I was like,
gun?
It's a fucking gun? I was like, holy shit.
Survivor, we see you. Man, I don't know how you held out down there. We broke an atmosphere, and we're descending towards the landing site. Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions, everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8. It's coming from the building? Change course. Set thrusters to full.
That was beautiful for me to get to see you put it together for yourself. So I was waiting for that to be a moment for you. One of the biggest things for me that I did to you during it, though, was so it blows the sunbeam apart. And the first thing I said to you after it took its shot was, did that sound familiar?
Yep. And it's funny, too, because when I was replaying the clip for Bunny, he was just like, what does he mean by that? And then I had to end up showing him the original clip from the beginning of the game, like the first cutscene that you'll ever get. And sure shit, all you hear is the and then whatever the hell noise it makes. And I was like, holy shit. But yeah, no, yeah, when you asked me that, I was just like, yes, it did sound familiar. And I was like, I think you could hear the audible disappointment in my voice. I was like, they didn't need to die like that, because the way they when they were like on the call while they were coming down, they were just like, what do you mean it's coming from the tower? What? Set full thrusters to full, and then doof. I was like, oh fuck.
Well, and so this leads to a conversation that you and I end up having. And I think that anybody that's hard into some Subnautica lore has had to ask this question at some point, and that's, okay, so the Aurora was a really big ship, and we saw what it did to it. The Sunbeam was clearly smaller. Look what it did. How many ships of varying size has that thing freaking destroyed over the years? You know, like realizing that most of the scavenged metal that you're finding may not actually be from your ship.
Right.
Just the gravity of that moment. It was, again, one of those times where suddenly the game felt really, really big. Like, I felt small and insignificant in the game when I watched the Sunbeam get shot out the sky, and it was like, I knew it was going to happen, but like...
Dude, yes. Oh. It's funny, because I think we wanted to continue recording, but like, I was still in awe, and here's the clip where we get back to base after that's happening, and my first instinct, and this is going back to me and the character being one. We get back to base. I don't even look at the wall. I don't look at the damn cat saying keep going or whatever the shit. I look down at my floor, walk straight to my bed, and lay the fuck down and go to sleep. Like, I was just like, it was just a lot to process. Like, I was like, shit.
I think the other thing that it does that makes that so soul-crushing is, up until that point, you are entertaining the idea of, right, like, they sent me blueprints for a rocket, like, I'm gonna build a rocket and just get off this planet, and like, yeah, you've already met the tower, and you know about the infection. Like, it's when it all of a sudden becomes real that, like, oh, this infection's real. Like, it's an important thing, because, oh man, if that's what it did to that ship, I'm gonna I ain't building a rocket bigger than that ship. I don't outrun the gun. Oh, I gotta deal with, like, it's for me, it's the moment you realize that getting off the planet isn't the hard thing.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to SXZ Bear. I'm Swiss Bear, gonna be joined here by Fumpy, and now that we have a sea moth, the places we can go are only limited by the depth of our sea moth. That's right. Plunge into the depths with us. Join us. You know, coming back from the Sunbeam, that being what it was, we kind of wrap for the day. Getting back into the game then. one of the things that we did next was, so you have the sea moth now. We didn't have super pressing matters. There wasn't a radio to really go get or anything like that. The life pods weren't so important. We had a lot of things we needed to scan. But there was also a good chunk of the map you hadn't seen at all. So when I brought up that you needed to scan wreckages, you had seen a couple of them, but like, it really didn't set in for you because we hadn't really just gone and looked around. So let's discuss going to a few different biomes. And while, for the most part, you kind of just glided through them with your sea moth, or, you know, took a quick tour around. We didn't get hella in-depth to many of them. Let's get a reaction to a few of them here. So, Pooh itself is built near something I kept referring to as the floating island. And you finally, now that you've got the depth to go down into it with the sea moth and can actually explore a bit, you got a chance to see floating island. So talk to me about the floating islands here, because my God, I thought you were fumbly in other areas. You found a way to connect the dots with the islands a couple of times. You managed to hit every island on your way. But like,
yeah.
At one point, you were being attacked by bone sharks to an extent where I legit had to tell you to just go back to Pooh, because you had me so turned around. Every time you would bump something or something would bump you, your immediate reaction was to turn and look at it, allowing something else to hit you or you to run into something else. And like, it was a weird moment for me, because like, there's the funny side, but there's also the understanding that like, wow, you just got tagged by 2 different sharks and managed to run into an island twice. Like, oh, buddy,
yeah,
you are frazzled beyond a belief here. So floating islands in general, just let's have a conversation here.
So specifically the floating islands, because what you're mentioning is a completely different topic. But the floating island specifically is, you're right, it was a lot. I mean, like, it was more or less a maze trying to get through everything. I don't recall going super in depth with it, but like you said, yeah, no, that's just where all the bone sharks are, and so I was just trying to navigate, and it gets a little frazzling. There's a lot to deal with. Little like landmines everywhere.
So the mushroom forest. These are the giant mushrooms with the jelly rays, the blue jelly rays in them.
Mm-hmm.
For me, this was always one of my favorite biomes, and for whatever reason, this was another one of those. I got a hella sense of safety. Like, as long as I was in and amongst them, this felt dense enough that nothing big could come get me. How are the mushroom forests for you?
The mushroom forest is fun. I mean, like, not fun, but like you said, it's safe. Especially with the blue rays, and they're just chilling. They might not be called blue rays. I forgot what they're called, but
jelly rays.
Jelly rays, yeah. So it's just having the jelly rays around, having that little like luminescent, and like you said, having all the trees around where you could just kind of navigate through and kind of avoid danger. Like you said, it was definitely I wasn't on edge, which is saying something, because I'm usually on edge unless I'm like right next to my base or in the safe shallows.
Right, and I'm pretty sure I took you. We ended up wandering into that straight off of the floating islands anyway. So like coming off that.
Yep.
Really nice come down, or kind of a mellower for you.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, definitely.
I do know at first that you've pulled up to one of the jelly rays and we're like, "What is this thing? What does it do?" And I'm like, "They're friendly. You're fine."
Yeah.
Like you were, because it screeches. It doesn't like the light. After Jelly Shroom, I'm trying to help you find a couple of different places, and this is where I realize we've only really been searching on the one side of the map. So I send you back the other direction. And that's where you got to experience a little bit of sparse reef area. Your reaction was the same as mine in the sparse reef. It was the dead opposite of the mushroom forest. Nothing out there felt safe. There's nothing around. You're in the wide open. It's a strange lighting. I've never liked the sparse reef. I never feel comfortable in the sparse reef. I don't use the sparse reef unless I have to. There's only one thing out in that area I'm interested in. How did you feel about sparse reef?
I mean, we got a couple of like the glowing bulbs and everything like that, which will be used in the later game, which I have yet to come across. But I didn't feel any like incredibly like sense of danger to begin with. Like you said, it was open, so it was a little ominous. But other than that, I was ready to explore. And then you were just like, now go deeper.
Right. You didn't fear it until we come back here. So you go a little bit deeper out there by the sparse reef near the giant floating island. And that's where you come across the first section of Bulb Zone area. Bulb Zone's pretty, but the main thing that we took you out there for the sparse reef, and we're going to talk about an animal here now, is your next Leviathan. Your sea treaders.
Which, when you mentioned Leviathan, I was like, oh god. Like for some reason, you just think of Reaper right away when you see Leviathan, even though we have the
Reefbacks.
The Reefbacks. And those are friendly, everyone knows. But no, you mentioned Leviathan, and that's when I got a little nervous. It was like, oh geez. But yeah, then we came across the sea treaders, and you were like, they're friendly-ish.
Yeah, just don't. They kick like a horse. Just don't.
Yeah, you told me to go scan one, and you told me what they did when they're walking around. They kick up little
shale outcrops, man.
Yeah, they kick up little shale outcrops, and it's just free resources. And I thought that was pretty gosh darn cool. And they look like little elephants with long legs. I like them.
Yeah, you affectionately name them Daddy Longlegs.
Yes. Yeah, with it being a section that you probably want to come back to, it was suggested to me to leave a beacon there, and the beacon that I decided to name was called Daddy Longlegs Winky Face.
For me and anybody wondering why, honestly, it's just one of the easiest places to go get diamond and gold consistently, is to just head out there and farm the shale outcrop stuff that those guys kick up. It's just safer, easier. I've never seen a Reaper Leviathan around those guys. I've never, you know what I mean? Like, I've never had any real danger around them. On the flip side,
there was a warper there.
Yep, that's about it. Warper, but like, there's enough space to maneuver around.
Yeah.
He was kind of a dick, though. He was hard after you.
Yeah, he was.
So after we'd explored out there, and on your way, you saw something blue out of the corner of your eye as you were heading back through the sparse area.
Long, blue, and terrifying.
You kind of just took off.
Yeah.
And immediately asked me what that was.
Yep. I was like, I was not dealing with it because from what I know, from what I saw, long, big-ass head, and blue. Well, maybe not blue, but regardless, I knew it was a, to my knowledge, was a Reaper.
It's a ghost Leviathan. It's a ghost Reaper. But I'm pretty sure it was the juvenile, because that was not a full-length Reaper.
Which is...
He was definitely on the small side there.
Which is terrifying in itself.
Judge for yourself in the footage there. Which is funny, because you're going to meet him later, and I ended up just telling you that, too. Like, oh, you'll meet him later. Like, funny that he's out here. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, he just went for a walk?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, kinda, dude.
He was going to say hi to his cousins, the other Leviathans.
Pretty much, like, oh, this is how I get out when I get bigger. Which, again, is just one of those awesome things that can happen. Told you my own story that I ended up having him accidentally aggro towards my base in my first playthrough, so I spent like half my playthrough, or every time I went to my base, I had to find a way around the baby Ghost Reaper. Because he was chilling just outside my base. So with this, and after we've gotten explored around, we finally get you a rebreather. And that makes what we're about to talk about a lot easier. So the first time you go inside wreckage and like cut one open, break a door in, fix a door, whatever. But we find some of the wreckage and you get to go scan stuff inside. We realized right away that we had to make you a better air tank.
Yes.
Well, now we've got awesome air tank. Only problem is every time you go under 100, you start to suck it like a mofo. So we finally build the rebreather. So explain to me the evolution of going in and exploring inside wreckages for you. I had watched videos, so I knew I needed to get inside, but because I had so little experience with like the laser tool and some of that, I was really stupid about a lot of it. So my version of exploring was like cut door open, go to Seamoth, explore room, go to Seamoth, find new room, go to Seamoth. It took me a long time to break out of that cycle because these made me paranoid.
Close spaces.
I don't have the best sense of direction. And at first, these really threw me off and really flipped me upside down. And it probably wasn't until my 4th or 5th playthrough that I started getting comfortable with the wreckages. How are you handling all of that?
So in the beginning, as you saw in previous videos and or a clip right here, I'm not sure how lazy I want to be. It was kind of a pain in the ass because, like you said, you're going down in these wreckages, opening a door, get oxygen. Damn it, got to go up to the surface. This is prior to the Seamoth. Damn it, have to go up to the surface, go back down, get what you need. Oh, there's a door I need to cut open. Same thing. Go for air, back down. Go for air, back down. And it got annoying. So I was just like, well, these kind of suck. But then obviously we got the oxygen tank. I was just like, perfect. This is beyond perfect. Then we got the rebreather.
And see, but for me, even after I got the Seamoth, I was still following that same form. Like, I was still that uber cautious, even though air was just getting back to the Seamoth. I was still so paranoid I was going to get lost in them because I get turned around so easy in it.
Yep, and with a couple of the bigger ones later game, I'm exploring and I think I do lose my sense of direction. I'm just like, oh boy, where do I go? And then I was just like, you're like down, and then you lead me out and everything like that. And there's a couple.
I think there were two. I think there were two.
Yep.
There was that one where I had to legit like, oop, nope, back through that door, up. There you go. And then the other one, show the clip. Thank you. And then the other one was you ignored the oxygen thing. And then all of a sudden realized the oxygen thing. It was like a 3-second section where like, yep, 30 seconds oxygen. And you were like, yeah. Oh shit. Like all of a sudden it dawned on you like, oh, I need to. And you kind of just worked your way out, but then ended up being on the backside of whatever it was. And like, where's your Seamoth? Moment kind of kicked in. We're like, do I go to the surface or do I? But overall, I thought you've handled them pretty well.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like I remember stopping the clip while I'm like reviewing it, and you were just like, good job. And I was just like, yes, praise me. But but no, it like you said, it you can get turned around in the bigger ones. That's 100%. That's a fact. You get turned around pretty easily. But as long like I think the wreckages are cool, especially when you have enough oxygen, you have a place to go when you're running out of oxygen. No, the wreckages are cool. Obviously, they give you a lot of benefits when you actually go in and scan some of the things, and yeah, as long as you know handle them well, and take a breath, relax, usually fine. Usually end up being fine.
So, away from the immersion side. This is, I think this is another beautiful way of hiding an obvious mechanic. The things that you've been needing to progress the game have been in your reach the whole time. You just didn't have the tools for them. You know what I mean? Like, so some of the things that you're finding in these, like the modification station, some of the arms for the prawn suit coming up, the moon pool, the scanner room. The fact that some of these things were just actually and very, like, I've driven past this 4 or 5 times, but because I couldn't get in, I didn't have the, like, really?
Yeah.
Really. You know, for you it hasn't been so bad because I'm able to tell you where you're going to be finding them or on some of the progression, but for me that first time it was like I had to go look up what to do with them because it didn't naturally come to me that, like, I kept trying to look further out because everywhere else caused me to explore further away. So, like, I had scanned everything around, like, every wreckage I could find, but I'd never gone inside them. And that was holding me back. So, my first playthrough, I got stuck in a really weird spot where, like, I had an over-souped-up prawn suit and a few other things, but, like, I didn't have the modification station, so I still couldn't build this to go deep enough for this, and I still couldn't, all because I couldn't naturally figure out to go inside those. Which now seems extremely natural. Like, of course you would. It's part of the natural exploring of the game. Again, I am not much of a survival player, so for me, learning some of these thoughts and mechanics were new, but, like, this was a really cool way to hide late game items in plain sight.
Yes.
And I really enjoy that.
Yeah, and on the other side now where it's like we're driving past the wreckage and I'm just like, oh, I need to go in there, and they're just like, well, look around it and see if there's stuff, because usually the stuff on the outside is what stuff on the inside is to complete the whole thing that you need. So the majority of the time now, obviously not everything, but, like, there's a couple of wreckages that we drive past. We're just like, yeah, you don't need to go in there. You already have everything that you need.
Right. Have you stop, and it's like a mobile vehicle bay.
Yeah.
And part of a sea moth outside. Like, bro, you're gonna find a laser cutter inside. Like, you're fine. You already have, or like propulsion cannon maybe.
Right.
Like, you already have these things. You're fine. After going to all these different places, we have scanned a lot of different stuff. You've got to explore around a bit. We're doing the wreckages now, and it's paying off. So let's talk about the new additions to Pooh. Pooh, I hear, now has a scanner room. How is the scanner room, sir?
Scanner room is incredibly nice. After I figure out what it was. Obviously, you build it, you go in it, you see a big blue map, very futuristic. But then I think I just, like, walked in there. I was like, cool. And then I walked out. They're like, no, go explore it. And then obviously there's terminals on the wall where you can actually pick things like, oh, you need titanium. Here, let me search for titanium, and it shows you on the map, which is really sick. Like, that's amazing. It makes this game a little bit easier, a little load off your shoulders. But obviously, from what we learned, the scan room only helps you for the things that you scanned. Which, through this gameplay, if you haven't noticed, I don't scan all that much.
Yeah, you're not great at it.
So it becomes a little bit of a hindrance.
I feel like some of that is due to me. This is where I am somewhat of a natural handicap, because when you scan something that's not useful, like, I let you scan it, and then I like, yeah, you're never going to do that again.
Right.
Or like, well, I'm glad you scanned it. It was a good call. You'll need it for endgame. Like, cool, what does that mean? You'll find out. I'm not going to tell you anything, but, like, there's a point where you got to where you stopped naturally scanning everything out of wonder and just went to the, like,
if I need it, I'll be told.
He'll tell me. Yeah, like, he'll tell me if it's important.
Yep.
So again, this is one of those, like, I only told you if it was ruining what we were trying to do at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you went the longest time without ever scanning sandstone. like, you saw what one was, I told you what it was, told you to break it, you never bothered to scan it. Like, there were a few different things like that. So the scanner room was cool because that's when you realize, like, oh, I should, like, yeah. Like, nope, I wasn't holding your hand on that. Only if it ruined what we were working on at the time.
Mm-hmm. and the scan room only does a couple of things, because there was a time where just, like, I think we were looking for teeth for enamel glass.
Stalker teeth, yep.
And you're just like, oh, let's go check if it's in your scan room. It wasn't. Cool. We didn't scan it. That's when we kind of figured it all out. Then we ended up scanning a tooth, and it just never showed up. So there's a couple of things, probably more than what I've scanned, clearly, but there's just a few things that.
And I'm wondering if that's not an upgrade or something that we need to do, because we haven't really upgraded in the scanner room yet.
Right.
We haven't gotten to many of the upgrades. We're talking the basic rooms here, so. But we'll be interested to see, because I never really used the scanner room myself. So with the scanner room comes a room that uses a good amount of power, and if you leave the scanner on at night because you were only operating on solar panels, it was going to be a problem. So we build the bioreactor, which on the surface you were kind of just like, okay, I'm building a like, why am I building this? Then we installed it. What is your take on the bioreactor for a power source?
Symmetry. No. No. Okay.
Inside joke for anybody wondering, symmetry.
You'll see it. I'll play the clip when we get to it.
Yeah, I was going to say. See the clip.
So we built a bioreactor, and he explains to me what it is. And one, it's super cool because you use plants. Cool. I have plants. So I put 4 lantern... What are they called?
Oh, you can put anything in. You can put alien eggs in there. You can put freaking any organic material we want in there. It's a bioreactor.
Which is amazing. So I ended up planting a tree next to my
lantern
bioreactor.
Fruit.
Yep, lantern fruit. I ended up planting a lantern fruit next to the bioreactor, placing them in. Cool. I'm charged up. I'm ready to go. And then as I'm leaving, I was just like, no. I want symmetry. 2 lantern trees.
It was funny because the logical side of me was like, dude, that one tree is going to produce more than enough fruit for your bioreactor all the time. But I'm like, he kept going for it, and I'm like, I need to ask, what's the big deal?
Symmetry.
One word answer.
But yeah, no. So I got the bioreactor. I got stuff for the bioreactor. I have as much food as I could ask for. I don't really need to go for fish. Like, it's just, it's nice.
The strange quality of life upgrades. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You built an energy source to have better energy in your base. We did this before you ran into energy issues. But now you have an abundance of food. Like, other things have been made so much easier. Of course, with the bioreactor, building on the scanner room, comes the big room I'm sure you are very excited to talk about for all that it unlocks.
Oh, yeah, big time.
We're going to be talking about it. We'll be talking about it in future episodes. Like and subscribe. Catch us on those future episodes as well. The moon pool, sir. The moon pool. The indoor vehicle housing facility. Your underwater garage, if you will. How do you feel about your moon pool?
The entire time we're scanning these things, you're talking about the moon pool. I'm just like, whatever. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm just going to scan it and just move on. And then we build it.
Okay, so I have to ask the question beforehand. As a fan of sci-fi movies, I've known what a moon pool is and the science behind moon pools, and it's fucking absurd. They're real things. They exist. You can actually do this. They're fucking wicked on so many levels. So did you know what a moon pool was when I said moon pool?
No, sir.
Okay, that explains everything. Continue.
So yeah, no, scanning everything, blah blah blah, moon pool, blah blah, build it, and when we built it, I think I was below when we built it, maybe. And then I saw the water, or the rather air, that like, so obviously you'll see it. But then I was just like, then it kind of all clicked for me. I was like, oh. And then, and then I go in there, and then I see this docking station. I was like, oh. And then automatically, I think I just jump into my Seamoth, dock it. I was like, fuck yeah, dude, this is sick as hell.
You then do something that I feel like I knew you could, but I don't know that I've ever actually done. And that's, you fall back into the water, whip out the Sea Glide, and launch yourself back up onto it without using the stairs. You legit just up out of the water, Sea Glide, onto land. And I was like, why have I never dolphined out of here? What the hell? Like, this seems like the most logical and natural thing, and I've never done it. Never done it.
Two things with that. One, did it once, tried it multiple times after, failed every single fucking time. Really annoying. Two, I have no use for my hatch anymore. I don't use my hatch. That's how I enter my base now.
Which is funny, because I'm the opposite. Like, unless I was taking the Seamoth or something that required me to leave via the moon pool. Nope. Hatch. Hatch was safety. Hatch meant safety. Like...
But no.
That's funny.
Are we going more deep into what the moon pool is?
Oh, yeah, keep going with the moon pool here. So, the next thing that you do upon docking is... and I knew you were going to be excited for this. Anytime there is any level of customization to something, Bumpy gets just a little excited.
I love that.
So I lead you to the terminal where you can name it and give it a color.
So let's talk about the name real quick.
Okay, so I asked when you named your base Pooh. Why Pooh? So, Fumpy gets to name a Seamoth. Hey, Fump. What are you naming your Seamoth?
It's only fitting that I name my Seamoth P. P-E-E. P. Ask me why, Swiss.
Why?
Pee-poo. Sorry.
What?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what he said. He literally poo-poo pee-peed me. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, ask stupid question, get stupid answers. I should have seen this coming. I didn't.
And the best part. I'm sorry. And at the best part of all of this is in your moon pool, next to your terminal. It lets you know that your Seamoth is docked, but it says it by its name. So it says P-docked. And that's amazing. Oh, I'm 29 years old.
I think he stared at P-docked for probably a good 2 minutes. He even saved on it, hoping the screen would save there. When we picked up at the next session, he was actually immediately reloaded. It's like, why wasn't I staring at P-docked? Like, I thought that's where we picked up, and I was like, wow. No, we did a couple other things, and then you saved. But you know, hey,
I'm a grown ass man, Swiss. Okay, so moving on to the customization. God, do I love customizing shit. I love making shit my own. It makes me feel so good. And so I go in it. But by the way, the way you customize things, the way you maneuver around the terminal screen, annoying. I got really frustrated.
Oh, agreed.
Like, I was trying to use the D-pad, but the D-pad wasn't working, so I used the fucking... Yeah, it was just... It was frustrating.
So there's a couple of different things in the game that interact that way. And I've always wondered, like, was it a limitation, or is this, like, we want you to feel like you're using the terminal? Because, like, if you wanted me to feel like I was struggling to use a futuristic terminal I didn't understand, hey...
You did it.
Great job! Because that felt way harder than it... Man, Mario paint on the N64 made more sense than. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
dude.
man, I've seen some really cheap leap pad things that function a little bit better than the interface with those terminals do sometimes. You're not wrong. It's funny because like you and I didn't even actually talk about that prior to this.
No, it was just me
So
being
I
frustrated.
love that the moment it happened and came up, you were like, "Oh, by the way." While I loved getting to give it its own color and its name and pick the inside and the stripe and the straight trash, the controls for that straight trash.
Yeah, it was
almost
bad.
made me hate the fucking experience. Like,
I'm glad I'm never changing my shit again. But no, with the customization, I did what I usually do. I love the colors blue and white together. I do that. Inside, I think I made it red. And Swiss decided to make the comment. He was just like, I love that you're in a sea game where the water is blue. And you have enough trouble finding things, and you decide to make your sea moth blue. I was just like, yeah, I'll find it.
To my surprise, so far, as of this recording, and we'll see if I change this in later recordings, but as of this recording, he's actually done a better job of remembering and finding where his sea moth is since making it underwater camo.
Well, because it's definitely mine now, and I want to remember where it is. I ain't losing that bitch.
So, continuing here with Moonpool, we're going to take it a step further. And again, you've been out adventuring. You've scanned a lot of different things, but one of the things we're going to talk about that you scanned here is the upgrade system.
Yes, sir.
Or the upgrade terminal for the Moonpool. Which, if I remember right, you were gliding through some place, and I saw it, and it was sitting upright. And you're like, oh, what's that? And I'm like, get it now. And you're like, why? And I'm like, just trust me, you're going to love this thing. You need to get it now. Like, holy crap, you just randomly came upon it. That is so awesome. Because it's one of the few things in game that I feel like is very striking. It looks like the fragments of it look exactly like what it is.
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah, like the moon pool, we kind of really didn't know it was giant chunks of a building and some edges or whatever. Like the scanner room are these weird caps and other stuff, you know, that look like how you get in and out of your base almost. So a lot of those things, you know, sea moths look half torn in half, so those ones aren't so bad either. I mean, supposed sea glides and some of the other smaller tools aren't, but most of the larger things are in pieces or sections. That thing, though, is like legit a whole one intact, like it just got thrown out of some moon pool that exploded. Like, hey, we found this one in the whole piece, man. It works. But so you found that, you scanned that. So talk to me about realizing your options now.
Oh, for the modifications? Oof. So we went through them. We went through all the modifications, and I'm reading them, and again, me being me, you've seen the gameplay, you heard us talk about it. I'm on the defensive, I want to be offensive, I want weapons, I want all this stuff. So my first one that I gravitated towards was the EMP, or not EMP, the electric shock. If somebody gets too close to me, or my sea moth.
The electric defense system, yep.
And
perimeter defense system, yep.
And I think we discussed further on that I might still go with that. But it kind of sucks too, because it's like you gotta initiate it. Like, it doesn't work if like a sand shark decides to just bite your shit. Like, you gotta like get close to it, then do it, and it just stuns them a little bit.
Right, it's a defensive maneuver. It's not an offensive maneuver. It's not like you go up and boom, but it's also not like leaving your car with the alarm on.
Right.
We're like, it's charged. It'll zap if somebody touches it, and like it'll ward them away. It doesn't do that.
And keep in mind, we haven't done any modifications yet. So if you have any suggestions or reasons why, leave them down in the comments.
Depth modules are all we've done, and I think you did the reinforced hull.
Nope, not yet. But that was one that
Okay.
we were 100% going to do for how much I bump into shit.
So that's just a general one. But yeah, the reinforced hull always seems like a good go-to. And I mean, you only get the 4 upgrade slots for the Sea Moth. Well, now that our scanner tool is completely worn out and we've got to recharge the batteries, we thank you for joining us here on SXZ Bear. I'm Swiss, he's Fumpy. Like, subscribe, catch us on the next one when we probably build the things we scanned and, you know, all the fun stuff. Hello and welcome back to SXZ Bear. I'm Swiss Bear, going to be joined here by Fumpy. And, you know, now that we're styling and profiling, woo, like the Nate himself, and we're all set up with a pretty sea moth, we're going to go explore. Join us.
Modification station.
Okay, for me, I watched you build the modification station, and I felt like we'd walked into a Chuck E. Cheese, and I handed you a fistful of dollars that you simply needed to run and turn into quarters to go play games. You couldn't look at a blueprint fast enough and run to one of your chests to go grab materials. Talk to me about modification station and why kid and candy store here.
Well, okay. What was the first thing I built?
Knife.
Yeah. So automatically, I think even when we were playing, I automatically was like fire knife, cool. Then I was just like fire aspects, Minecraft sword, let's go. like, also.
I even asked you, I'm like, what made you go with the knife right away instead of like this or this? And you're like, really? Fire aspect. And then just wipe the knife a few times, and I'm like, for the love of God.
And it's the same thing in Minecraft. Cool, you go cut a fish, it's already cooked. Fuck yeah. Like, what the hell? Like, that just saves me a whole ass process that I'd rather not do.
Did I go to culinary school? No, but I own a knife that can cook a fish the moment I kill it.
Which is amazing.
That seems like the best fast food restaurant ever. Oh my God. There you go. Like, why did you join Altera? I'm only signing up for a year. Before I leave, I wish to acquisition one of these knives. Like, what do you plan to do with it? This is the rest of my career. I am going to open a fish and chip shop where I simply cut the fish in front of you, and it's cooked to perfection every time. I don't even have to change the battery in this thing. That's
another thing, too. It's like, cool, you needed a battery to build it. Well, you don't need to change the battery, which is pretty fucking sick.
Yeah, I appreciate the lifetime on that. You know, I've tried to think about that where, like, oh, and that one just lasts forever. You got to charge everything else. I've heard that argument. I appreciate that it's the one time it gives you a break. Like, this was a don't look a gift horse in the mouth kind of thing for me. Where, like, oh, and I never have to charge it. Like, there's no charging station. There's no extra battery. Like, oh, that is awesome. And like you said, you know, you're already set up with food. Even if you're out and about, between the knife and your base setup now, you only have to worry about how to make clean water to drink. Because you got food at the base, and even if you're not at the base, you just grab the knife and go cut the nearest fish in half.
Which I believe I had to do.
You did. So, again, modification station, keep going here. Oxygen tank. Big, badass oxygen tank, the mother of all oxygen tanks. How do you feel about that? And I know you love Usamo too.
Yeah, I was gonna say bumping up from, what was it, 135 to 200 something.
Yeah,
like that's. I mean, hell, I feel like I'd never have to touch the damn surface if I don't ever want to. You know what I mean? So no, oxygen tank, super cool. Glad I did it.
And obviously the modification station is going to be playing a huge part in the game moving forward. We'll get to those things as we get there. So, you know, like we said, the knife is the first thing you built in the modification station. It's also one of the first things that you got in a time capsule. And the first one of these you came across, because you've come across 2 in the playthrough. It's one of the few things I got excited about and was like, you need to grab that. Because I thought you were going to go past it. I thought you were going to go past it. We're out near Sparse Reef area, and you come across your first one. You came across your second one. I don't even remember where it was at. Talk to me about time capsules, because I think they're awesome. I love it. I've always made sure that whatever time capsule I leave is a good one.
Oh, dude. So in the way beginning, before we even pressed the record button on the first goddamn episode, he explained time capsules to me. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I didn't really think anything of it. It didn't hit me in the fucking face until, you know, I found my first one. And I felt Swiss's excitement. He was like, stop, get there. I was like, okay. I picked it up, and he said, open it. So I opened it, and the first one I saw, or the message that popped up, was a picture of what I believe is a rocket. And it says, whoever finds this, even in the darkest hour, never give up hope. Good luck, my friend.
Yeah. It was awesome.
And I was just like, oh, that's a really nice message. Like, what if somebody's like really needed that? And then when I was rewatching the video, Swiss was like, nice. What do he give you? I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. What do he give you? Like, check your inventory. What do he give you?
So not knowing that we actually get inventory, he gave me a Sea Glide and a bunch of titanium, which I was like, dude, that's super cool. Like, especially like for some reason, if you're like beginning of the game exploring like a crazy motherfucker and you came across this, oh, dude, you're way ahead of the damn game.
Right. That was super. It would have been super helpful. Which I actually think is funny. I think the Sea Glide you're running around with now is actually that Sea Glide because your other one's battery was almost dead. You're like, screw it.
And I do have to say, for some random ass reason, if the dude that left that is watching, please leave a fucking comment. I would love to have a conversation with you. You made my day, sir.
Yeah, that would be sweet. So for me, my first time capsule, I came across it very late game and didn't know what it was. And so, you go up, you scan it, and I'm like, okay, so I read the thing. Oh. All right, so I pop it open. The dude for me left me 3 of the green ion cubes. And it was, whenever you find this, it'll become useful at some point. I hope you have the same luck I do. And that was it. And like the dude had left a picture of a base somewhere in a kelp forest. And like when I got to, I was sort of late game. I was getting ready to build the rocket. Those ion cubes came real in handy. It was really nice because I didn't do something I probably should have done in the game and had come up a few short and was looking at having to make a pretty long frickin' trip back someplace I didn't want to have to go. And no, I got this dude's ion cubes. Like, hell yeah. This is awesome. So you find your second time capsule while we're out searching one of the deeper life pods, finding your second one. The fact that you came across the second one blew my mind, but your second one, what did you have in the second one?
I was pretty pumped about it. So it was a time capsule that said, hello, it is the year 2023, January 30th. And I love this game. I hope you like it as much as I do.
We do.
Oh, we do. Little did Pumpy know, but he loves this game as much as you do.
It's baller. It's a beautiful world.
And then with that, we got a nice little gift, which is a pretty pumped up gift. We got 2 ion cubes and a thermal knife, which is pretty sick.
Yeah. Fire knife.
And maybe a gel sack, but regardless.
No, and like that one was closer to the one like I found, like I said, where it had more of the mid to late game stuff where it was like, oh, that's fucking sweet. Like, especially the thermo knife, because like if you hadn't made it yet to suddenly get the thermo knife, like if you didn't even have the modification station for you to suddenly just have like, oh my god, how do I make one of these? Sometimes those time capsules can be cool shit like that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm sure you're thinking about what to put in yours.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna deck it out. But that's the thing too. I thought about that. I was like, I'm gonna give them goddamn everything. But then I'm just like, I can't really just like put a prawn suit in there and be like, oh, have fun. Like, you know what I mean?
Right. We'll when we get to yours, we'll discuss what mine was and how I went about mine. But we'll save that till later.
I was just put a text. Subscribe to SXE Bear.
I was gonna say, like, yeah. So at this point, we've gone to some pretty deep places, and we get to the point where you're kind of questioning where this all ends up. Like, you hit this point in the game here where, cool, I've made all this new stuff, but where am I going?
What is it
kind of sets in?
Yeah.
Right, and you kind of hit that spot, and that's when I decided it was time to go on a bit of a journey. So I had you make the 3rd depth module for the Seamoth, which luckily we were just in a cave that has ruby in it for you to pick up and gel sacks. So, I mean, you just found some new stuff through there. That was a very fruitful trip out to that life pod.
Yes, definitely. And it's funny, too. I believe while building the depth mod 2, we did it, came back, and I was like, automatically, I was like, well, time for 3. Like, and I was like, oh, we need ruby. And you're just like, okay, let's go get some ruby.
Right, and we had gotten lucky that you had just had that life pod too, because that's what I was looking for. I knew that had multiple resources out and around it. Yeah, finding the time capsule was just a bonus. But so we get you to make the third one, and this is where there's something that's been slightly off for me this whole playthrough, and you and I had talked about it while we were doing stuff, because there's a few different times I tried to get you to locations, and I'd be just off a little bit, and it would be a little bit of a struggle. And this went really weird.
Yes.
So, attempting to lead you down into the Bloodvine area, the super dark place to find the mystic, the Lost River here. And Fumpy's base, we ended up finding out, is 400 and some meters farther south than my usual base area. And it's the first time that it really, really screwed with me because of kind of what happened for Fump. It's part of it's my doing. I got very serious about this because I knew we were going to the Lost River. It was time for him to head down there. I wanted him to see where we were going and start to understand it. And there's some stuff to go do and scan down there. But I got very serious when I sent you there. Like, I threw you off from the get-go on this.
I mean, only because it was, oh, hell yeah, we got this and we got this, all right. And I was like, all right, let's go get some rubies. You're just like, okay, this is what we're doing. And then, like, your tone changed, and just the vibe, and I was just like, okay, I feel like we're doing something serious, and it just never let up. So, like, I knew it was serious. I knew I had to kind of take it serious, and at that point I just started getting nervous because obviously you've seen my gameplay, you've seen how on edge I am, so I was like, ooh, okay, baby.
This is when we had the hardcore moment of one, I led him in a wrong direction, and I mean it was the stupidest wrong direction. There's a split. You can go left or you can go right. He needed to go left. I had him go right because my brain was thinking where he was going, and if it led down, he would just, sneak his way into it. It wouldn't be a problem. That decision, though, led him out into the wrong side of one of the islands, and we started to hear Reapers. And then he found part of the edge of the ecological dead zone. All of this while bumping and running into random things and trying to stare at them. Either way, we got super turned around.
And that was another thing I wrote down in my notes is, I don't want to say bad habits, but the habits that I have compared to normal gameplay, I guess. Because you're right, I have noticed that, and I even did it when I was recording earlier today, where I hear something and I turn around to fucking look at it. I don't know why I do that.
You're used to games where you have a gun or a weapon, so your first thought at any strange noise is to confront it. I really think it comes from the type of games you play and the way you play them. You and Doc would send me exfil screens that were like, you did this, you did that, you killed 20 people, and I would send you guys screens of, I completed 2 missions, killed no one. Didn't even fire a gun.
Right, and even in like Minecraft or whatever, you have your weapons, you have monsters that you do need to kill for resources and everything like that. So it's definitely a change of pace in this type of game.
And for me, this became one of those, the survival knife tells you about the whole incident on Braxis Prime. And for me, from that moment forward, it was one of those like, oh, you don't. Okay, so I'm not supposed to damage output much. Okay. I killed a stalker with the knife. And that took like 10 minutes. Was no easy feat. I mean, it wasn't the hardest thing I've ever done in a video game, but like all of a sudden that shit turned into like Souls light type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, you're swipe, run away, swipe, run away, swipe, run away. But then when you do enough certain damage to him, he would swim off and then start eating fish. And it's like, that fucker's healing. So then I finally kill the stalker, right? And it just kind of rolls over and goes lifeless and starts sinking to the bottom. The body didn't dematerialize. It never turned into anything. It didn't drop me any loot. And that was the moment I realized that, like, oh, wow, if I'm not just, like, getting food to feed myself, killing things is useless. It's just a really good way to kill yourself. So for me, I was able to very quickly just put myself in that mindset of, like, I am the prey, not the predator in this game.
Mm-hmm.
At least not yet. At least not yet. Even I've got to admit, there's some stuff coming where, yeah. I am no longer the prey. So no, I think that it's one of those beautiful things getting to watch this process happen. Is a reaction that serves you well in most other games does not serve you well here. My slow reaction to things like that in other games that normally get me killed, or my non-reaction, I should say, in this game served me really well.
Right, it's kind of validating, I'm assuming for you, where it's like, I don't do well with other games, and quote-unquote Fumpy does well in other games. It's nice that the shoe's on the other foot type deal.
Opened my eyes to this style of game in general. So like I said, I hadn't really played too many survival procedural type things like this. I do like the simulators though. So this had just that really cool cross thread between the two for me, and that's part of why I dug into it so hard. There's also the science nerd in me that loves the biomes and how hard they tried to give each animal a realistic thing and all that stuff. There's just a lot for me to appreciate. In as much as I want that to be validating, that like my usual cautious playstyle and certain things like suddenly paid off the right way this time, I didn't get to learn them naturally because I had to go watch something and have somebody kind of explain for me what to do in the game. Like I said, I played for a few hours and then had to go watch to YouTube and like at Lost Beacon and Z1 or Z Nation or whatever. Sorry for butchering you on that one, bud. Those guys showed me, I got to watch videos of them doing it. So it wasn't until probably my second or third playthrough that I realized part of what frustrated me watching other people play was the slow realization that all of those things we just talked about in my normal playthrough or playstyle of games that's normally not the greatest. That's where I suddenly realized, like, holy crap, the fact that I am almost not bothered by most jump scare things made me better at this game because, like, Reaper Leviathan scared me once. It will never scare me again. Like, you're not going to get me a second time. And that's where that being attuned to certain things came from. And so, no, validating now after multiple playthroughs, but at the time when I first realized it, no, it was one of those like, wow, you sucked so hard you had to have somebody else tell you this is why this game worked for you. So the worst part about this is we finally get to the point of like, okay, we're going back to poo, we're going to start this over. And you ask me the question of what's throwing you off, what are you trying to find? And I explained to you that, look, remember that spot I told you where like my first base was? I always build somewhere around there or have a clear path to it, and this allows me the free location of everything mentally. And Fumpy literally just, well, I know where it is.
Hop in a sea mode, let's go.
Of all the times that you can't remember shit, this was one of those, you knew right where it was, and sure enough, you drove right to it.
Yeah.
And then I looked at you, and then I had you turn back around, I'm like, do me a favor. You know when you got right here, and you went here, I had you go right. That's what I fucked up. And then, so we get to the spot where my base was, and I'm like, do me a favor, look back at Pooh. And that's when we realized that, like, I was literally off by just that little bit, but those 400 meters mattered so much.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I just thought it was funny where it was, we got to where you would build your base, turned around.
Oh!
And then you were just like, oh, turn around. And go down. There it is. I was like, son of a bitch.
And you were like, oh, this is a scary place. So, yeah, you know, he takes me back to where my base is, and it's literally, you guys are going to see in the video, it's literally 20 feet away from the jumping point into the blood kelp zone. So, blood kelp zone. One, I tell you to go down. You go down, and you get to see it. The big, white blood kelp, you know, plants growing with the red pustule looking things all around them. What's your thought in this area?
Well, obviously, deep means scary, in a sense. So it was a little nerve-wracking, especially with me kind of having understanding of what we're doing, where it's gonna be tense. But just that, I was like, oh, okay, this is nice. And then you told me to get the blood oil, and I was like,
yep.
It'll be a little later game. I was like, cool. And we're just exploring and getting some resources, and
we got some deep shrooms as well.
Yes,
the deep sea acid mushrooms. That was the other thing we picked up there. But yeah, so that's when I lead you though to the mouth of the Lost River. And again, my point of bringing him down here is, one, there's some scanning we need to do. Place we had to, number two, we had a place to explore. Good idea to get the scannables and stuff there. And then number three was, I kind of just wanted him to see where we were going to spend a good chunk of the next game. Like, we're going to get ready to come be down here kind of thing. So going into the Lost River, the giant mouth of darkness. I'm just going to let you take it from here until we bottom out on the first giant scannable skull. How is your first journey down the Lost River, sir?
It was kind of rough. Automatically, again, I said this before, I'll say it again. Automatically on edge. Because, you know, who wouldn't be? It's deep, there's glowing blue trees, that nice dense green fog. So it was, okay, the stingrays were pretty, and I knew they weren't harmful, but those are pretty. Then we come across a couple of other creatures, like the skeleton ampules or whatever the hell they are. And then obviously we come across the baby Leviathan.
Yeah. Yeah, you haven't even scanned one of those other guys or bothered to figure out what they are.
No.
You've wanted nothing to do with them. So they'll remain nameless until he has to deal with them.
Yep. So at this point, no, I was pretty you were giving me directions, and I was not gonna go off track. That's for goddamn sure. with a baby ghost Leviathan just chilling there. No, we went pretty point A to point B, which we'll go back down. We'll explore a little bit. We saw the big brother of the cave crawlers, which brought back some traumatic memories, but avoided the hell out of those.
It's funny. So the cave crawlers, for me, never really bothered me as a thing to look at. But when it came to the ones with the longer legs, and I got a closer look at those ones bother me. Nothing should have legs like that. It's just uncomfortable. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how does that even... no. Want to smush. feel the need to smush. Anyway.
And then, obviously, continuing through, you get to a point where there is just a tremendous drop-off. And you tell me to go down. And, again, we're already pretty deep. Well, in a sense. And I'm just like...
Yeah, I think 900 was your max depth at this point. And I just had you jump from 500-600 to under 800, or, below 800. And it was like, you're going to have to stay up in the water column here, but you can get here.
So, yeah. No, definitely going a little deeper than usual. So, a little nerve-wracking. And then we come into the first like skeleton remain.
So I've always called that like the atrium. Like you pop out of the Lost River and it pours into just this giant opening that's got the like 4 or 5 different pathways. And it's always reminded me of like getting into an auditorium in a high school or something, or like the gym, and like, well, there's multiple doors out, but like this is the biggest room.
Mm-hmm. A nice little centerpiece.
Right. So, okay, for me, I'm going to recap my first Lost River here quick, just to compare for you. I do know on yours, I was proud of you because you were like, baby Ghost Reaper, what do I do? And I'm like, get around him? Like, what do you mean, what do you do? Get around him? And like, so you're going forward, and then you heard it come after you. You did a slight look over the shoulder, and you caught just enough a glimpse to confirm it's after you. And you immediately started weaving in between things. And I'm like, there you go. That-a-boy. Like, now you're getting it. Run hard, good sir. Where can't it go? Like, exactly. Like, it was the first time you reacted like something was trying to eat you and you couldn't kill it. And it's like, yes, I've been saying this.
Just run, motherfucker.
So my first time coming across the Lost River was by accident. I had the Seamoth, I had it all upgraded, and I knew I was looking for it, but I didn't realize where I was and that I was stumbling into it. I had the sonar on the Seamoth. And for anybody that's used the sonar in this game, it literally just grid papers the entire surrounding around you with a beam of light going forward and stays up for a second, showing you all the walls and stuff within an area. So for me, all of a sudden, I was, going around this giant, down in the sinkhole there of the blood kelp zone, and wall, giant opening. Holy crap. Well, let's go in there. And so for me, it was just continuing to hit the sonar and just continuing to see this giant hole leading to nowhere. Like, I guess I'm going to keep following this. And then I ended up in the Lost River and was like, oh, holy crap. Then you get to the drop-off. Again, I got to the drop-off and was like, is that a wall or a hole? Or I hit the sonar and it's a giant fucking hole.
Is it the end of the map?
Right. I started questioning if I was going someplace I shouldn't be. Like, this is that moment in the game I hit where, like, oh man, I'm gonna get myself soft locked. Watch me sail off the edge of the map. My fucking ship's just gonna explode. Like, this is where there's that giant monster hidden someplace that's just gonna come up and fuck me up because I'm not supposed to be here. Like, I started to have that thing where, like, all of my gamer instinct told me that, like, yes, it's a hole, but you're not supposed to go there. Like, nobody was ever intended to do this. And then I followed it and was like, this is the thing I've been looking for the last 2 hours. And I've spent like, you went through the Lost River and you made it down to that final drop off with the big skeletal fish, the atrium there, we'll just say, in like under 10 minutes, right? 10, 15 minutes tops.
Yeah, something like that.
I did that in an hour and 45. I mean, a fucking crawl. I was afraid of everything, checked everything out, scanned everything, convinced I would never come back here. And that I was someplace I shouldn't be. Seeing the baby ghost Leviathan almost made me turn back around, because the only other time I'd seen them was when I went someplace I wasn't supposed to go. So, like, this really, really threw me off. On the flip side, it was also hella rewarding, because, like, I finally came out the other side and was like, I didn't even need to be afraid. Like, you know what I mean? Like, turns out, wasn't even that big and bad. Like, the journey was scarier than anything that was there. So, no, for me, it was cool that we got to the atrium there, and you were able to just kind of like, oh, holy crap, this is cool. Awesome. So let's go check a couple things out in it. So we had two things to check out, and I'm going to throw this to you as to which one you want to talk about first. Would you like to talk about where babies come from, or would you like to talk about the warpers, where they come from and what happened?
Let's talk about where the baby leviathans come from, because I genuinely thought that was cool.
So we check out the Tree of Life. As most people know, as you're heading through the Lost River, you will suddenly enter an area that has this beautiful glowing tree thingy. And there are jelly rays all around it, and the mist goes from green to blue. And suddenly there's no predators in that area. And it's actually the tree that births all of the Reaper Leviathans, the Ghost Reapers. This was funny to me because you immediately locked on like, that's a beautiful tree. That thing's really awesome. What is this? And then I told you, and you were like, can we destroy it?
Yeah, no, that was my first thing. I was like,
why?
How do we blow it up? And
zero hesitation, chose genocide right there. I would like to extinct, delete an entire race from another planet.
It's funny too. It's like, yes, they're predators. Yes, they're trying to kill us, but like, they're not even our problem.
Actually, it's funny. It's actually funny if you scan one of the Ghost Reapers. They are not. They're highly territorial. That's a defensive reaction. They're frickin' vegetarians.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, the ghost Leviathans are frickin' filter feeders. They're just highly aggressive and defensive. That's all. Yeah, little dude wasn't trying to eat you. He was just like, why are you in my crib? Think about it, man. You rolled up into his playpen.
Yeah.
And we're just all like, you know, hey, deal with it. Why is he getting angry? Because it's his pack and play, bro. But so in that area, also got a chance for you to explore a little bit. Picked up some uranium, nickel, and found more of the magnetite stuff.
Which magnetite, cool. Don't know what the other two are used for yet.
Again, these were all things that I wanted you to come get because now that you have the modification station and all the other upgrades, and we're going to be doing a prawn suit soon, it was just showing you where to come get these things to make this a little easier. And then, like I said, the other thing we went and checked out since we came down this path was the lava zone itself. Obviously, he can't go deep enough for it, but I wanted him to see where we're eventually going to be going and what we're about to gear up for. So, what are your thoughts on seeing where we're eventually going to head here?
Motherfucker, terrified. No, I'm curious. I'm like, how do I explain this? Where it's like, I'm terrified that we're as deep as we are, and you're saying let's go deeper, and it looks like hell. Like, what? How much further do the things that we need to, things that we need to progress the story, like, go? Like, especially finding the alien tower, like, on the island, and then going down into the Lost River and finding the other alien tower. Like,
I could answer that question for you right now, if you would like a true reaction on this.
Yeah, go for it.
15 to 1,200 meters.
God fucking damn it.
Yeah, you're just over halfway there in freaking balls.
God, that's insane.
Hence the lava zone.
Which again,
which by the way, 100 meters is a kilometer. So we're talking 12 kilometers under the earth. That's 4 miles ish. So you brought it up. The alien containment facility.
Yes.
That was the other reason we came down here. And of course, we forgot a purple tablet, so we did have to make the trek back for a purple tablet and come back down. What you did really good with, like, every time we've gone into a larger cave like this, you've done a really good job of navigating yourself back through it the second time.
No,
I don't know if that's just the fact that I suck at navigating.
No, especially with, like, the deeper stuff, the things I'm a little more terrified. Maybe it's like a fight or flight thing where it's like, I know my exits type thing.
Survival kicks in.
Yeah, no shit.
But So, alien containment facility. We learned a lot here.
Oh, yeah. That's an understatement.
First off, there was the ever-present warper that you absolutely hate just chilling outside the thing. It made you fear for your sea moth. Yep. Made you feel fear for your sea moth. But this is where I had to tell you to get out. And you weren't so okay. But you explore the containment facility, and we got a list of things we're going to talk about. And this is where we're going to just cover some general scanning down here too, folks. Not everything's going to be just the alien containment facility. We're going to talk about a few other things here as well on the scan side since we're at it. Like and subscribe. First off, the warpers. Obviously, they've bothered you from the get-go, and we've narrowed it down to the fact that they don't seem natural. How did it feel to find out they weren't natural?
It's still uneasy. I was still 100% uneasy about it, because, like, it opened up a whole can of worms of who's creating these. Like, obviously we know why they're creating these. But, like, also, why is it underwater?
Which we ended up answering. So, after you scan the warpers, you pick up some data information, and you scanned a couple of other artifacts in there, and that reveals to us what this place was and how it sank. We find out that they stole the egg of a sea dragon leviathan, and we're running tests on it to cure the coronavirus, because that's what this facility really was making the warpers and trying to find a cure for the virus, the disease, bacteria, whatever it is. The corona contagion is what they were trying to do, and the sea dragon came for its egg and screwed this base up, causing it to flood and sink.
Don't mess with Mama Bear.
But then there's that question of, you know, especially for you, obviously I know what it is, but like you were just alluding to, you're questioning how deep we have to go and what's down there, and you're finding out that shit, there was something down here big enough to just sink half a base. Like, you know there's a big scary down there. I feel like the game never hid that ultimately you were going to come across the big scary. How do you feel about the setup for the big scary?
Okay, fell in love with this game. It took me a little bit, but this game does it so goddamn well. So the approach to everything, it is really well thought out. So how they go about
you're not wrong. It's a very calculated game. You're not wrong.
I think the answer to majority of your questions is I'm still a little nervous. I'm still a little scared, but goddamn if I'm not excited to see what's happening.
That's what I was going to say. Tell me that isn't what has your hooks in, though. This game was never meant to be horror of any kind. And I think that's how they succeeded at it. They were focused solely on limiting your senses or making you feel a certain way. And they did so in such a way that, like, it's like watching a really good horror movie where, like, yeah, I'm terrified and I'm not ready for whatever the next scare is, but, like, that thing's fucking cool. Like, show it again. Just, you know, warn me next time. It is how I end up feeling about the game at the end, is the, like, it's all super cool, but, like, fucking Warner Brother. Like, you didn't have to do this to me. Like, just show me the cool thing. Why did it have to be scary? But it's awesome. That's definitely part of what kept me going. I know my wife watched me many a time have the minor panic attacks with the underwater thing and just, like, shut the game off. Because, like, on Xbox, as soon as I boot it back up, it's going to pick up right where I left the game off. It wasn't like I had to worry about losing my... You know, I knew what I was doing. This was a calculated thing, but it was one of those panic attack starts and, like, just shut game off because there was nothing that was going to let up either. Like, the only way I was going to relax was getting someplace safe in the game. But, like, the fact that the game made me feel so unsafe sitting on a couch is beautiful, and hats off to the game. Like I said, it's right up there with a solid thriller horror movie style thing for me, where like, oh my god, it almost got me. You're sitting on your couch. It's a fucking movie. Like, it got me to do that a lot, and I appreciate it. I loved it. And like you said, that's also the thing that kept me wanting to play it. So, other things down there. We scanned a couple of different creatures that are, according to the database now, extinct. And they're freaking huge.
Yes.
The lore of this planet overall has always overwhelmed me with this game. Like we just said, very calculated. All the way down to the idea that you thought about an extinct species. Like, you're telling the story of this planet, and I love that they thought far enough back for that. And there are mods out there that bring certain things back to life in the game, or bring them in, and those things are epic. Some of those mods are amazing. We're obviously not doing the mods here, but if you like those, go check them out for yourself. Definitely tell me what mods you've played with. I've watched a lot of them. They're pretty awesome. What do you think about the idea that the other alien race possibly got to watch these go extinct?
Or made them go extinct.
If the Kara is the reason for it, then yes, made them go extinct. Possibly.
It just opens a lot of questions of... I think earlier when we were talking, we mentioned if you see the biggest fish you see is a sand shark, that's probably the biggest you're going to see there.
Yeah, you and I had the conversation about... this is while Fumpy was playing. He started to relax a little bit and was asking me how I know, or like when I learned certain biomes were safe and this was the thing to look out for. And I laughed because I'm like, this is where they followed nature to an extent. Like, if there are a bunch of fish around in a spot in the ocean and they've been that way for hours and all of a sudden they disappear, it's because something bigger is in the area. And so, like, when you use that thought process that, like, the only time that food animals aren't present is when the big animal is what's eating or around. And then the idea that, especially in an ocean setting, the larger the animal, normally the less it spends time around things, especially if it's a predator. Barring, like, orcas. Most great whites don't travel together. You know, most of your larger things don't do that. So I loved the fact that that's how they built it into the game, where, like we said, when you're in the kelp zone, the biggest thing that you see and the most natural looking predator in the area are the stalkers. And they are. What do? They eat all the other little things around them. Why do they do that? Well, because there's nothing there to eat the stalkers. They are big man on campus, you know, and we went through that. So yeah, that train of thought. Continue.
It's just like, it just makes you curious if there's bigger, or if the skeletal remains that we scanned is the biggest. And it's just, again, so many cans of worms, so many questions still have yet to be answered.
There is one skeleton Fumpy has not scanned yet, and when he does, I will show him the mod that brings it back to life. We'll have that in video for you guys. Trust me, folks. When he scans, you know who. I'll show him what that mod did. You'll look forward to that, bud.
Yes.
You'll be glad. You'll be glad you got the sunbeam you got. And yes, I mean the ship. That's the scale of what I'm talking about. It's also down here in the containment facility, where what we've just kind of been talking about, and what we've been talking about kind of throughout the whole game, finally really puts itself front and center again. And that is the Kara, the bacteria, the contagion whatever you want to call it. It has you self-scan, and you've got the glowing green pustules. You freaked out a little bit.
I did?
I did not. So when I got to this point in the game, I had like already understood a few different things, and that was one of the mechanics I understood right away. I got what they were doing. So why did this get you so bad?
More or less because I forgot. I forgot what the...
Awesome. So for me, this wasn't a, oh shit. This was a like, oh, now it's happening. Okay, I've been waiting for this.
Yeah,
that's what I had, is I've been waiting for this. So for you, this was, oh shit, that's right, it's a thing.
Yeah.
And you have it.
And it's funny because I knew I had it, but I didn't think it was going to progress. If that makes sense. I didn't think there was more.
Ooh,
I thought it was just a...
What made you think that it wouldn't... Ooh. So this is one of those things I bet on immediately. The first time I realized there was a bacteria and that, like, local water scans show high levels of bacteria. I'm like, bacteria? It's just a self-scan. Do the self-scan. The moment I realized I had it and I had listened to the Degassi Cruise stuff, it was like, oh, yeah, I get this. This is what Bart's dying from. Okay. I was hoping and excited that my character would get sicker. I wanted the disease. Bring it on. The inner nerd in me went, science, show me the pustules. So for you were convinced it wasn't going to. Why did you not think it would have taken the next step?
Well, maybe not that, but I didn't think it was going to be... How do I say this?
Oh, it was just more than you thought it would be.
Yes, I didn't think it was going to be so severe.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. I mean, the way they pop up on your hands.
Right, like where's the fever? Where's the
things
cough?
Look being suppressed by the water. I didn't think about that. That would have been an interesting thing if your character, anytime you were on dry land or not underwater with the breather on, if had your character coughed from time to time or even just like sniffled.
Yeah, right.
As opposed to remaining quiet the whole time, that would have been an interesting thing.
You could just hear it get more like shallow coughing and everything like that.
I was gonna say, I'm like, yeah, because as you go in the game, it would have been interesting to have at different sections suddenly you get. Oh, that would have been cool. Anyway, a hell of a thought. And I didn't even think about that. That like, I suppose it didn't give you any warning. You'd just been playing for a while, and you have the thing, and day and nights don't seem to matter. And all of a sudden, damn, like, why did it? Holy shit!
Yep.
We thank you for joining us here at SXZ Bear. For myself and Fumpy, we say we told you the warpers weren't real. They're not natural. There's nothing natural about them. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Until the next time when you join us, then don't be afraid because, well, maybe there's not warpers. Just maybe. Catch you next time. Welcome back to SXZ Bear. This is us continuing Subnautica. I'm Swiss Bear. Fumpy joining me here.
Hello.
Welcome to episode 5. That's right. You say hello. Say hello again.
Hello. Don't yell at me.
Because we're back from the from the Lost River. We're a little scared. So now that we're back here, we got some more things to do and other things to build. Join us on the adventure. Come on. So now that we're back from the Lost River and you got a chance to experience some of that, quite an eye opener, huh?
Oh, dude. Yeah, like we thought seeing the original tower that you first come across on the main island was just like, yeah, this game ain't like we're not even close to scratching the surface of this game. Hey, dude, we still didn't scratch anything. There's still so gosh darn much, dude.
And so we're back here at the base now, and we're kind of unwinding, unpacking how far away we are from the end. And we're doing some housekeeping updates here. So you're tired of scavenging your water, so you build a water purifier. So let's talk about your issues with the water purifier overall and how you feel about the water purifier.
I'm more of a sparkling water type of guy. Sorry.
No Brita filters for you. See,
No, I mean, obviously the continuous fresh water is unmatched. It's amazing. Whenever I want it, I got it. I don't have to focus on the plants to provide water. I don't have to go get fish. I don't have to go get salt for bleach and everything like that.
Bleach.
It's incredibly nice to have, but like it refills me. But goddamn, does it drain my base, dude?
Agreed. And you and I talked about this. It was the same when you first said that you wanted to build it. I remember going, okay, but you're not going to like what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know after you built it, we went someplace and did something. And it wasn't a very long journey either. Came back and your base was almost completely dead.
Yep. Yeah, because we came back and then we had to charge either the prawn suit or the sea moth. And you just saw those numbers drop.
Right, because you'd plugged the vehicle in and then had it recharging in your moon pool. And that's when you went and grabbed your water, and all of a sudden your water system and that were drawing at the same time. So before we came up with the solution, what were you thinking in that moment, by the way?
That I had my first thought was I need to downsize like my entire base, not a specific thing in my base. Like I need to get rid of rooms. I can make every room that I had could just probably go in the main thing. You know what I mean? Like
right,
my lockers.
Toss it all into the one room.
Exactly. So that was my thing, and I was like, damn, I don't want to break down my lockers. It's a pain in the ass. Not once did I think that it was like one specific thing draining. I thought it was just everything, which I guess it is. But like now we know that the water purifier does some damage.
Well, I think it's one of those things where, you know, like we've talked here on some of the other episodes, and if you don't know what we're about to say, go watch the other episodes. We'll wait.
We worked hard on them. Go back, watch those, like, subscribe.
All right, so back to the topic here. So I ran into the exact same thing. I think for you, though, the reason you took it as you needed to downsize your base is your prior experience in other games where there's crafting and base building. I do not have a boatload of experience in that. So for me, I immediately recognized what it was on my first playthrough, because everything was fine, then I built that thing. And for me, that manifested 100% into, what was fine, then I built that piece of shit. So I deconstructed it. And then the first thing I realized was, I really wish I had the water again. So the solution I came up with is the same solution you used here. And that is the solution I lovingly call Watershed.
Watershed!
Go ahead and explain Watershed, bud.
So obviously we have a bioreactor, which gives us power and everything. But when we first started, we used solar panels. Not that you're using your water purifier all the time. So we built a multi-purpose room, put some solar panels on it, and just let that be the watershed.
Its own building.
So the only thing in that building,
off its own power grid.
Yep, the only thing in that building is the water purifier.
And for anybody that's going, well, this seems wildly inconvenient, it's no different than having to walk all the way across your base to get to it. It's really not.
Yeah, I jump up my moon pool, look down, I'm there. It's actually pretty convenient knowing that you don't have to worry about the power as much as you would have. And I would like to say, now that we've had that, we had the problem, we created our own solution. I'm curious what your guys' solution is, besides, getting another bioreactor. And if that is your solution, I mean, let us know. But I wasn't going to make a whole other bioreactor.
So, along with doing some housekeeping here, since we've gotten back, Watershed's taken care of now and stuff, we also built the alien containment facility. Now, you had collected an egg very, very early on in the game.
Yes.
Not really knowing what they were or what they were going to be for or anything. I picked up the egg and realized it was, what did it say, creature egg. I was like, cool. My first thought was, way beginning of the game, my first thought process of picking up the egg is, I'm going to have a little pet following me, dude. Because that would be amazing. Having a little sand shark following you. So, and for anybody right now feeling the need to hit the comments real hard, don't worry. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. For you, though, your first egg was the first egg you hatched, and I thought it was extremely fitting. I think you did too. Who was your first egg, buddy?
The first creature, besides, you know, the fish that we cook and eat and everything, was a crash fish, which was the first creature I came across with. That hurt me.
So yeah, so talk to me about Alien Containment Facility. I know when we built it, you were immediately like, damn, that is way bigger than I thought it would be. And then when you realized, when I told you you could put the eggs in and stuff and that you needed to build a hatch, you were like, what the hell? So talk to me. Give me the whole spiel here. We hatch more than the crash fish and everything. Just talk to me in general about how you felt about the Alien Containment Facility, because for me, this was really cool. I knew I was picking the eggs up. I didn't know what I was supposed to use them for either. I hadn't thought, little friend. I was thinking this was going to be more so a research tool for like curating the Kara.
Which is a fair
so like I thought it was going to be for literally like I was going to have to go collect like a Reaper egg sample or some shit like that, and that was going to be the I was convinced this was a super crux in the game where like you were going to need one of these, and I thought it was cool as hell though. Talk to me about your feelings overall about this thing.
Right. So if viewers haven't noticed, the base has changed a little bit. On my spare time, I revamped the base, moved some things around, built some new rooms, blah blah blah. And when I got Swiss online, I was like, oh, look at the base and everything like that. Isn't it cool? He said a very crushing statement to me. He said, this ain't shit. For lack of better words. But I was like, oh. He was just like, yeah, no, there's a bunch of stuff that you can still add. And one of the things that he mentioned was obviously the Alien Containment Facility. So as soon as we popped that up, because I had a little fish tank with 3 little boomerang fish in it, and I was content with that. That was awesome. I got 3 little fishies that I don't gotta feed, and they weren't getting sick. That's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in the wrap up.
But yeah, no. Then this big ass tank comes through, like you said, told me to put a hatch on, and I got in it, dropping some eggs. And at the end of this, like you're seeing a little baby cat crash fish and maybe another at the end of this. There's so many fish in there. Any egg I came across is in there. So no, all in all, it's amazing. It makes it feel my own, makes it feel homey.
Yeah, I thought it was cool too. That same thought of like, it went from the cat poster being the only thing I had to Daddy's Home Babies.
Yep.
So after we've gotten comfy, added a few things to the base, it was time to get back down to business. And that business was a prawn suit.
Some big business.
So building the prawn suit then came down to, 1, needing a couple of supplies yet. And then 2, we had to find a few attachment pieces to scan that would be needed for the prawn suit as well. So the first thing we did was head out to Daddy Longlegs. Which, for those who haven't been watching, again, go back and watch, man. Go back and watch. If you watch, you'd know. Like and subscribe, and you'll know. Daddy Longlegs is actually the Sea Treader path. And so we headed out there, and your whole point was to grab some shale outcrop. I think we were looking for diamond or something.
Yep.
And that's when you run into your nemesis. Wanna take us through your moment, champ?
Yeah. Because while rewatching this, I was a little dumbfounded because at this point, I think we were in the Sea Moth. We were cruising, found Daddy Longlegs. I was like, cool. Then the Warper popped up, and I think I do what I usually do, and I kind of ran. I didn't like run away. I just went past him. It's like, I'm ignoring you. You don't see me, or I don't see you. You don't see me. Stuff like that. I hop out my Sea Moth. go to the first shell outcrop right behind the daddy long legs, and this motherfucker one-shotted me. I think my health was at least, if not more, than 3/4 full, and he didn't give a fuck. He said, this guy died. This guy died. He did.
Which I want to say warpers do like 40, 45 damage or something like that. So yeah, they have a pretty good direct hit that way. So for me, this was a rite of passage thing. You've died a few times, some to your own stupidity, some to things you couldn't control, and some to just being part of the game. So this is where I told you, it's not a weapon, but I can give you a shield. Would you like a shield? And to my surprise, you were actually quite ecstatic about the idea of having a shield. What runs through your mind when I tell you I can't give you a weapon, but I can give you a shield?
I mean, to be fair, I think going through the blueprints as many times as we have, I think I knew what was coming. And I mean, like from the first episode when we were going through the alien tower, I saw that alien rifle. I was like, gun. Going through the blueprints, I see, the stasis rifle, and I see gun. Gun or not, man. I mean, like if I have nothing and you offer me a Nerf gun, I'm probably gonna take the Nerf gun just to make myself feel better. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say I have seen you a couple of times grab the repair tool or the laser cutter and think that you're gonna do something with it to someone, and I'm like, this is great. Like your instant reaction is to go to the closest thing that is gun-like and try. So yeah, I have you build the stasis rifle. You immediately went out to see what it did and didn't impact.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think first thing I shot was like a sand shark.
Fairly certain it was a sand shark.
Yeah.
So stasis rifle, bud. Give me the overall. You're going to use this from here to the end of the games periodically. How do you feel about the stasis rifle as a whole? Just take me through stasis rifle.
All right, let me break this down for you. I'm not one for murder. Murder's bad. Makes me feel bad. I don't like doing it, but I like making people feel bad, in a sense. So if I can freeze him and go nana nana boo boo, I'm all for that. And gosh darn if that stasis rifle doesn't allow me to do that. So yeah, get it, hop out, shoot the stasis rifle at the sand shark, and I was like, yeah, what are you gonna do now? And obviously I was informed that it's not gonna last forever. They're not dead and they're gonna come back at it. But no, that gave me, like you said, it's a shield, and it gave me a sense of relief that I can stop you for a span of time, which is what, 10-15 seconds, if that.
Something like that.
But no, that's empowering. That's some very.
I'd say you were definitely a bit braver after getting it, because for a while you totally used it as a, like, you know what, I don't like you, pop.
Yep.
Like
sometimes I just did it to be a dick. And obviously we died from a warper. We went back to base. We built a stasis rifle. So we do need to go back, because we're still on a mission here. So we end up going back, and I see my Seamoth. I see the shell outcrop that I definitely did get, and I see that warper. And he caught these hands. He caught the stasis rifle. Oh, I don't care about nothing. I wanted revenge. So, I gave him a little 1-2 and I went back to my business,
So after Bumpy, goes out there and shows that warper who was boss by telling him to please stop with the stasis rifle, we get the stuff we need, and you head on back, and that's when you build the prawn suit, which you affectionately name Hector. So let's first off, talk to me about how jacked you were to have Hector, and then what's the first thing you did with Hector? Mr. Murder's bad.
I was just gonna ask, what did I do with Hector? But so we get Hector, and the first thing I was told to do is go test drive him, as you should. So I go out, and I'm in this thing, prancing around, and pressing some buttons, and I realize that I'm punching. I ain't got no attachment, so I'm punching. And a silly little sand shark tried to test me. So I gave him the old one too. No, but then I punched the sand shark, and yeah, he flopped. He flopped hard. And
this is the first, and I don't think it's the only, but it's one of the few animals you full blown just like killed.
Yeah.
Dead. Done. Like
I was gonna say I don't feel great about it, but like I'm in a mech suit. Like, not much you can do about it. Like, you got to, right?
I felt like it was built for killing. Hector. I guess that's my favorite part about this is of all of the machines that you build and drive, Hector is the only one you christened with blood.
Well, I mean, the sea moth has seen plenty of fish get smacked.
Correct, but those are all accidental. you were like, I can punch things. Sand shark minor inconveniences you. As I'm trying to let you know that, like, yeah, mech suit, you're protected. Dun, 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 dun. Like, or you can kill it. I mean,
so I think in the process of smacking up the sand shark, we go up and we dock Hector, which is not Hector at this point, but no, we get to the point where we're at the terminal. We make it, the color red of blood. Because Hector's seen blood. And then obviously
yes.
We named it Hector. In the conversation, which I'll keep it brief here because it got a little rough. So obviously we named Base Poo. We named Seamoth P. You fill in the blanks. I didn't really want to go that route, so
only one place to go.
So the only thing I was just like, the first thing that came to my mind was, nah, fuck it, Hector. And I got Swiss to laugh, and it's a plus in my book, honestly.
I was 100% waiting for you to find a PG way to say that one, like doing a number 3 or just calling it number 3 or something along those lines. So when you just Hector, I started laughing. I'm like, why Hector? Why not, man?
Why not?
Okay, Hector, P, Poo, and Hector. So once you've built Hector, one of the things that we talk about is for completing the game, there's really 2 attachments to Hector, other than depth modules and stuff like that are 100% needed, and that is the grapple arm and the drill arm. To our surprise, you actually had the grapple arm blueprint already. This meant just going to find the drill arm. And it's funny because for me, every time I've attempted to find these 2 things, the blueprints for them to scan, I struggle to find them. You're kidding.
That's funny.
You need one more drill arm. Now, these are assholes, and normally, god damn. And they're right outside your base location. Nice. These are always like the 2 hardest blueprints for me to get a hold of for some reason in my playthroughs. You have one already, and then the first place you look.
That's like literally right next to my base too.
Which you've been to before.
Yep.
You find 2 of them.
Right
2
next
of the
to each
drill
other.
arms.
Like literally, you found one. moved 2 feet, found the other.
I hate you.
It was literally like, what the fuck?
Right. I was ready for this to be a thing. I had already double checked on some locations to send him to if we needed to, and this dude just moses on over to the nearest place and is like, I'll take 2 of these. Damn. So, you know, you luck into the blueprints you need in like no time at all. Cool. Good for Fumpy.
Hey.
Now you got to learn to pilot the mech suit that you think is so cool. Talk to me about figuring out how to maneuver in a prawn suit.
Right. So, I mean, going from a sea glide to a sea moth, which there was still an argument that one of them's slower than the other, but we won't talk about that. We already did.
Yeah.
God, this fucking thing is slow. It's awesome, don't get me wrong, but goddamn, you're telling me I have to go distances with this? This is rough. This is beyond rough. And cool, you have a jetpack that drains way quicker than anyone would like. Obviously the grapple arm, which in my first thought process was, cool, I need to get up, grapple it, slowly go up, and let that be that. At no point, until you have mentioned it, did I think about combining the grapple arm and the jetpack and making it one.
So, like I said, after I watched it fumble around for a bit, I finally just, hey, yo, you know you can Tarzan with it, right? Like, you can I had to shoot the ground in front of you a ways and have it just pull you, and all of a sudden you saw that you ran in the mech suit when that happened, and from there you kind of took it yourself and just ran with it.
In which I will say that I did fumble getting that perfect, leap, that perfect glide. It took a while for me to get the hang of things, but that first one, like I think I was just like, woo! Like that one felt good.
I think it was your first one, or I think it was your second or third time that you got a good one in a row like that. I had to yell at you because you almost launched yourself off into the nothing.
Yeah.
And I had to be like, hey, keep in mind it sinks. Like,
very quickly.
Like, hey, bro, you're not immune from that. But no, and I feel like the prawn suit does that. And it's funny because the game does warn you, prawn suit operators normally have extensive training because of the euphoric, invulnerable feeling that you get playing it, or using the prawn suit. And I find that every time I play it, yes, you're not wrong. The moment I get the prawn suit, my attitude changed from run away from everything to I'll put my back against the wall and defend myself with that drill arm. Come and get a taste of this, baby.
Yeah.
You want some of this? You want some of this? Like,
I think it takes me a while to get to the point where I actually use the drill arm as a weapon. I think in later episode.
You do it by accident the first time you do.
I do it by accident, but then I taste blood. I'm just like, ooh.
Yeah.
Everybody gets some now.
Well, and in all fairness, that's what I'm saying too. Is every time I've played through Subnautica, and I get the prawn suit and the drill arm and everything set up, yeah, I stop running from things and 100% turn into it. No, step on up and get you some. You're that dumb. I'll frickin' grind you into paste. Like, I got no problem with that. You asked for it. So, the other side of that combo you have there, other than the grapple arm, is the drill arm. You knew what it meant. You knew what it was. You had seen the outcrops for it. How did it feel once you got to being able to mine things that way?
The outcome is awesome. Like, going to one shell outcrop, getting one piece. Going to one of these things, getting, 10? Maybe a little less, but still. Like, it saves so much time. You get so much resources. Like, oh, man, I need to go get copper. I need to swim around for, 20 minutes to go find as much as I need. No, you go to one thing, drill it up, and cool, you got what you need. On the backside of things, fuck is it loud. And like you said, it does attract some unwanted folk.
Yeah. In certain areas, they definitely don't care for you doing the drilling.
But all in all, especially with the upgrades that we put onto it,
the storage upgrade and stuff, you were able to...
like the storage is a lot bigger than what the Seamoth was, which is nice. Which is understandable. Like, obviously, you're going drilling with the thing.
Well, and we put the extra capacity from the Seamoth on your prawn suit, so we gave you extra storage space as well. But yeah, you're not wrong. The prawn suit in general, I think, has like a total of 15 slots or something like that to start with, and then when you put the upgrade in, I think you get like 20, 25. But like you're saying, that's massive by comparison. You know, going out, all I need is silver. Okay, well then you're doing the sandstone outcrops. Well, you're gonna get 20 different things, and only like 6 of them are going to be useful. You know, 7 of them are going to be the silver. The rest are going to be other stuff that you can use, but like how much? Like, you know what you never went and looked for? Lead.
Yeah.
You never had to go specifically farm lead.
I think a close second was probably gold too. I always had gold.
I think that's because you get gold from the sandstone and from the shale outcrop.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that double carryover where like, there's a, instead of a 1/3 chance on one thing, you have a 1/3 chance on 2 things. So just a naturally higher drop rate of that too. But yeah, those 2 items I don't think you ever had to go get. I think the best thing that you ever came across that wasn't like an ion cube or something alien based, but I think the best thing that you came across during your gameplay with that prawn suit was definitely some silver ore.
Yeah,
because you got so much out of that one silver vein that I don't think we had to go mine silver again, period. And considering the number of wiring kits and everything else that you go through and use in that late game, I was amazed with the silver. That one was clutch. I know that's a resource I normally struggle a little bit on, is the silver.
But no, all in all, the prawn suit is... I think I labeled the Seamoth S tier. No, guaranteed. Prawn suit very close second to that. Obviously there's pros and cons to it, but it's beyond necessary. It's beyond helpful. It's a shame what happens to it. And if you would like to figure out what happened to Hector, it's a sad story. Keep watching future episodes.
Like, subscribe. After you've gotten a little bit used to the prawn suit, taking Hector out for a ride, got Hector all gussied up and painted all good and stuff, we randomly get a message on the radio.
Which surprised you?
Yeah, Life Pod 2.
This is Life Pod 2, coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up. We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted. Out.
It was funny because once we got there, I knew what life pod it was, and I had been waiting for it. So when we went and found the Lost River for the first time, this is the life pod I was actually waiting for. And I assumed it had just happened and maybe we picked it up already or something. But I gave up on the life pod and just showed you where the river was anyway. So no, I was dumbfounded after having been to the Lost River and done all of this stuff that now suddenly we get Life Pod 2. Because that's the one I had been waiting for to show you the Lost River. So, Life Pod 2. Obviously down there in the blood kelp zone. What'd you think about being down in the dark depths there? Your first crab squid, I believe, is also down here.
Yeah, so, I mean, Life Pod 2, like he said, we explored the Lost River. And we only saw especially the blood kelp area, we only saw like bare minimum, because I'm pretty sure my scared ass was just like point A to point B. There's no point to explore this right now. But going down to Life Pod 2, we see the Life Pod, and obviously I'm there for business. I'm always there for business. To go in, grab what I need, grab the data pack, grab the PDA. And a creature popped up that I may have seen in passing, but I never, like, paid any mind to because scary. Yeah, the crab squid. Yeah, I paid a little bit more attention this time, and boy, was that, oh god, the noise it made too was not a fun sound. So in Life Pod 2, I get out of it, I think that dude pops up, screeches at me, and I did a big old nope. Hopped in my Seamoth, drove away, and yeah, and then I think a small conversation between Swiss and I during the time was, oh, he won't kill you, go see what he does. What? What?
Yeah. He's not going to kill you in the Seamoth, but, you know, go see what he does.
So, obviously, I put my big boy pants on and swim closer to him.
Who's a great big boy?
And he has a goddamn EMP. And if he looked any more robotic, I would have put him in the same goddamn boat as a Warper.
And this is where we had the conversation, too, of, so you know that thing in its head? That's not a brain. That's a stomach.
So for the crab squid, no, that's a weird one. I'd rather not, there's a lot more scary creatures out there, but for some reason, I'd rather not mess with the crab squid. It's just, one, it could really hinder you if he hits you with that EMP. I don't think I took, like, actual damage from him being outside of the Seamoth, so I'd rather not figure out what he does with damage, but I mean, it looks cool.
Well, you're not wrong. Like, in the grand scheme of the creatures we've seen and talked about so far, like, ant eels are cool. They're just cool looking. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sand sharks, yep, understood what those were right away. Sweet, I'll just keep my distance. Bone sharks, well, you have dealt with an abundance of bone sharks, and will continue to. Base location, you know.
It do be like that.
We know what bone sharks are about. Don't flash them. They don't like the lights.
I do it anyways.
You do, and that's why you get attacked sometimes. But, like, you know, stalkers are stalkers. But there's something about the crab squid that's just weird. It doesn't move like any of the other predators. It doesn't. It just kind of roams and does its thing. And you're right, its noise is very unsettling.
It just has a vibe of like you said, it's not predatorial like sand sharks or the bone sharks or anything like that. It's just like, I have the ability to fuck with you, so I'm going to fuck with you. And that's unsettling in itself.
Fair statement. Like, it knows it can toy with you, so it does. Well, thank you guys for watching. I'd like to take a moment of silence for Tomothy, the sand shark that Bumpy brutally massacred in his prawn suits. Just a moment of silence. Before I say he frickin' deserved it, why are they such a nuisance? Join us on the next one, guys. Hello, and welcome to SXC Bear, where it's time to make the donuts. And we're gonna go make the donuts. Maybe already made the donuts, I don't know. So join Fumpy and I. Come on in. So it's at this point where Fump and I have a conversation of, again, cool, we've done all this stuff. What do I do next? And this is where the game sometimes does struggle just a little bit. You know, we've talked about it before. It does not hold your hand at all.
What Swiss does.
I do, just a bit. And so this is when him and I started talking, and we referred to this as getting ready for the journey. If you've played the game, you understand what I'm talking about when I say the journey. For us, this meant a Cyclops. I had made a little bit of a to-do about the Cyclops. We've actually already scanned all the pieces for it.
Pretty early on, too.
You were finding them in good places, and because you found it early on, you kept looking for them, which was good. They were one of the resources that, like, you, for whatever reason, you recognized those things real quick.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they're big.
Most of them. Collecting stuff for it, though. was a whole nother venture.
That I mean,
That's
obviously you don't see more than half the stuff that we go through. And I don't want to say go through, but we cut a lot of stuff out. A lot of dead time, a lot of finding resources and everything like that. Yeah, boy, did this take a while.
Yeah, I was say, I think straight playtime, you were clocking in around 30 hours.
Yeah.
Which is just a really solid Subnautica playthrough. We weren't speed running. We weren't trying to do any of that. I kind of trying to smell the flowers here and there and allow Fumpy to enjoy some of the biomes and beautifulness that is Subnautica. But this is one of the more tedious tasks, is getting ready for the journey. So while we have the blueprints for it, we still needed to get the hard materials for it. And that's when Mr. Lucky here goes out looking for stuff. And you come across, not your first, not your second, but your freaking third, a hat trick of time capsules in one playthrough.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about Time Capsule 3, you lucky SOB.
Yeah, no, Time Capsule 3, the third one that I've come across, and I felt good. No, actually, I wasn't too surprised. I was like, oh, hey, look, a time capsule. And you're like, son of a bitch.
But I have 10 plus playthroughs under my belt, and I think I've only come across 4 or 5 time capsules. Not that I look ultra hard, but like, I keep an eye out for time capsules. I know what they look like.
And here
3 in one playthrough.
Yep, here I am just stumbling across them.
Goddamn hat trick.
But no, pull up, grab it, and I got a couple of things: synthetic fiber, a wiring kit, which continue watching in later episodes. You'll see why that's super important. I could have just made one, but this one just came in clutch. A couple of other things, and it was nice. It wasn't a flaming knife or anything.
No, you got the 2 ion cubes here.
Oh yeah, and 2 ion cubes, which was.
You'll understand if you keep watching and keep following. Like we're saying, more to this story.
And then obviously the message, which I think I read each one thus far, and I appreciate each one thus far. He said, greetings from a fellow interstellar castaway fortunate enough to be marooned on such a beautiful world. My time here is through, but I hope these items serve you well as you pursue the answers to your questions in the depths below.
Again, if anybody watching, if one of these happens to be your time capsule by chance, let us know.
I think at this point, I don't think I mentioned this to Swiss or in video. I think at this point I was just like, this is legit. Like, this is such a cool feature to put in a game. Like, to communicate a single player game, but to still communicate with other people. You know what I mean? So
we did have a small conversation on this, yes.
So I think at this point I was just really fucking pumped because I wanted to think about what I was going to put in my time capsule and everything like that. And I think the only thing that me and Swiss discussed was check out that sexy bear. that was a
make sure your message plugs us.
It was a given.
It's also really cool because, like, you know, it's the third one you came across, and like, hey man, you come across remnants from 3 other people who have completed this game. Like, and I remember 2 things on time capsules. 1, it was something I used to try to get you to give this game a look. And then number 2 is the whole, like you said, it's a single player game. But every time you finish it and you get to launch your own, or every time you come across one, you get reminded that you are part of a greater group that has also taken on said challenge. And if it's your first time for somebody like Fumpy here, I love that it's that constant push of like, hey man, as somebody who made it there, you can do it too. Hope this helps. Is a beautiful thing. I say, even if it's not your first playthrough, when you come across one, I still read them. Like, cool, what'd this guy have to say? Like, I have read one on probably my 4th or 5th playthrough. I think it was like my 4th one I ever found. And I've only found like 4 or 5. It was 100% a message geared towards a first-time player. And it's the only time I wish, like, oh, I wish I could put it back. I wish it had spawned in for a first-time player. Like, because as a veteran at that point, it was like, oh, cool, he gave me this and this and this. I don't even remember what he gave me. But I do remember the message hurting me in a way of like, oh, that guy's out there like, yeah, my time capsule really helped someone. It didn't. But I appreciated the message. Like, it was painful in a personal way. Like, I want to say it was like a computer chip, maybe a purple tablet. But it was one of those things where like, cool, they were all things I knew where to go get extras of and shit. And while you saved me a little bit of time, dude, it didn't. Like, on the flip side, I just remember the message being one of those, like, it was an arduous journey, and I barely survived. It was a snapshot of his little buddy that we'll talk about in the final episode, because he had one of those. And it was a farewell to that, and I hope your journey was as awesome as mine type thing, and, like, hope these things help you. And it was immediately like, I'm a little soul crushed because this guy took so much time. You know, this person spent so much time making sure that, like, whoever finds my time capsule, they're going to be like, it's the greatest time capsule ever, man. And they're going to feel me, and they're going to know that, like, somebody out there cared about it. Thanks, bud. It didn't. Like, no. On the flip side of that, too, though, it also made me make sure that, like, I appreciated time capsules.
And that's the thing too. It's like, obviously, I only came across 3. You came across a couple. None of them are like dickish. Nobody's fucking around. Everyone's actually saying either what's genuinely what they think the game about, what's on their mind, just being helpful. Like the one that we got previously, it's like if you're going through dark times, there's always light, or blah 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 blah. Like people are just genuinely nice and it's in somewhat of a way united. Like, it's just, it's nice.
I don't disagree, however, being the bear that I am, you making that statement automatically put my brain to the polar opposite of, dude left me a time capsule with 6 dead rotten fish in it. Or, yeah, 6 rotten cooked fish, and one of those alien turds. It simply said, if you pick this time capsule up hoping it would help, get good, scrub.
Which, don't get me wrong, like, through my 5th or 6th playthrough, I would probably do something like that, because imagine a time capsule full of shit.
You're not wrong, like, that is 100% the time capsule I want on my next playthrough, is just some dude that, like, it's 2 flares, a water bottle, and, like, 3 used batteries. They're just completely empty. And a message that just says, I didn't build the trash can, so here's my trash. Good luck. I want that on my 15th playthrough, because at least then when I grab it, it's one of those like, awesome, I didn't need your shit anyway. To get that on your first playthrough, though, would be one of those immediately, like, I just uninstalled the game.
This is the core audience. I'm good.
Like, I put 5 hours in, and I came across one of those time capsule things, and it was there was nothing in it. It wasn't even a picture. It was just a message that said, "What did you want?" No, you're not wrong. The time capsules are a beautiful thing, and it shows you what the community's actually like. You're not wrong. So we get your resources after we find your time capsule. We got some of the resources we need. We need to find a few more though, and you're itching to go play with Hector anyway. So you want to go drill some resources? Take me on your journey to go drill resources.
So yeah, with the needing to get resources and everything like that, and Swiss wanting me to experience the climb. We dive down.
It's a thing, man. You find out.
Oh, it's a thing. We've dived down with the prawn suit to the Lost River. All the way down. As far as we can. And obviously we started mining some resources.
The silver, as we mentioned, was probably the best find down there. It was a big old slab of silver.
It was plentiful, and it's pretty sure it's what I needed for the rest of the game too, which is nice.
You also took the moment to smack talk something you had been running from pretty much the whole game every time you encountered it. So you see the ghost Leviathan juvenile down there, like 100 yards away, and you start drilling on something and start talking hella smack to that Reaper in the distance. Do explain. Smack talking to juvenile Leviathan.
I'm in a mech. I'm a cocky motherfucker.
I have a Hector.
No, I think my thought process was, if you come at me, I'm just gonna go away. I'm gonna eat myself. Can't touch me. Spider-Man up in this bitch.
And I must say, to my surprise, you did just that. At some point, you lose sight of the juvenile Leviathan, and I noticed you lost sight of it, but didn't say anything. Take me through the next few moments after losing sight of the Leviathan.
The only thing I remember is a very close scream, and I was like, nope, and I was gone.
You did your best Uso impersonation. That was a forever style yeet all the way down to the next level. You didn't stop. For the first time ever, you didn't turn back around to see how close it was or wasn't.
Which is
so
unheard of.
we can't tell you. We can't tell you how close he was to being attacked, because this time he didn't turn around to get attacked. This is the moment you achieved the other sense, survival instinct.
Hell yeah.
So you yeet all the way down. We get back into the blue chamber around that beautiful tree of life that gives birth to those terrifying Leviathans. You picked up a few other things, and while you were here, I have you glimpse something. I think for the second time now.
I think this is the first time that we actually, like, looked.
Yeah, we were... There's kyanite down there that we need for something as well. So we were just looking around, see if we could possibly find some. And it's your first look at the inactive lava zone. Talk to me about, as I think you described it, the beginnings of hell.
Yeah, the inactive lava zone. I was told there is nothing too crazy, nothing that I need to be too worried about. But there was still a couple of there was a couple warpers there, like right off rip. I don't think they went too deep with us. I think it was definitely at the brink between.
I don't think any of them came too close. Yeah.
But obviously, I'm still even in the prawn suit. I'm still wary of the lava and everything like that, because it's lava. But while exploring, I don't think we came across anything too crazy.
No, we didn't. And I mean, we didn't explore ultra far here yet, obviously. We're not quite ready for it. But you got an extra look at it. So, as we said when we started this conversation, let's just get into the meat and potatoes of the climb. Heading back to Pooh from that deep in the Lost River with just the prawn suit. How did you and Hector go?
We made it out.
Period. End statement. Conversation done.
Yep, moving on. No, I mean, it was as dreadful as I thought it was going to be. No, it wasn't. I mean, because at this point, I've worked with Hector. We're good friends now. We're a good tag team, and no, I understand how the mechanics of the prawn suit work a little bit better at this point. So obviously, grapple, get up there. As soon as like you get to the point where you grappled, let go, boost yourself, rinse and repeat. So it was kind of a hassle. It was semi-annoying. Not that I wanted to do this again. I think that was the one and only time I went down and went up with prawn suit, right?
So what we had talked about during it, and part of why I had you do it, was a Cyclops is literally only needed for one piece of tech. You don't have to use a Cyclops. You need to build one because there's something you have to build using it, but you don't actually have to use or do a damn thing with the Cyclops if you don't want to. For you on your first playthrough, I definitely thought it was going to be smarter to have you do the Cyclops. And when you asked me what the alternative was, this was my response was, oh, well, I load up my bronze suit and myself, and I just make the trip with the prawn suit. And you were like, what's that like? Well, you know, I'm not going to have you go all the way down to the lava zone necessarily. You know, I'm not going to have them trek all the way down there because we're not ready yet. You don't have all the stuff for it, but I wanted you to at least experience a quarter of that journey coming back up. You know, I mean, now that you've finished the game, let's just say it quick here. Can you imagine trying to come all the way back?
No, that would be, especially how like you go down, but you also go like far. So, no.
Yep.
With the amount of like like how much you have to traverse, no, that's rough.
Well, and I mean, I guess I'm gonna call it like advanced prawn suiting.
Yeah. Give me
when you get comfortable enough with what you're doing and where you're going.
Give me like 2 more playthroughs and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that decision makes way more sense because it's more about I don't need to go down there to explore to build things. I already have the things. I need to get to the place. It's a slight change in priority of what you're doing. But no, that was the whole reason I wanted you to experience at least the climb that way of, hey man, if you want to do it that way, we can, but like, I need you to be real okay with a legit dungeon crawl in this thing. Like, it is what it is.
And that's another thing too. I think we chose the Cyclops because there's a lot of things in this playthrough that we decided not to do, forgot to do, or what have you. So I think Cyclops, I think people in the comments would be like, dude didn't build the fucking Cyclops. So I think that was one of the bigger decisions we made too, was I feel like this is like a very rite of passage is to make the Cyclops.
Well, and I mean, my first playthrough too, I used the Cyclops this way and everything, and I mean, I'm ultra grateful that I did that first time. However, like I said to you when we talked about it, it also let me know that this was the last time I wanted to try to do this. I had no interest in, we'll see that in later episodes, in doing that multiple times.
So we got all of our resources, and I think it's time to, build what we've been talking about.
So we get back from the climb, and we really think that there's only one thing we got to do yet. This left us with one very important resource to go get, and it's the reason this is a whole sidebar on itself, because this was quite an in-depth process to have to do and learn. Stalker teeth. We need enameled glass. Fumpy, our first thing is just trying to drop titanium for them.
Yep. Yeah, you told me how to go about getting stalker teeth, which is they'll pick up scrap and there's a chance they'll drop a tooth. So, as simple as that sounded, I said, cool. I think I grabbed about like 7 pieces of scrap, put them in my hotbar, started dropping them. To no avail. Nothing was happening, and I think we spent a solid 20 minutes before we're just like, what the fuck?
And I even remember saying to you that I had come across some information someplace, another video on YouTube, imagine that, like and subscribe, and it had said something about there being a drop rate to the metals. And so the metal scavenge, depending on the design it has or the look that it has to it, there's 4 different ones in the game. 3 of them have a 25% drop rate for stalker tooth when it gets picked up. 1 of them has a 0. And we realized after we switch tactics here to what we're going to talk about, that the vast majority of the metal that he actually had in that pile was the 0 drop, and that's part of the reason we weren't getting anything, because like the only thing the stalkers were interacting with were the 0 drop chunks. And I was aware of it, but I didn't know what they looked like at the time. So we swapped strategies. Bump, talk to me about the grab trap strat.
Grab trap strat.
Beautiful name.
No, so after being a little frustrated with a game and not really sure what to do, I think I did what majority of people playing games would do. You're stuck in a game. We YouTube it. So I looked up easy ways to, you know, get stalker teeth and everything like that, and it was suggested to do a graph trap. So we watched the video, and the process did seem kind of easy enough, so I was like, fuck it. I mean, at no point was I ever going to build a graph trap. There was no point to it. Swiss didn't knock it, but he was just like, there's not really. What the fuck are you going to use it for? You know what I mean? So,
well, and that's just it. So for me, knowing about the metal was because the last time I looked up farming stalker teeth, there's a specific type of stalker who drops teeth a little, or picks up metal more frequently, knowing to avoid that one type of metal. So it was like, cool, you just drop these and you look for a stalker with this behavior and he's going to drop extra teeth and he'll attract a few others. Cool. When we went and looked it up for you, I had never seen the grab trap strategy. I've never bothered to build a gravity trap because I didn't, at no point did I see anything that I thought they were, ooh, I wish I had one of those for.
Right.
Till now.
So yeah, we go back to Pooh, we build the graph trap, and again, me and Swiss at this point never used it, so we're just like, okay. So I just drop it randomly, and shit started getting attracted to it, so I was like, cool. I think I understand the concept here. So we go to find a wide open area, stalkers, and you know, get them all attracted to it, throw some metal in there. And yeah, I mean, it worked wonders. I think I left there with at least 7 stalker teeth.
I think you were good for the rest of the game.
Yeah, a couple bite marks in my ass because I got a little too close, but other than that, no, it worked wonders.
That too didn't get stuck in there.
Yeah, right.
Missed opportunity. That would be cool. That would be cool. Get bit by stalker, hear the ching. Look in your inventory, stalker tooth added. Like,
that would be kind of
broken
cool.
tooth in my butt. But with this, and I'll say this with the grab trap too. I've always read the definition. I never built one, and I've never seen a video really using a gravity trap. So I didn't know what they actually did. I did not expect it to grab the stalkers like that too. I didn't realize that it was just going to create a
black hole in a sense.
Yeah. I didn't think it would do it quite that way. I didn't realize it was going to leash them. I thought black hole. I was thinking spinning vortex. I didn't think leashes and pulling in. So yeah, hats off to the gravity trap. It's got a use. I see it now. And thanks to that gravity trap, we finally have what we need to build it.
To build what, Swiss?
So, I mean, it's a Cyclops, but you gave it a different name.
But yeah, no, we grabbed the mobile vehicle bay, and, you know, we have all the things for it. So hop on, click the Cyclops, let it get built. Holy crap. I was told it was going to be big. I didn't think it was going to be that big. Like, when you think, for some reason, like, submarine, I'm thinking a little one-man seater and everything like that. No, Swiss informed me that it's supposed to be manned by 4 people.
3
people. It's a big boy.
Yeah, you were expecting a slightly larger version of a Seamov.
Vital signs
which would have been cool.
stabilizing.
No, but it gets built, and And obviously, what the first thing I gotta do, I gotta go check it out. And so, hop inside, and I'm exploring. I think I went through the bottom layer first, obviously. See the lockers, go through the back, and
Checked all the doors.
literally, there was a prompt for a door. I clicked it, it closed, it opened. I was like, oh, hey, it works. And at that point, I had to make sure that every single door works. So I did.
Sidebar, they do.
No dysfunctional door in my sub. But yeah, and then I get upstairs. I see the engine room. I see the 6 batteries or power cells that it takes, and I'm just like for some reason, like, this is the thing that made me feel a little bit smaller too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that thing's massive.
Yeah, and I remember Swiss telling me, it's like, this is practically going to be a small base for you. And I was like, interesting. But
yes,
then we get up to the control center, and my ADD brain is very overwhelmed with all the buttons and stuff. And I'm just like, I think I turned the lights on and off again because I could.
Yeah, you do. You have a love of turning lights on and off in games.
But yeah, and then I think before we started messing around with it too much, there was a task at hand with any vehicle, and that is to, color it and name it. Swiss, I'll let you do the honors. What did I name this beautiful machinery?
Big Mama.
Big Mama.
Which I thought was great, because considering that the vast majority of the talking electronics have a semi-female sound to them or female sound, the one that you actually designated a more female name with Big Mama is the one that speaks to you in the deepest voice. Like, welcome aboard, Captain. Like, I don't know what country she's from, but damn, she sounds healthy.
And then the color scheme that I went with, because obviously it did blue and white, red and purple, or red and pink. It's big, and I don't know why, but the first thing that came to my head that was big was the Incredible Hulk. So I did green and purple. Again, bumpy brain, very simplistic. But no,
Bumpy smash.
Bumpy smash, dude. No, green and purple, and called it Big Mama. Hopped out, looked at that sexy thing. I said this in post with Swiss here. After seeing it with green and purple, Big Mama, the one that we know, the one that we love. Also rewatching the video and seeing the base white, black, and orange little lines or whatever. That looks slick the way it came. I think that looks good the way it was.
Fair statement. That is a good design.
Yeah, so I should have left it. It definitely became an eyesore, but regardless, it's mine. So I think to wrap up that day, we didn't go anywhere, but goddamn if we didn't test drive that big beautiful baby.
Yeah. So like every vehicle that we've made, I always tell him to go test it out. And if you're a seasoned player, you know darn well all the learning curve that is the Cyclops. It doesn't drive like any of the other vehicles because, well, there's supposed to be 3 people manning this, not just you. You don't see shit. It makes a crap ton of noise. And Fumpy, you decided to see how fast that baby could go.
Yeah.
What happens when you do that?
It overheats. It gets caught on fire.
Which I think was funny because for me, and I had you check it out too, there's the upgrade terminal inside the Cyclops. And I had you check it out too. I did this when I first got in the Cyclops as well. And the first thing you notice is fire suppression system.
Yeah.
Was my first thought, was like, nothing else has offered this. That means that you light on fire often. Why? Why do you catch on? Why are you offering me this? Like, no, we did not build it. Why? Because Fumpy never went that fast again.
Excessive noise.
No, I did it once to laugh and point, and yeah, no, never again. Also, that was in open waters, and I knew this wasn't going to stay in open waters, so I definitely didn't go fast.
Oh yeah, no. You just you pointed it towards the void. And just seeing what you can do. So talk to me about that. We're gonna go more in depth on the controls later. That first time out, how is that driving that? How do you feel being in the mammoth that is Big Mama?
I hate it. I hated it. It was so slow, even on the fast speed. It was so bulky. I couldn't see a goddamn thing. There's multiple camera views. I think top through the window, and then a camera below. I think the best option was the camera below, and I believe that's one that you said that you use. But
more often than not, yeah, I swap between front view and that.
But all three suck, like, because you're seeing what's in front of you, and I hate that I have to keep saying this because I feel like I'm digging on myself, but Fumpy small brain. I forget that I have a huge ass attached to this camera.
I mean, and here's where I'm going to support you on this, though. Every other vehicle, your spatial awareness is not much larger than your field of view.
True.
You are towing a freaking semi-trailer behind you with this thing and have no way of seeing it other than the on-screen display when you do get close to hitting.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we'll get deeper into this as we go. But I do love that I told you the reason I skip using it is because I hate it for all of those reasons is your same first reaction.
And I think the biggest comparison that me and you both made, and if you guys have followed us long enough, every Sunday, baby, we're on the sea, a sea of thieves. If we're not in the water, we're out of the water, surfing the waters. And goddamn, if this thing wasn't the Brigantine, the 4-man ship in Sea of Thieves, this thing is
galleon.
Yeah, the galleon. This thing is bulky. This thing moves slow. This is not for maneuverability. That was a big comparison that we made, and it's just big. It's a big mama.
No, and yeah, for us it was the immediate likeness of just the, you know how sloops handle this way and they're real friendly and the brig's kind of okay, but it's not the greatest thing, and then you get to the galleon and you're like, I hate it, thanks.
Detecting multiple Leviathan class life forms in the region. Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
That's how I feel about the Cyclops. It's just an immediate like, cool, thanks, I hate it. The next step in that, though, was me telling you, you have a moon pool in this thing. You actually dropped yourself down into it and were like, what the hell is this room for? I can't do anything in it. And I'm like, it's a moon pool. And that's when you docked Hector in Big Mama for the first time, making them one.
Yep, I docked Hector in Big Mama. Let that sink in. Let it float, because it's a submarine. Anyways, yeah. That was I think the ending task for that day was we put Hector in Big Mama because we knew that these two were going to go far.
But we didn't know how it would end for both of them.
And you're just going to have to find out in future episodes how it ends. And it's worth it. I promise you it's worth it. It's fucking stupid. It's beyond fucking stupid.
One is our own doing. The other one is not. Find out. Now that we have the Cyclops, it's time to get the Cyclops ready for the journey. The journey. We obviously are going to use it as a mobile base to get you down to the inactive lava zone at least. This requires us to get a few different things ready though. One, we need a depth module for the Cyclops. Two, we're going to need to set up a small recharging station down in the inactive lava zone. So you're going to need the stuff for a little base down there. Just a multi-purpose room, a hatch, and a, Thermal generator.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
You know, simple things.
Little things. Little things. So, with all of this stuff we had to get, depth modules, efficiency mods, and the general things that we needed to build some of the stuff we wanted to have down there. Bring in some food, getting a couple of the lantern fruits trees onto the Cyclops as well. Really one of the first times you had to run to multiple different, like, specific areas for things that weren't due to natural exploration. Like, first time we went out to the island, yes, it was a necessity run, but, like, it's also experiencing the island for the first time. First time we got to this place, yes, it was experiencing this, but it was also getting these. So this is the first time you really had to traverse the entire map that you've learned so far for your resources. Talk to me about that. You've got multiple ways to do it now. How does it feel now that you've got this much under your belt to go out and explore compared to the beginning here? Just check in with you.
I mean, okay, to explore, it was a little tedious, but I mean, for the grand scheme of things and knowing what task is ahead, it was a task I was willing to look forward to, in a sense. Going down to the Lost River, how many times to actually get resources, going all over the place. Obviously, there's resources all over. But no, this was definitely a very tedious task to most, but I was excited because, again, I felt the gravity of what we were doing next, so I knew it was important.
I get that. I do appreciate the payoff that comes with it too. You're right. The thing coming next here is worth having to go to, the individual locations for out to Daddy Longlegs for Shell to get some more diamond, or having to go back to Jelly Shroom to get more magnetite, ruby, things like that. At least knowing where to go get it was cool. And you're right, knowing that what you're about to do next feels as big as it does is great. So you set your Cyclops up as your base. We got Big Mama ready. Hector's in there. We got plants. We got the Gidgets, or Gazmos. Keep Gidgets and Gazmos. That was great. And everything's set up. Modification station in there too. And now it's time to go on the journey. Fumpy, how was it taking Big Mama down to the Lost River?
Buddy, if anybody knows me, then you don't. I like to do things the hard way. This proves it really well.
And you did. You did do this the hard way.
Because obviously you were taking the giant submarine down into what I thought was only one way, or not like one way, but there's only one way down. So this entire process of, I feel like I was trying to put a square peg into a circle hole.
I mean, more of a giant rectangle into a tubular hole, yes.
This entire process of going down was infuriating. I said this like during, after everything.
You also got super humped by a crab squid for a section of that, and we got to listen to your submarine scream that you were under attack. Creature warning.
That was my least of my worries too. I was like, just don't put it in my hair.
I remember at one point too, we even went to go look for the health of the submarine, and we're like, oh, Big Mama's fine. Who cares?
Yeah, I was just worried about scraping the paint,
That you did, sir. That you did. If anybody was trying to follow you down there, all they had to do is follow the purple and green.
No, it's funny too, because how many times I get out of the submarine, look, no, I got enough room, crash. Fuck, all right, get out.
Yeah, at some point you abandoned the camera system altogether and
it just was not helping me.
I had the same problem. When you and I talked about doing this, that was part of the discussion we had, was I had the same issue. This is why I didn't like the Cyclops in the first place. For the place you had to take it down, all of these other things are nimble in their own right. And then all of a sudden, you gave me the most cumbersome thing to go stick down the smallest hole.
Do you know what's probably funny? The developers are probably like, we could have given him a 2-man submarine. Hell, we could have just gave him a little, like, sea moth with a little extra storage and everything like that. Nope. Let's make this a little challenging.
Early on, there was other art that they had released, and yeah, it actually had different designs for the Cyclops. There is some out there, you can find it on YouTube land in different sources. I want to say it was Lost Bacon where I saw this video, but there were actually like 4 other models that they had out there for being the Cyclops. Then it was different shapes and different sizes a little bit. Like, it was still bigger than all the other ones, but they had different sizes and different models. This is the one they ended up choosing, though, at the end. And it's probably the one that looks the most like a standard submarine for this. So they did have other models. It might have been different, but this is what we had. So you finally get Big Mama through the opening. We're in the Lost River, and now you're fighting trees.
Because again, how many times do you see me go through this Lost River? I'm hugging that right wall all the way through. So it's the path I know. It's the path I like. And
it's the Fumpy way.
It ain't the submarine way, I'll tell you what.
It wasn't Big Mama's way. So we didn't build a chainsaw. Didn't find blueprints for that, so we couldn't cut the trees down. Fumpy had to go around. Take me through your next descent, because this is where it starts to get easier for you, I felt like.
Yeah.
But that first descent, you didn't pull out far enough either, and I remember you hitting half the way down.
So the controls, obviously, you can aim up or down, and then you go that way or whatever. Then you also have the bumpers that allow you to go up or down. And my struggle, even with the sea moth or whatever, if I'm facing down and going down, I want to hit the descend button. But that descends me the way my sea moth is facing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that was the biggest struggle, where it's like, I can descend faster if I press both of these. Nope, not how that works. Oh, you want to hug the wall? I got you.
Well, and like we said, one of the other problems is it's not like you can get the Cyclops to point straight up or down, like face straight up or down that way very well. It doesn't do that for shit. Like, it's meant to like be just sitting in the water perpendicular and drop up and down. It doesn't let you like move its head down and wiggle through stuff very well.
But all in all, after that, the final, well, not the final descent, but after the big waterfall, oh, it got so much easier. I mean, it's wide open area, left turn, you're there.
The big wide open spaces really helped, and that got us down to the inactive lava zone faster. And as soon as you get down to the inactive lava zone, you run into the thing that I'd hinted at a few times. I told you that it's mostly safe in this zone, but there is something you have to be on the lookout for. And you finally encounter it, and that are the energy suckers. You scan one. What's your thought on those guys? How did you feel about these? For me, I thought this was a really cool mechanic to have something that far down that is literally just trying to suck raw power.
Right, you're literally just there to fuck with you.
When you think about all the alien structures that we're about to go encounter, though, it makes sense that something like this would live down here, because there is a lot of power being generated by things yet.
Yeah, very true.
So in theory, that's what I would be expecting them to be going after and searching out. But, you know, as you enter the zone, it kind of is just like blood in the water, like, ooh, I sense electrical power over here.
Yeah, I suppose they're pretty far away, too, from any energy down there. They were starving to death.
Right. That's why they're so happy you're here.
But, I mean, like, I think I read what they were, and I was like, okay. And I didn't care about the Cyclops all that much. I think I more or less ignored them. I think I chopped 1 or 2 up, because it was fun to me. I think we just ignored them for the time being.
Yeah, this is where, like we said, it was such a fight to get Big Mama down here. And now it's not overtly useful. I mean, we could take it into the next zone, but if you keep watching, you'll understand why that's not necessarily something you want to do. So we powered her down. You know, we dropped Hector out, and we pulled out the power cells to save whatever energy was in them. We can use them in Hector for longer expeditions, because that's kind of what we're going to be doing from down here. And so we set up your little base. You know, you get your multi-purpose room set up, and you put on your hatch for it, and then we attach the thermo generator So inside the little base, then, we build the modification station, a power cell charger, and a battery charger. And that's really all this station is for.
And a fabricator.
Your fabricator as well. Took that off the wall in there. You still have your lantern fruit in Big Mama for some food, some storage up in Big Mama as well. So you and I had talked beforehand that we were going to need to build this down here. How was it to see this actually come to life and understand it now?
In kind of the safe area of the lava zone, which is still uneasy. I didn't picture it as home. I definitely pictured it as a safety net.
A post or a waypoint?
Yeah, so, I mean, a home away from home, I wouldn't really classify it as that. It's more of a, need something? Come here. It's just nice to have that sense of security.
And I mean, you and I talked about this. We probably could have picked a little bit of a better spot and gotten better use of the thermo generator. You know, maybe we would have been smarter to use a nuclear one down there again. Whatever. This was really what was the quickest, easy, accessible way to do it. And so we just went this route. Relying a little bit on me on that one, where like, these are the things I know can get you through and are the least amount of hassle.
Throughout this entire playthrough, I don't think we were doing things a typical person playing this game would do. Just for the fact, like, we didn't build half the stuff because it wasn't necessary. Like, we knew our mission. I knew what I wanted to see, and it definitely wasn't a full-blown base down in the lava zone. I mean, hey, second playthrough, we'll talk about that.
I mean, Fumpy Castle next to Lava Castle.
Fumpy Castle.
Speaking of Lava Castle, going to the active lava zone, bud. We're finally here. We're at that point. We take Hector. We got the kyanite. We have your depth module finally. You know, a little bit more run and fetch on that. And now we're ready. We're ready to go. Active lava zone. Talk to me about getting into the active lava zone here.
Well, I think one of the funniest points in my opinion with this whole thing is we had Death Module 1 for the prawn suit. We needed 2. So I mean, with that we needed kyanite, and obviously we needed Hector for kyanite, and because finding the little shards were borderline impossible for where we were at the time.
Yeah. At this point, I was unaware that since the last time I had played, there had been an update. And kyanite is no longer available in the inactive lava zone. And one of the last playthroughs I did, that wasn't a thing yet. And that's kind of the beauty of Subnautica. This game has continued to evolve even after all this time.
Yeah, so we took Hector as far as you can go to farm the outcrop of the kyanite. Got what we needed. Cool. Now it's time to make MK2. So obviously, as you know, to upgrade your modules, you need to not have it in Hector. So we did what we needed to do, and we knew that Hector couldn't go below 900, so we went back up to the Tree of Life or whatever the hell it is. Posted him up, took MK out, dove back down, and in the mix of back and forth and everything like that, there was a warper. So I was getting a little nervous. I'm not quite sure what compelled me to do it, but I got in Hector and I jumped without having
below 900,
without having MK1 in it. Oh, stupid! MK2 stupid! In that matter. And I think the only thing I said was stupid.
So yeah, at this point, like, God. Editor, get that in here.
Best reaction I've seen in
you do legit just start calling yourself stupid. I start laughing because, like, you reprimanded yourself. I watched you do this. It was hilarious.
It genuinely was funny. It was just like, and I caught myself pretty quickly. Like, it was just like,
you were still airborne. It hadn't even yelled at you yet when you realized that you had done it. Like,
it's the damn warpers, man. I swear to God.
They are your enemy, because when you got to the kyanite, the same thing. You went to go start drilling the kyanite, and a warper ripped you out of your suit. Like, warpers have been the bane of your existence on this playthrough so far. Like, you avoided reapers. You got warpers instead.
Can't avoid those fuckers.
So we got your kyanite now. We make that mod 2. Get it in Hector. We're good for 1,500 meters. Lava castle, sir.
It's time to go.
We get you back into the active lava zone. And you start to hear something while we're looking for the lava castle I've told you about. And I'm blown away because you are pretty much ignoring anything and everything you hear around you. So talk to me. Deep in the active lava zone here, looking for the lava castle. Is this just an overload? Or is this, I'm just going to stay focused and do stuff? What was happening to you here?
I don't recall if I knew about the big motherfucker. But all I know was there's warpers, there's lava lizards, there's a lot of things that can hurt me here, and I knew I had to get to the castle. So, again, same thing in past videos and everything. Point A to point B, man. I can't sit around, otherwise I'm fucked.
Gotcha.
And so all the noises or whatever, these are all new creatures to me, I mean, besides the warper, but so I kind of more or less tuned them out and focused on the mission.
That's what I told you to stop tuning it out. And I asked you to just look around. You give me one of the fastest spin arounds ever. And I remember just chuckling and being like, okay, now actually look around. Like, I don't know what you thought you were doing, but like, do you hear that thing? Like, actually look around for me. We get your reaction. Let's unpack that a little bit here.
Holy shit!
Seeing the sea dragon, Leviathan, for the first time. Thoughts?
God. I was speechless at the time. I think I said, oh my god, and just stared at it. And it got really close. Because I remember...
for a while, I think you just kept repeating, it's so freaking big. Like, well, yeah. It's the second largest thing in the game.
In one of the alien bases, we scanned one of these things, right? Like the bones.
You scan a baby version of it in one of the eggs, yeah.
But same thing with the Cyclops or whatever. It's like, you know it's going to be big and everything like that, but when you see it, you're just like, fuck. But yeah, no, it's just, it was so fucking big, dude.
I jokingly tell you to go scan it. And to my utter surprise, you just, boom, out, stasis rifle.
Yes, sir.
You went hard at this, and pick up a random death for it. After rewatching, though, we realized it wasn't from the Sea Dragon, because we were confused by it too. You had caught it in the stasis rifle. All of a sudden, you take fire damage, and you die. That's it. And we're like, what the heck? On the rewatch, though, we realized that a lava lizard from behind you shot you with a fireball.
Which is, frankly, just annoying.
Which means when you reloaded back in, you had to go scan him again.
Which, luckily enough, I was already at like 80%, so
wasn't so bad. The thing you complained about the most while trying to do it was how fast he was.
Dude, I know we talked about like different speeds between like Seamoth and Sea Glide and everything, but that Sea Glide ain't shit compared to that thing. Holy hell.
Which is where I'm going to bring up the statement of this. Now, imagine you're in the Seamoth, which we keep saying has got to be somewhere comparable to a Sea Glide, right? Like, we're sure one's faster than the other, but not by much, right? This means if you're traveling in your Seamoth and this thing saw you, him catching up to you is nothing.
Ooh, imagine taking
the Cyclops. You know what I mean?
Yeah, imagine taking the Cyclops down here. You'd be fucked.
So this is actually why I didn't have you do it, because on my first playthrough, I did. And I didn't see him. I entered the active lava zone and followed a wall. And so I had found this nice little pocket where I was confused as hell, didn't see the lava castle for quite some time. But I was in like one of the furthest tucked away corners of that spot and didn't see him at all. Then I finally traveled out in my prawn suit. I found the lava castle, and then I was like, oh, I'll just move my big thing closer, right? I'll grab my Cyclops. So I head back to the Cyclops, and that's when I see my Cyclops getting attacked by that thing. And I was immediately like, and no. Like, this is horrible.
Nice
like, well, I mean, I was able to fix it and save it and stuff, but This is why I told you to leave it in the inactive lava zone, because, like, if you take it forward, all you're doing is asking to have it attacked. And he will. He will. So, you know, we're over the shock of Sea Dragon here, and we finally see the lava castle. Talk to me about lava castle.
When we were first looking for it, you were saying, like, oh, look for the lava castle. I'm looking for, like, a typical castle, you know, with, like, the spires on the side and watchtowers and shit like that. No. It's just a giant mountain with a bunch of caverns and caves and everything like that. But no, then we see the little, like, alien pillars and everything like that, and I was like, got it. But going through it, we go in, and I think we decided to read about the dragon.
Yeah.
And this bitch-ass lizard.
Who will affectionately forever be known as Bitch Lizard from this day forward.
He, like, I was in a little tiny hole. Nobody was gonna bother me, except for this dude. He kept on just looping around, keep pressing the issue. Do you know what I do with my prawn suit?
Bitch Lizard.
Tell him, Swiss. Tell him what I did.
Ground him right in the face. Every time it came by, he was all like, drill arm. All right, drill arm. Here's the drill arm.
He became canned tuna.
That's right, folks. Lava lizard in a can. Get yours today. Like and subscribe.
No, but I mean, we continued down, and obviously we get to the alien facility, and I still think I'm in the mindset of, like, point A to point B. So I was like, okay, we need to get in here because I still feel unsafe. Because I don't even think you told me, like, that we would be safe from the dragon. Who knew that maybe that guy had a way in? I didn't know.
Yeah, no. When we were in the catacombs, you did jump out because we saw individual kyanite.
Yes.
And you were like, cool. So I think you plucked a couple of that. I think you grabbed a lava lizard egg too. So when you were in the catacombs, you felt pretty safe knowing that, like, the lizards were the only thing that could come get you. But when it opened up into the cavern, yeah. Between the lava being owie and being able to hear the sea dragon still, you were pretty straight A to B. So we get inside the facility here, and we're able to scan a few things, learn a little bit more, and that's when we realized too that we need some tablets.
Unfortunate oversight.
Well, a blue tablet wasn't something that we were expecting to need, and the purple tablet was like, oh crap, I forgot about that for you. I should have told you to bring one down. On the upside, you had ion cubes with you, and there was a portal there, so we were able to take that portal. That portal led us back to the gun island. Give me some thoughts on all of a sudden, like, boom, portal back to here.
It was relieving that it wasn't somewhere new. Like, if it would have been completely somewhere that was not convenient, that would have. It was relieving that I was close to home again.
Familiar territory.
Yes.
Gotcha. So using this, you know, we head back to Pooh. We make our tablets, do a couple things, and then we get back here. We use the tablets, and this is where we get two things. One, we learn that this is a main power generation facility, and it teaches us about ion battery technology. And then it also tells us about a primary containment facility, being Southwest.
No,
I think I'm gonna...
No, sorry, I remember getting upset about this. It said South by Southeast.
And that's where I was just about to throw to you. So, still being upset about this, tell me about these directions, sir.
In the PDA, it said while leaving the castle, going south by southeast, you're going to be finding a specific, I think it's a cavern or something like that. So I said, cool. Leave out the door of the castle, ignore the big ass dragon in the sky, and start going south southeast, because that is what it told me to do. I hit this giant wall. I'm going through all these little crevices. It's like, oh, maybe there's like a little secret one. Like, why would they like promote that this is here? Not that anyone's coming down to the active lava zone, but regardless.
This is also where I tell Fumpy, I get lost doing this every time, and it makes sense because I never use a compass. So this southwest never helps me. Southwest, sure. Gonna jump out here, 360 no scope, and pick a direction. Continue, sir.
So after, I want to we were going for a fucking solid minute here. We were going for at least 20 minutes. And I get frustrated because how many times I had to go back to the castle southeast. Okay, there's nothing over here. Go back to the castle southeast because that's what it said to do. We ended up doing what we did previously, as any person would do. YouTube.
That's why we're here, folks. Like and subscribe.
But no, so the southeast from the castle, from the door, is a slight left. Watching the video, they take a solid fucking right.
Hard right.
Going past a skeleton remain, which I didn't scan, and then continuing on from there, and then you reach a giant pit with little corridors in it. Yeah, this is the pit that we passed previously. I was gonna bring my prawn suit down there. I wanted to go check the depth and everything. Then it just didn't seem necessary, so we didn't. And who knew it would be so goddamn necessary?
And it's funny because for me, because of where this is in the game and how many times I've played now, I go down there with everything I need, knowing what I'm about to do. So I only ever do this once. So no, this isn't something I've memorized because, like, I do it that one time of playthrough. Get frustrated with it every time because I can never find it. When I finally do, like, cool, awesome. I never remember where it's at. But I also never go back through here. So I was useless to you for the first time in this playthrough on this one. And even when you got down there, like, we finally get you down into the pit. I remember even joking to you then, like, cool, guess what? I'm still not useful. There's a door somewhere here. It's going to be bright. And you're like, what? And I'm like, the place you're going is going to be bright. Like, and that's all I can tell you.
And with this PDA, and if we're just being stupid and I'm just missing something, let us know. You can call me stupid. That's fine. Correct.
Did we leave the wrong way?
Was there other doors?
I think there's at least one entrance in there.
Interesting.
But even if there is more than one door, my problem is southeast doesn't change. Whether you go out the north door, the south door, the east door, southwest, or southeast will always be
southeast.
Freaking southeast.
Yep. Regardless, we found it.
And now you're in the lava lake. Talk to me about the lava lake here, because for me, you insta-panicked. Yep, you had some warper activity down there. We see another sea dragon, and it's lava. I know at one point you fell in it, and I had to tell you that your suit was taking hella damage. You fell in some lava, and you thought you were safe.
I am what you seek. Want to help you.
And then you actually stepped in it, and we watched your prawn suit drain pretty quick.
Yeah.
So being in the lava lake, talk to me about being down here, the deepest depths of Subnautica.
It's hot. No. Yeah. So being in the lava lake, obviously the first thing that caught my attention was the giant cubes with it looked like tentacles. So I instantly thought this was a robotic, like, watcher type thing. Like, for some reason they're gonna have.
Oh, you were waiting for like a sentry mech.
Yeah, dude. So that was the first thing that caught my eye. I was like, what are these? And then he was like, yeah, I don't know, nothing. I was like, okay. I mean, going through this, I'm trying to Spider-Man my way through all of this. Gripping onto the things that I think are thought were sentry guns. For some reason, again, I just always on edge, always think that things are out to get me.
Like if you were to mix this game with something like Metroid,
it would be.
Yeah, those totally would have been. Like, in any other game, you're probably right. At the very least, those are like enemy pill buildings where, like, it's just a bunker for them to shoot you from. You play too much Doom.
Yeah, right. No, but then we finally get to the entrance, and I'm pretty sure I, like, back up and be like, safety, bitch. Can't touch me. But yeah, so now we're here, and a giant locked gate with a key. The key being the blue tablet.
So yeah, you get here, and we look around. One of the first things you get to do is mine with the prawn suit with Hector. You get to drill for some ion cubes.
Yeah. Well, I can't deny. We need to talk about that beautiful entrance. You walk up that huge ramp, the lights are going on, one after another. It's just the little details, man.
Which is funny, because when we were playing it, when you were doing it for the first time, I remember you getting to the top of it and immediately going, so unnecessary. You turned around and looked at it again. I assumed that meant you didn't like it. Here it is, you're like, it's so unnecessary. Love it.
It's like, it's just bougie for something that's never seen by people. Well, to be
That's
fair,
awesome.
like this facility like got brought down here, right?
No, it was built here.
That's so stupid.
It's using all of the energy from it's picking up from the thermos around it to make the ion cubes. That's what this building does, along with the other thing we'll get to.
But yeah, drilling the repeating ion cubes. I drilled it, and I think you told me that it generates it here. I'm just like, okay, that's cool.
As soon as you finish drilling it, it boom lit up, and there was the giant green thing, and you were like, whoa, what is it doing? Like, oh, it's regenerating the ion cubes. Like, I was casual about it. You're like, what? So with your ion cubes, you get to go scan a few other things around here, artifacts. We realized that these precursor aliens have come into contact with humans before, because there's a Earth artifact there. A few other things as well. You also find multiple of the teleportation gates.
Yes.
And this is where we have to have a very serious conversation.
Is this the sad conversation?
This is the sad conversation. For those of you who were intimately loving Hector, we have some bad news for you. So while Fumpy was exploring some of these teleporter gates, after going through one of them, we come back. Fumpy, what happened to Hector?
I thought, because you know, you step away from Hector, and he kind of like just crouches down, being all cute and stuff. I thought since we went further away, we went through teleporter, we went all the way to, I think, the Lost River, through the teleporter, and we come back, and I thought since we just went further away, he curled up in a little, like, disc. Oh boy, were we wrong. I was like, oh, look at you, he's so cute. Oh, he's glitched. He's glitched in the floor.
And I didn't think too much of this either, because I've had this sort of happen to me before, and 9 out of 10 times, like, you get in him, and he, like, boom, stands up and you're back to level, and, like, the game corrects itself. Cool, whatever. I've also had a couple times where, like, oh, it's moving real weird and slow, and, like, I'll grapple arm onto something, and it's like I pulled myself out of quicksand. So I still didn't think there was a whole lot wrong here either.
I get in it while it's like half glitched in the floor, trying to jump, trying to drill, trying to grapple my way out of it, and it's just not letting me. I tried to leave Hector, and it was not letting me. So for some fucking reason, the first action I thought to do was save the fucking game. But man, was that so dumb of me in fucking in post. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so we saved the game. I feel like we spawned back in Hector, and then it was brought to my attention that there's an unstuck button. So we clicked,
which is what I was hoping he would use before saving.
Which might have saved us.
Yeah, because in my mind that would have then just moved. Like, I felt like with Hector still sticking somewhat out of the ground like that, and him being in it, I assumed it was just gonna drop Hector 5 feet, 10 feet above the floor there, and just boop, Hector's there. Okay. What did it do instead once you reloaded?
So when we reloaded, we unstuck, and it brought us back to the bulb zone. And this is where we came across the Mesmer for the first time, by the way. And
you provoked the shit out of it.
I looked at it.
You tried so hard.
I stabbed it, and I looked at it. To be fair, I found out I was looking at its ass the entire time. But regardless, I stabbed it like 4 times. If you're getting stabbed, I'm pretty sure you're going to turn around and be like, oh, what the fuck? But, yeah, no, the first encounter of a Mesmer is something that we've been kind of looking forward to encountering. Poof.
Nothing.
Gone.
Didn't even care he was there.
I said, fuck it, we're done. We're going back through. And, yep, instead of what Swiss said, which is, oh, it'll just pop up 10 feet and drop and cool, you got it. Nope. It dropped 50 feet below the surface of the floor it was stuck in.
I think it's actually like 25 meters, which made me question if it wasn't just in the special area below that we were going to explore. So we still had some hope here. What we didn't have was a blue tablet. On the upside, we just found a way back to the Lost River, which means we can get back to your little base camp down there. So we do. We take it, we get down there, we make you a blue tablet, get some food, get some water, and we come on back. And if you want to know what happens next, you're going to have to catch us on the next episode. But we would like to take a minute to just reflect and thank Hector for everything he did, for being the best little drill arm guy he could be. All the monkey swings. Fumpy, would you like to say a few words for Hector?
Spoiler alert, we don't get him back. It's still hard, because he was a cool little mech. He was my mech, and I let him down. I let him rot. Play the outro. I'm sad now.
I'm not gonna lie, that one got me a little bit. I'm like, oh. Poor Hector, we barely knew thee.
Honestly.
Like, you maybe, like, you know how, like, heavy equipment, like a forklift has its run hours?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Hector has to have less than, like, in a 30-hour playthrough, you have probably less than 3 hours using Hector. And gone.
Yep.
So we're back here, and we lost Hector. We need to go back and see if we can get Hector. So we make our way back to the primary containment facility. We find that Hector's not just merged into the floor anymore. He's further down into the floor when we reloaded this time.
He just keeps getting deeper.
Which we thought was a good thing, because this gave us a little bit of hope. For anybody that's played the game, you know what's below Hector. And that means there was a chance that Hector was just in the next room below.
Which would have been amazing.
But in order to get there, we needed a blue tablet. So we had to go make one, which required figuring out how to get back out of here. Thank God, Fumpy went ahead and turned on a few of the different portals. Fump, how did we get out of here?
Funny enough, I remember a portal in the Lost River. I think me and you were discussing how to go about this, and like, I don't think we had enough oxygen or whatever. Then I remembered that we had the portal. The problem was, I believe we got back to our base in the inactive lava zone, and we had to find that portal. But I knew where it was, but I didn't know where it was. So it became kind of swim around and go find it. And I don't.
It became a reconnaissance mission.
Yes.
We knew it was still possible, but we had to piece together how to do it now.
Which, with some trial and error, with the death and we did end up finding it, which, like,
thank God.
Yeah, it was incredible to find that, because it just saved us a whole bunch of time, and we definitely remembered it at that point.
Well, and I mean, so we solved one problem. We figured out how to traverse the area even without Hector now, how to get back and forth. There was still one potential problem if we don't get Hector back.
Which at that point I did not know, and I don't think you told me, nor did I want to know, because that just wasn't a problem for right now. It's a bridge that we crossed later.
And that was just it. While this is lurking in the back of my mind, I didn't share this information with you because, well, we couldn't get back to the primary containment facility safely, and we were screwed anyway.
True.
Now that we found our way to traverse back and forth safely, we get our blue tablet. And this is one of those moments for me where I attempted to just mute the mic, but then I had to tell you where it was. So talk to me, because I tell you that it's behind you, and you turn. Take me through the second largest thing in the game.
It's funny, because, okay, we slap the blue tablet in, open the door, cool. I see a little moon pool type deal. And I was like, oh, okay. I looked down, and Swiss was like, go ahead. I was just like, you know how I am with all these facilities. I'm just like a little on edge. I'm just like, you're telling me to jump into a mysterious pool. So I jump in. Immediately, I turn and look towards the icon of Hector to see if I can retrieve him. So I turn around to that little platform right beneath the moon pool. And boom, giant claw. What the fuck? Boom, giant claw. And I don't want to say I screamed, but I exclaimed.
Are you here to play? Others came here once. They built these walls. They played alone. They bored me. Now they're gone. And instead, we have you. We are curious whether you swim with the current or fight against it, as they did.
If the developers did not intend on that being kind of a jump scare, then I'm just a bitch.
So I think that's one of the beautiful things about this game in general is it ends up falling strangely into a horror category sometimes for people. And the developers have said it numerous times. It was never what they attempted to have be one of the focuses in the game. Wasn't that you were constantly going to be scared or feel unease. They wanted you to have some of that, but they didn't expect it to go the way it did. And so, no, this was supposed to be like a fun reveal in their mind, because this is the thing that you've seen on the screen a couple of times try to contact you. What are you? You're getting closer. You know, it happened one day when you were just out and about doing stuff, when it asked what you were. It happened again when you got to the active lava lake, and she said, I am close, you know, you're coming near me. So it's funny because it's been telling you the whole time, and it's been trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty.
To be fair, I didn't see the face of the biggest creature in the game. I saw more of a small alien. So, like, just the fact of not knowing what I'm looking for.
You didn't realize she'd be Wumbo-sized.
Oh, she Wumbo. I think the file of that game recording, I just named it Big Mama Jamma. But regardless, anyways, so then she goes on her little spiel. I'm looking around, and obviously our PDA says all these creatures are docile, and Swiss gets to explaining that she is the one.
Yes, she is the end-all be-all here. The Sea Emperor Leviathan is an interesting... It's seemingly the only intelligent life form on the planet. Which I think is just astounding. That not only was it intelligent, the level of intelligence built for it. Crazy, telepathy, everything. Yeah, she's just cool as hell. I'm with you on that. You're not wrong when you say that when you have the visions of her, you definitely aren't expecting it to be...
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, like, Jesus. Criminy, she's bigger than the Statue of Liberty kind of thing. Like...
And it's crazy, too, because that little cage that she's in, she's big. Don't get me wrong. It's huge, the biggest one in the game, but, like, in that little container that she's in, doesn't do how big she is. It doesn't do it justice. You know what I mean?
That's actually funny because I had that thought myself during one of my playthroughs of, can you imagine running into her in the wild?
That's the thing too.
I'd have never given her enough time to find out she was friendly and sentient.
Right.
After everything else we've encountered on the planet, no, she 100% looks like a Reaper that's going to kill you. She comes off as being the underwater version of a mix between a praying mantis and a squid.
Yeah.
And she looks like she'd eat your head.
While we're down there, after she does her thing, she starts swimming around, and I'm just following her, just in awe. I was told to go down, and you see these little eggs, and so I scan them. I scan the incubator and everything like that, and then she comes down and kind of sits in front of me, and then gets up and swims away.
No, and I mean, this really threw me off too, because that was the thing I was waiting for. This is the, leading up to getting to the primary containment facility, we went on that search for how to get there from the active lava zone to the lava lakes area. And I had said it, I don't remember that very well. The parts of this I do remember really well, though, are my interactions with her, because they're so memorable. So I was waiting for her to sit down and do her whole spiel. So when she swam away, I immediately was like, oh no. Did the glitch to Hector soft lock? Thankfully it didn't. We watched her swim around one more time, and then she came back around.
I believe it was just for the fact I didn't scan the portal, I believe it was.
That might have been what it was. I think it was that you scanned things out of order, so she wasn't sure what to do, but then finally did what she needed to do. But it also, noting on Hector, he was not in there.
No.
In fact, Hector got lost inside actual building. The area Hector clipped into is about 10 feet short of being inside her pool. So we never did get Hector back.
No, and with everything going on with the Emperor swimming around and everything like that, me and Sleuth just we looked, and I don't even think we said anything. We just both kind of knew Hector was gone.
My young need to hatch, to play outside this place. We have been here so long. The others built a passage to reach the world outside. I asked them for this freedom, but they could not hear me. If you help us, I will give you freely what the others tried in vain to take.
Well, and like you said, at this point, we had already been planning for the idea of not having Hector. And again, there's still only one thing that may possibly screw us not having Hector. And I still haven't said anything to him. So let's continue here. So she gives us the spiel that the precursors beforehand could not speak to her, she couldn't speak to them. So we now know why this other alien species, as technologically advanced as they were, couldn't solve or cure this bacteria. And it's all because they couldn't communicate with her. So, at this point, we don't know exactly what that means for the aliens or what it means about the other species, the precursors, as we're calling them. But clearly they couldn't communicate with this being. But she can communicate with us. So she tells us she will give us freely what she would not give to the others who could not hear. And that's when she introduces us to her babies and tells us that they need a special enzyme to allow them to hatch.
With the passage you have opened, my young can leave this place. But first they must feel the time is right and break free of their shells. This is what the others could not force from me. To you, I give the secret willingly.
Thumpy, how did you feel about finding this out? That she had tried to help in the past, but they wouldn't listen and they trapped her.
Well, obviously, the precursors have done a lot of questionable, stupid things that obviously it's a little frustrating for the fact, like, they trapped her down here. She tried to explain herself, and they couldn't listen, so they just fucked off and ruined this entire planet. You know what I mean? So in the end, where she gets to talk to us, we're listening, and she trusts us enough. I mean, to be fair, like, I think at the point of being down there for how many hundreds of years?
She doesn't say, but clearly it's been quite some time.
So I think at the end, if anybody's able and willing to listen, I think you're just going to have to trust them. You know what I mean? So in the end, it did feel really good to be bestowed a honor like that.
Well, and I always thought about it too, where, like, you know, she reaches out to you while you're still near your life pod in the safe shallows for the first time, and that makes me think that, like, she has to have a really solid understanding of this region of the planet to have felt you from that far away.
Right.
And to have reached out. I think the other part of that, and the reason she trusts you, Riley, so fast, is she's known about you since then. And if you manage to travel all this way there, clearly you're there to help only.
Mm-hmm.
That, and then understanding that while the precursors couldn't hear her, it is abundantly clear that she could hear everything they were doing.
Which must have been painful.
Dude, right? Okay, that's the thing that gets me is like, oh, they're trying to cure this. Well, I'd love to help them. Oh, they can't hear me. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? What are you doing to my babies? Like, this only had to get more and more frustrating. On the flip side, I love the solace that, like, they attempted to force me. I wouldn't allow it. Like, good on you. Good on you. Given everything going on, you were willing to let it kill all of them. Like, that is the point she reached. So, like, I do love the idea that this hyper-intelligent alien race could have solved this whole issue if they'd just simply had they not interfered at all, she would have taken care of it on its own. So, like, I do love the idea that the precursors caused this whole problem by attempting to solve the problem.
Everything would just be led back to some miscommunication.
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof.
So moving on here. For me, this was a funny moment then. Because you got to look at the recipe for the hatching enzymes.
Yeah.
What did we learn about that?
Well, here, let me list off what the hatching enzymes needed. Eye stalk seeds.
Eye stalk seeds are found in the Grand Reef area out by the Daddy Longlegs area, or Daddy Longlegs people, and are only used for the hatching enzyme.
Fungal sample.
Which comes from the giant shroom forest, the mushroom forest, which we like so much, and you always felt safe around, but again, never thought to scan or take a sample of.
OG ghostweed seed.
Ghostweed seed, also found in the depths of certain places. I believe that one is in the bulb zone. I want to say the bulb zone.
Bumblebush Kush sample.
The Bumblebush
Sorry,
sample.
I got schedule one on the brain.
Yeah, you do. That's out in the bulb zone. You had to get the bulb seeds for it. It's out in the bulb zone.
And then the final one, the sea crown seed.
Which is actually found inside her layer there.
Which, I mean, with searching through all that, I only saw the one as well.
And again, I told you that I only ever remember coming across a few of them, and they're always kind of hard to find.
But yeah, Swiss, why was this a funny moment?
The big reason this was the funny moment for me is because all through this playthrough, at different times, when he encountered these, I actually had told him, you should probably scan it, you'll need it for later game. He didn't.
I said, it'll be fine. It's fine.
And then we got here, and he was like, oh shit.
Yep, face
and
to
I'm
palm.
like, see, this is where you should be glad you have a Swiss bear, because if you'd have pulled a me at one point and had not done this, you would have had that moment of, where the hell do I get this from?
Oh yeah, I would not have. This would have been if I was alone, this definitely would have been a Google moment.
And for me, it was a Google moment once. But I learned that lesson. And I scan now. I actually can't say that. The last few playthroughs I've done myself, I don't know that I've scanned anything that wasn't something I had to scan.
Well, and to be fair, you already have the knowledge.
Right. But no, that's why, like, new playthroughs of any of the Subnautica franchise for somebody, I scan. You don't know what they're going to suddenly make important at a random point in the game. I mean, how many times have you gone through a bulb zone or seen a bulb tree, or how many times have you gone through a mushroom forest looking for parts or schematics or whatever, and never once did you think you were going to need the seeds from it?
Not even a little bit.
In fact, all the way back in episode 1, you even make the comment that you don't think the scanner tool is overtly useful because there are multiple items that just don't have a purpose. And I had said something then even of like, you can think that.
Let me say this. If we weren't recording this, if we were if I was going to play this by my lonesome, which I wouldn't have, I would have took the time to potentially scan, probably not everything, because that just seems excessive to me and frankly boring. But I definitely would have scanned a lot more, because obviously if I was playing alone, the only way to get knowledge from this game is to do that. So in a different life, in a different world, different time, I probably would have done a lot more scanning.
No, that's a really fair, reasonable argument. I guess I didn't think about it in that light. Again, this is where I had said at the beginning, and I guess this was part I didn't think about, is that yes, I alter your playthrough dramatically simply by existing with my knowledge on it. I didn't think about it that way, though, that for you just, scanning became something you would do if I immediately, like, you need to scan that, have to scan that.
Yeah.
If I wasn't saying that, like, it's a have to scan, well, then I clearly didn't need to. Yeah. I understand that now.
I mean, like I said, I'm glad you didn't, because it made obviously a good talking point. And it's just like lesson learned, you know what I mean? And obviously, if anybody new for some reason is starting to play Subnautica and watching this for the first time, let this be a fucking lesson, like Swiss said. Scan your shit. Scan. But with all that, tracking down all the seeds and going back and forth will save you the time.
So, we make the enzymes, and we did that at the base in the inactive lava zone. And this is also when we take the time to figure out this path a little bit better. And that's when we realized that our only way back to the primary containment facility inside the lava lake with the Sea Emperor Queen, is through that small door that we found in the Lost River. So we go ahead and make the tablet down in our base there, and then we come back up through the Lost River, and we go through the portal to get back to the primary containment facility where we lost Hector, and we jump back in.
Yep, and then once down there, obviously you get the option to put the enzymes in, and something beautiful, like genuinely, like this was a just stop and stare situation where the eggs started hatching, and it was a nice, beautiful moment where the eggs hatch, these babies come out, they're all floating around, swimming around, and they go straight to their mom. And my dumbass was like, I'm your dad, I helped.
Right, but like, it catches on to what the game's done the whole time. You've spent so much time isolated in this game that by the time you get to this moment and you see the genuine love or affection between the children and the mom, it's heartwarming. Because, like, dude, you haven't even had a regular conversation with anybody in this whole game. You haven't had a single interaction with anyone the whole game. Your PDA talking to you, and your base or whatever you got into saying, "Welcome aboard, Captain," are the only voices you've heard this entire time. That are real voices from a real person. And then you have this moment.
My young are swimming for the shallows. I thank you. Their freedom is my end. What will it be like, I wonder, to go to sleep and never wake up? Perhaps next we meet, I will be an ocean current, carrying seeds to a new land. Or a creature so small, it sees the gaps between the grains of sand. Farewell, friend.
Ah, dude. It wasn't just the first time you got to see somebody else and something else with emotions. It was the hatching and birth of children that a mother has been waiting for. She's been staying alive just for this moment. Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. Am I overselling it? Maybe. Tell me in the comments. But I think this is heartwarming. And heartbreaking.
So she lays down, and I was told to turn around and to go through the portal and follow the babies. But before we go through there, we come across this little, I don't want to say glowing, but very luminescent egg. But then, obviously, I tried to scan it, didn't allow me to scan it, but it allowed me to interact with it. So, you know, it's funny too, because like if I were to interact with it and like if I was actually the character, I would try to like pick it up both hands. But no, this dude fisted it. No, he stuck his hand in it, and obviously it covered our entire hand and kind of like absorbed in through our glove, which I think was funny. Yeah, then we got the cure, Enzyme 42, the thing that these creatures create naturally to save the planet. It could have saved the planet. It's so frustrating. We got the cure,
right?
And it was just, that was it. What is the word? Invigorating? Liberating? That might be the word.
Liberating, yeah. It was a freeing moment.
So a very liberating moment there.
Especially for you, because you'd been fearing the bacteria. Like, the moment it actually grew some pustules on you, this became an issue for you.
Oh, yeah.
You actually asked me about it a couple of times, and I'm like, well, have you seen anything happen with it? Well, no. Then nothing's happened. Like, relax. But yeah, Enzyme 42. Like we said, how messed up is it that had they simply not interfered in the first place, it would have balanced itself out. It was working on it. But so you're cured. You're cured. We watched the cute little dudes go off into the world. And now's when I tell you, remember the gun. And you're like, yeah, like, sweet, time to disable that goddamn thing.
You were pumped. You're like, burn it down!
Oh, dude, always am. Like, it's so weird for me, because, like, of all of the different things you run across in the game and the lore and everything else, the one question that burns me more than anything else is, well, how many people would have died if they hadn't quarantined the planet? How many people did you kill? And just straight maroon? Like, that gun is the single most ridiculous thing about all of this. It's some random ass planet. You guys came, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems really far-fetched that you had all this happen. You fucked it all up. And then your answer to keeping this disease on the planet was to just shoot things down out of the sky onto the planet so they're forced to experience it. Yeah, dude, that gun is the biggest villain in this whole game. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that fucking gun. Hell, if it wasn't for the gun and you had managed to crash on the planet, Sunbeam would have saved your ass. But no, that gun. That fucking gun.
going up the tower, and finding that thing that stabbed us the first time, it was just like, no, you're icky, get away. So going back up there, it was just like, cool, it's shut down, and you just hear power down and everything like that. No, that like, I still don't have words for it. It genuinely just felt good, and I'm gonna go back to the word of liberating. It feels like there's finally an answer to the question that we've been having of how the fuck do we get off this planet? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it's 100% freedom. Because like we said, what's the thing that brought you here? What's been keeping you here?
Yeah, I suppose it's like having a gun to the back of your head and living your life the entire.
Well, I
time.
mean, so we had talked about it. You received the blueprints for the rocket to get off this planet hours ago. We got those when we did the Aurora. But why couldn't you just build it? Because that fucking thing was going to shoot you out the sky. You couldn't even leave this planet. Like, that damn gun.
Oh yeah, so
freaking laser beam.
Fucking laser.
In space.
What is that, Spaceballs?
Pretty much.
Yeah, anyway. So, after getting stabbed, after shutting down the gun, I don't know if you told me or I kind of just figured out or the PDA told us, but self-scanning. So we self-scanned and it just said we were cured. Obviously it said more than that. Yeah, we were cured, and there's just this entire time, this entire like span of like a half an hour of playing this game, of everything happening, just the 10-ton bricks on our goddamn shoulder were just lifted off like one by one. It just so goddamn freeing.
This is where I didn't want to crush what he had going on, but I finally had to bring up the one fear I had with having lost Hector. Ion cubes.
And with the ion cubes, we're obviously you go through each facility and you can pick up the singular ones. And obviously Swiss's biggest fear was it enough to build the rocket and get off? So I don't think either of us knew how many we needed, but like Swiss said, it was always in the back of his head.
No, and honestly, I was afraid to look it up. I was afraid to look it up because I didn't want to. You had harvested every ion cube that was just a grabbable ion cube, which meant the only ion cubes left were the regenerative ones in the primary containment facility right next to where we lost Hector.
So,
which requires a prawn suit with a drill arm.
So we had a couple of options here, which was A, build a bronze suit, go get more ion cubes just to be safe, or just continue with the mission and let's hope for the best. I want to give a shout out to people that play this game that leave really nice messages and items in the time capsule. Because I'm pretty goddamn sure we picked up a time capsule and it had some ion cubes in it. And I'm pretty goddamn sure that saved our asses.
I'm fairly certain your second time capsule gave you 2 or 3 ion cubes. And I want to say when we built everything, you had like 1 left over. So 100% a time capsule saved you from having to build a prawn suit with a drill arm again.
Which, again, we talked about this in previous episodes, but like, the time capsules are such an amazing part to this game. It brings a community that is a single player game together. It's
genius.
It's like none other. Yeah.
It's nothing I've ever seen or heard of in another game. If you have, please let us know. If this is, if you've seen another game that has this type of a model in it, please let us know, because we think it's cool.
Yep, so after all of this, we go back to Pooh, and
welcome aboard, Captain.
I think we audibly just both took a breath. Because, like, that was a whole ass adventure in itself. So we get back to Pooh, and we knew the next step was building the rocket. So I'm pretty sure I put it on screen from our PDA. And then I just started looking through my lockers. And I think the first locker I opened, there was like 1 ion cube, and me and Swiss hearts just dropped. Then I just keep moving through, and then thankfully, in a couple lockers down, we found more ion cubes. Still hoping it will be enough. We still don't know at this point.
And I mean, again, this comes down to, yeah, I built the rocket a few handfuls of times, but like, I've never bothered to make sure I was prepared for it. I always just did whatever it took at the end. So I've never really stopped to think about it the way I have certain other things. I mean, let's be honest. What do you need to build a battery? You've got that on tap already, right? Mentally, you know what those are.
Yeah, it's a copper wire and... No, just copper and mushroom.
Right. 2 shrooms. But like, those things you start to memorize. Brother, you don't build the ion battery things or anything else in the game. So like, I just don't remember this recipe. I don't remember this amount. So this is a blind build. So one of the things that really had me tickled in this moment, though, is I know the scale of what you're about to build. You don't. So the first thing we have to build for this is the platform. And I had to do it pretty quickly. Like, see if you've got the stuff. I think you do. I think you had most of it. We might have made a titanium run, and that was about it. But see, you climb up on the mobile vehicle bay, and you build this thing. Talk to me.
Yeah, so we hop up, and, you know, click it. We have all the stuff, and the little floating robots who build everything spread out so goddamn far from each other. And you just see a giant platform in the sky just being built, and I'm just like, oh, okay, I get it. Which, at that point, guess what? I still didn't get it. Like, that was big. But, like, there's still some, like, piece by piece, it was getting progressively bigger. But, no, then, obviously, the platform falls. Swiss tells me to go back, so I'm, like, right underneath it. Because it's like, step back. Climb up on it. And, yeah, no, this thing's a playground in itself, man. You could, whole goddamn soccer field. Not really, but...
Right, but it's the first time, like, you see the scale of it. Climbing up on it, though, is the moment it sinks in of, like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. Like, this is bigger than my base. Like...
It's bigger than the reefback, which a reefback climbed or swam right underneath one, and we looked back up at it, and we're just like, oh. Oh, that's big.
So, we're going to general summarize building the rocket here a bit. On the upside, you had almost all the materials you needed for this thing.
Thankfully.
You know, you had the stalker teeth. We might have gone to get some table coral for a computer chip or two. I really don't think... I think the worst thing we had to go do was pull the... go make that module down in Big Mama.
A couple of the back and forth that we did have is we did have to go down to the Lost River to get some nickel.
Okay.
Which funny enough, we went down there to get some nickel, and we left our sea moth right outside that little cave to the portal, and guess who was right by it, dry humping it.
That little ghost leviathan.
The little ghost leviathan.
He was taking that thing to Pound Town, dude.
Oh yeah,
this was
big
not their
time.
first date. Was not their first date.
And so I'm just like, he was like, you should probably go recover that. I was like, okay, so I want to go recover it. Yep, sure thing. It was like 12%. And I was like, oh, Jesus. So I think the Ghost Leviathan swam away, we recovered it, whatever. And then, yeah, so we go down, get some nickel. And obviously the back and forth, we had to go back and see what's up next. And then we had to go get sulfur.
Crystalline sulfur.
Yeah, so we had to go
out
down.
Of the brine pools.
Yeah, we had to go get the crystalline sulfur, so we had to go back down, and that's another thing that Swiss was a little terrified of, because if it's like in the green fog or whatever the hell it is, I can't go in there without a prawn suit. So that was a little thing that we had to have a little heart attack about.
Yeah, the green brine kills you. And it was funny because, like, you and I had talked about, like, when you got the prawn suit at one point, I'm like, oh, you can go in the green stuff now.
I don't think everyone in the green stuff.
But you never did. And it's funny because I never really pushed you to.
Didn't need to.
And I feel like, yeah, that was just it. I felt like every time we hit that crossroads and you just didn't, I had that moment of, I don't think it's important. Okay.
And frankly, it really wasn't. Because in the end, luckily enough, they were just chilling on the shore of the green. So we just swam up and yanked them.
Well, and I mean, for the playthrough, you did. I mean, everybody's going to have their own opinion. For me, I feel like you got to experience all that Subnautica was for the most part. You know, there's one thing you really didn't. We'll be talking about in our wrap-up episode. Don't worry. Just, like, subscribe, keep following. You'll get there. Trust us. I felt like you got a good playthrough of Subnautica.
Oh, 100%.
You know, I mean, it was a unique... Yeah, that's part of what's great about the game. It's replayability.
Yeah, and especially with a couple of the awe moments that you had of how lucky I was with the finds and just like also the entire time of us comparing what I'm doing compared to what you did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it was cool too because I feel like somewhere in the middle of the playthrough, it went from me laughing or saying something and it sparking the conversation to you would do something or complete something and then go, now how did you do it?
Yeah.
Like, funny. Like, okay. So no, I mean, this was definitely cool to have that dynamic evolve along the way. It's one of those things I'm definitely looking forward to for future projects here because in case you didn't know, we're going to be doing Below Zero next.
Spoiler.
Is it?
I mean, maybe. What if we just completely skipped and went to Subnautica 2 when it comes out? They don't know that.
Some people would tell you played the game right. So, yeah, we had to go down and get the nickel. We also had to go get the crystal and sulfur. So we made those couple of runs. Otherwise, for the most part, you had everything. And that's when we get to ion cubes.
Yeah, and I think we had to go... I think we went to the island, to that portal. And funny enough, along the way, guess who we found? The little fucking baby emperor. That wasn't such a fucking baby anymore.
Yeah, they got big quick.
Real big. It's funny, too, because I was like, go fuck your... Oh, hey, how's it going? Because I thought it was this huge blob in the distance, and then I was like, my boy! My beautiful boy!
Well, it was funny because I remember telling you after they hatched and they went through the thing that, like, oh yeah, they're going to disperse now. You might come across them again. Like, they're going to chill in a couple areas. So, ion cubes. This is where my memory caused just a minor panic for both of us. So he builds the ones he has to build. And for some reason, I'm convinced now that he's got the whole rocket built. He's got the base, the middle module. We got the top on with the enameled glass and the protection module from the Cyclops, Big Mama.
Ooh, hold on.
And for whatever reason...
Can we talk about that real quick?
By all means, talk about Big Mama quick.
So Big Mama. More like big piece of shit. Fuck that thing. So we go down there because we have to go get the Big Mama's
perimeter defense system.
We need to go get her perimeter defense system. So we go down there, we power up the Big Mama, and we take what we needed. Cool. And then Swiss is like, so here's the thing, bud. The only reason you really need this is to bring your prawn suit back up, unless you want to make that giant climb. But guess what? Your prawn suit's fucked. It's gone. Say goodbye. So you don't really need Big Mama anymore. And this entire playthrough, thankfully, none of my things have exploded.
Yeah, none of your submersibles have died. They've gone missing.
So I was given the option and the instructions to yank the batteries out and get the fuck out of Big Mama, because that motherfucker's gonna go. And from Swiss's memory, from his playthroughs, it was pretty quickly.
I remember in my first playthrough doing this. Slightly different circumstance, which makes me wonder if that's what happened instead. I drove mine out into the abyss. I drove it out into the... I drove mine out into the dead zone, where all the ghost leviathans are. And I dropped that thing down to like 1,000 meters. And then pulled everything and took off. And I remember seeing it explode.
Which, again, that might be a whole update in itself, where it kind of gave you more leniency. Because I think we did a couple of, like, test runs with the Seamoth of, like, their depth and everything. And it gives you quite a bit of time to, you know, get back up to your correct depth.
Yep.
So I'm questioning if it's like, we'll give you guys more time because a lot of you guys are dumb.
I could have. So no, in my mind, you were going to be able to implode this thing, and given how we both feel about the Cyclops, watching it explode sounds like the best use of a Cyclops ever.
Oh, big time.
Other than the perimeter defense system. Watching it explode sounds like the best use of it. I mean, it might be the largest firework I've ever seen.
So, without hesitation, being in the inactive lava zone, we yanked everything, got out as quick as possible, and we waited for about 20 fucking minutes. Going in and out and checking the health, and we're just like, dude, we don't got fucking time for this anymore. Let's just go. If it's gonna go, it's gonna go. We just want to be able to see it, which is unfortunate. I mean, it caught fire, which was cool, I guess. But
which is how we left it. And we had made the comment that if it ever does explode, how will we know? Well, it wouldn't be on your map anymore. It never did explode. It caught fire. It filled with water. We saw the visible breaks on the outside. But that was it.
Yeah.
It acted more like a base would than a submersible.
Which, in a different, maybe it would have been cool to keep it, but no, it was just a pain in the ass. It was useless to us. We wanted to see it, but so be it. If that's how the developers wanted it to be, so be it. This is Fumpy from the future. I wasn't gonna let that slide. I went back in. I blew it up. Enjoy the footage.
Hull failure in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, Bump. So your rocket is built. You get onto the platform. You ride the thingy all the way up to the rocket. You open the door to the rocket. You throw switch 1. You throw switch 2. Switch 3. You go all the way to the top. You get to see outside. There's the little sky bat thingy sitting on your thing. You sit in the chair. And then you don't sit in the chair. That's right. We have a time capsule, too. Tell me about your time capsule, bud. We've talked about it all the way through. You found 3 awesome time capsules. What did you leave behind? What was your message? What was your... just your time capsule. First off, getting to do your time capsule. Joining the club, so to speak. Take me through all of it.
Yeah, because I didn't know when the time capsule actually came into play.
Life support systems online.
So yeah, so after flipping on the switches, and I think this is it, and then like end game roll credits. Oh, you want to leave a time capsule? Yes or no? Like type stuff was gonna happen. You know what I mean? So no, it makes you leave a time capsule before you even launch, which is pretty sick. Like I don't know who would be like, no, I'm not leaving a time capsule. Fuck these guys. You know what I mean? But like, I think it's a really cool thing that they kind of force you to do it. But the things that we put inside, I saw what was in my inventory, and I was just like, oh, no, I can do something better and stuff like that. And so it's just like, and it kind of brought to my realization of what I actually had in my inventory, which was 6 power cells. Yeah, I had 9 kyanite. It's a Cyclops Death Module 2, and a couple of other things. And so, thinking about the playthrough that we just went through, and how much you need kyanite and the power cells, even if it is for a stupid Big Mama that we tried to explode and couldn't. We did leave with the time capsule. It allows 6 slots. So I ended up leaving 2 kyanites, a power cell, both depth module and the power module for the Cyclops, I believe. And then I at first I put
the
2
efficiency module.
Yep. And then at first I did put 2 power cells in there, but I was just like, no, because I was hyped. The first thing that I got, or second thing, was the thing that I was excited for the most, was the flaming knife. I was pumped to have that. It may not be the greatest thing to help you on your journey, but honestly, it saved us quite a bit of time of finding food and cooking food.
Yeah, there were multiple times where you were like, damn, I need food. And I was like, dude, just go cut a fish. Oh, yeah. Like, it's awesome.
So, actually having that. So, personally, I think I left some pretty good items. And then with that, obviously...
I'd agree. I'd agree. I think you left a solid... Like I said in the moment, when you're like, oh, I don't have anything good. I'm like, what are your real options here? And you're like, I don't know. What are my options? And like, okay, that was a legit comment. This is, obviously your first, and you want it to be a good one. So I talked you through some of the random things I had received or have seen in time capsules. And I thought one of the cooler ones I'd seen was, I wish I was smart enough at the time to have realized what I had gotten. I want to say it was like my second time capsule. And to me, it was just this weird myriad of stuff. It was like a computer chip, a wiring kit, a copper wire, and like some random titanium. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I wish I had been smarter. The dude left me like everything you needed to build like a Seamoth or something. And I was just too dumb to have realized that's what he had left me. Or he or she, whoever. That's what the previous player had left me. So we had talked about that. You could look up the blueprint or something like that and leave them everything they need for it and tell them in the message. But when I saw your inventory, yeah, you've got the perfect thing for one of these. You have a bunch of late game items that you could gift to somebody that will speed their playthrough up. We talked about the ion cube saving your butt. And thank God that person left you those.
Mm-hmm.
Because this was about to be an extra 2 hours of farming the damn crap and building another frickin' thing and then getting there with it, getting back. And like the kyanite, that was a whole wall for us. I feel like we spent almost a good hour trying to find kyanite before I realized that there had been an update that put kyanite in more specific places. So no, man, when we saw your inventory and after having the conversation, 100%, I think you left a super solid time capsule. Anybody that finds it's going to be jacked, all of that's going to be useful. The worst case scenario is they go, oh, well, I already have the knife thingy.
Well, cool. So did I.
You know?
I was still pumped. Yeah, no. After you explained everything, yeah, I was pretty happy with the items that I actually had, and like you said, a lot of late game items. You may not know what you have until it comes around, but once you realize what I gave you, you're gonna be like, that guy was pretty cool.
He was okay.
But no, so we get to select an image, and believe it or not, I didn't actually take that many screenshots through this playthrough. A lot of them are bunk on accident ones, you know what I mean?
Which surprises me. Because you found that early on that you could take the screenshots and got excited about it. And I figured that would be something you did throughout the game, and you just never did. I think you were always too in the moment and either frightened and trying to get out or excited and trying to get back.
Yeah, I mean, also, besides, looking back, which, I mean, shit, baby, we're recording it, and I can look back whenever the fuck I want. I didn't really see a point to it. I didn't know it was going to be, even though finding time capsules with screenshots in it, I didn't put two and two together of, like, if I would have known, I would have took a baller screenshot. Just something, like, stupid.
I'm not going to lie, when we got to it, there was part of me wondering if you weren't going to immediately exit and go take something.
See, that's the thing. It's like, I wouldn't even know what I would have taken. Like, my first thought just now was the picture of, like, the Sea Emperor as soon as she climbs up or whatever. But, like, one, why would you want to ruin that for someone? You know what I mean?
See, for me, I thought, like, I was waiting for you to go try to get a close-up of a warper. And you were going to leave a message about how big a dickhead these things were to avoid at all costs. Like,
fuck these guys. These
not your
dicks.
friend. Like, that, or even a picture of, like, your alien containment facility, and, like, these were the children I left trapped inside my base.
Oh, missed opportunity, Swiss, missed opportunity. P-docked.
P-docked,
dude,
yeah.
We could have had fucking P-docked, dude. The fuck? This is some bullshit.
So, like, I was waiting for you to do that, but to my surprise, you were excited to get the hell off this planet.
I mean, to be fair, Swiss, me and you, late nights, dude. When we are available, like, this was a journey just for us two alone. You know what I mean? So, not saying I don't. Yeah.
Till now, when we share it with you.
And it, like, don't get me wrong, it was fun as hell, but, like, I was excited to, like, we were going through so many emotions through this game. I wanted to see how this ended more than anything.
Well, I think building the rocket is beautiful. So, like, you've already done all the complicated crap, right? The size of the scale of the rocket and building it gets you so jacked and pumped, because, like, the more you build it, the more you realize, oh yeah, this is going to get me off the planet. Like, oh yeah. Like, it's not screwing around. This looks like Apollo level shit. Like,
oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, we're getting off the ground. This is working. So what was the message you ended up leaving in your time capsule?
So the screenshot that I did end up saving, that I ended up choosing as well, was me at the steering wheel of Big Mama, out of all things, which I think was I think it was
irony
nice.
At its best.
Irony at its best. But it was also like, I wonder what he's driving. Why is it so big? Like, why is there so many, like, things on the screen and stuff like that? Like, again, for new players, if you're replaying this and just, it's not for you. The message that I ended up typing out, and this was from the heart, off the dome, semi cheesy, I will admit, but this was my genuine thoughts of going through this entire process, going through the hardships that we went through, going through the beautiful heartbreak of the Sea Emperor dying, and the conquer that, and just, it was a lot of emotions. So I did end up saying this. First playthrough was success. Thoughts of this game before and after are polar opposites. I had a blast with my buddy Swiss Bear by my side. If you want to see that, subscribe to SXZ Bear, baby. Captain Fumpy Bear, out. Because in the beginning, we did say that we needed to plug SXE Bear.
I mean, it has to happen. You know, obviously the ultimate hope is that somebody finds this. And when they do, let us know. Contact us. Hell yeah. We would love to know whether our time capsule helped you or not. I mean, was Fumpy's first time capsule good for somebody? Yeah, we want to know. That'd be awesome.
But with that, we finish up the time capsule. We sit in our chair. The chair turns, and we lean back. And Swiss, if you have any final thoughts or comments, say them now, because I'm just going to let this video end with a beautiful cutscene.
If you're watching this and you haven't played this game, play it.
Play it. No, it's so goddamn good.
Who cares that you may have to go look some stuff up? It's worth it. We're here for you. You've seen the playthrough.
And you're going to have your own. Like, obviously, you haven't even seen probably 3/4 of what we actually went through. Like, this is every single
abridged.
Yes, it's every single playthrough that you can have that I can have. It's going to be completely different. Go enjoy yourself.
Debris field clear.
Like and subscribe if you've enjoyed us. Please join us for the final episode where anything you didn't see here, we're going to cover and talk about. I'm good on this though, Fump. I'm with you. Let's just enjoy the wondrous beauty that is the outro and the final words from the Sea Emperor's Gate.
Engaging ion boosters in 3, 2, 1.
What is a wave without the ocean? A beginning without an end. They are different, but they go together. Now you go among the stars, and I fall among the sand. We are different, but we go together.
She stayed alive long enough to make sure you made it off the planet. Her final message to you, the person who helped her little ones live. Congratulations, you got Riley off the planet, bud.
Let's fucking go.
Welcome back to SXE Bear. I'm Swiss Bear, joined here today by Fumpy, and again, we're back in Subnautica. And this day, we want to talk to you about some of the different things that we...
Swiss, let me take it from here. Today, we're going to be talking about this little guy right here in the bonus episode of Subnautica. Play the intro. Okay, so let me start off by saying, Swiss, you weren't here with me with this one. I did this all by my lonesome.
No, but I hear it was quite the journey.
Yes, this was a little side project I wanted to do and needed to do. Not entirely by myself, but this was for me. And funny enough, this started as a little short 30 seconds idea. This was going to be 30-45 seconds. I was so goddamn wrong. So, if you guys couldn't tell by the intro, I wanted the cuttlefish. Swiss told me about the cuttlefish. I wanted the cuttlefish.
Yeah. For anybody that caught the whole playthrough, if you didn't, go back and watch it here on SXE Bear on YouTube. But if you caught it, you know that there's a few things we didn't get to. And when we brought up the cuttlefish on that final episode, of things we didn't do or get to, and we're explaining why, I brought this up and simply said that, well, Fumpy never came across it. So I never felt a need to say anything because Fumpy has attachment issues. So Fumpy went and got attachment issues on his own. Fump, how was the journey, buddy? Take me on this adventure with you.
So, on the search for a cuttlefish, I did a small research of where to find one, and right away, one was just the mushroom forest. I was like, cool, I'm so close nearby, let's just go search for it. And prior to what you're seeing now, there was a lot of searching. There really was. I didn't, again, all I read was Mushroom Forest, and I just went there. I thought it was going to be in the open. It is what it is. But no, there's very specific spots. So, a little bit more research, obviously. And when you come across this big-ass mushroom tree, there's little caves. A little cave system inside. And
this is where I found the only cuttlefish I've ever had.
And honestly, this is one of the easiest ones, because obviously you're going to see a big, giant tree. Why wouldn't you go explore it? You know what I mean?
For me, I was chilling in my prawn suit, walking through here, looking for Cyclops pieces, and I saw the hole. And my brain said, well, they don't make things for no reason here.
So hell yeah, baby. I got what I wanted. I'm going home. I'm hatching this motherfucker. I was so impatient. I was gunning it home as fast as I could. Literally, first thing I did, get in the tank, drop the egg. And you know what I did, Swiss?
Waited?
I waited.
I mean, I feel like there weren't many options.
But like,
I do love that his egg, though, kind of lets you know what you're gonna see.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. And it's funny too, because like I'm sitting here waiting, and I'm just like, this thing is so goddamn cute. And I'm just like, right now I feel like a mother. I'm just like, it's okay, I'll protect you, and like, it's like, and again,
like the crash fish is just gonna walk up and murk the guy or something. Like
it's funny. I was just watching until that happened. Then I got really defensive.
Oh.
I got a little defensive. I was just like,
your bone shark just wanted to say hi.
Just because he's a little different doesn't mean you get to bully him. But yeah, no, I sat here waiting until I had to be reminded that I'm in water. And I was running out of oxygen pretty damn quickly. I started yelling at the fish in my in the playthrough. I was yelling, I was like, "Don't you dare touch this little cutie!" I was like, "Get away from it."
So this is beautiful though, because the thing I was most concerned about with the cuttlefish is this.
Oh yeah, no, big time. I definitely got attached. I mean, to be fair, I don't think I would have got like this attached, but like after everything was said and done, everything was played, and the game was over, I was just like, there's still a little cutie out there, man. I can't just let that slide. So like this, so this became a whole. Yeah, I had to get reminded twice. Here I got a little impatient. I was like, play a little peekaboo. Yeah? Hey, did you hatch yet? How about now? Then I started getting angry. I was like, okay, I'll calm down. Oh, I lied. Yeah, then I realized I froze my whole tank. Kind of laughed about it.
On the flip side, that's a hell of a bubble, dude.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, I even started talking. I gotta keep calm. I was like, don't tell me what to do! No, but then like any parent should, they should definitely rest while their baby's being born. And it's funny because then this started happening. I was like, oh my god, he's trying to get out. It's like, let him breathe. Then I went to go put my inventory away, but then while I was editing this, I was just like, I need to find the baby a bottle. Found it. I love being dramatic. It's funny as hell.
But this, you got a chance to be though. After an entire playthrough, all the stress and everything else. Not only do you have little dude now, you ain't even got to worry about deserting him.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I was like, dude, I'm gonna have a little buddy on my adventures. No, I got protective. I made him stay. I didn't let him come with me.
I did the same thing. The worst part was the first base that I had during the playthrough where I got him. I had built a base in the kelp forest.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, stalkers, right? Oh. I moved my whole base because of it. Oh, he was just bored.
It's funny. I wasn't even there to watch it. I literally did all this to sit there and watch it, but I wasn't even there.
You missed
the oxygen.
You missed the moment.
The oxygen had to remind me that what I was doing. So yeah, I know. I scooped him up, went outside. I was like, get ready to be free, buddy. Yeah, look at this dude. Yeah, damn straight high five. It's funny because I was like, is this all you're gonna do? I mean, it's cool. Like, I appreciate some high fives, man. But like, I was just like, I feel like you do more. And he just did a flip. It's amazing. But I was like, I feel like you do a little bit more. So I just like, I was just fascinated. I was fascinated by him. I was just watching him do his thing. Oh, and then I was just like, oh, I know you can feed him. Like, I wonder what you got to do to feed him and everything. So I went to go grab a fruit. Hop back outside. Got scared because he wasn't fucking there. Ooh, and then this little fucking bite. Oh, dude, Mama Bear came out big time here. A little biter came and snipped him. I was just like, hell no, ain't happening. Yeah.
Really didn't like your stasis rifle.
So I froze that motherfucker. I was like, don't you dare touch my baby. Blah. Started floating. I was like, cool, that's that. I lied. I didn't let that be that. He touched my baby. Maybe a little dramatic, but I think my point got across. I also love how he was there to witness it the entire time. He was just like, and then in my mind I was just like, yeah, you saw that happen, and then he accepted food from me. Like, it was a whole sign of respect and everything, even though he like snatched out of my hand like an asshole. It was like a sign of respect, and I was just like, hell yeah, now we cool, dude.
One of the actions petting him, did you actually get to that?
Yeah. Later on, you'll see me
okay.
pet. Then we played a little freeze tag.
Worried about other things hurting it. Really fire stasis right
Look
now.
at his face. Tell me that derpy face isn't having fun right now.
I think that's him being trapped in stasis, bro.
Nah, he's
looking at you like, why'd you do this?
Nah, he's tripping balls. He's dead. Oh, yeah, that happened again. And I fed him on accident, so I was just like, hell no. Eat this food. I'll be right back. Don't worry. Oh, all right. I forgot it came to me. Again, not letting that shit slide.
Bumpy versus the biters. Float away, dead thing. Float away.
Alright, so what's up next here?
So I take it you went after another one.
So
are you fucking kidding me? Number 4? Number 4? Really? Jesus Christ! Who stuck the horseshoe up your ass, Pump? You didn't have to say shit. I saw it and knew. What the hell? Okay, so... But fuck you, man. Bring on the 4th goddamn time capsule, you lucky piece of shit.
I'm fucking crying right now. Yeah, so after getting 1, I realized that you can get 5. So I went exploring, and going out for my second cuttlefish, in the span of like 4 minutes, yeah, I came across a fucking time capsule. And I was just like, ooh, this was gonna be mad.
Dude, in one playthrough, I think you've come across as many time capsules as I have in all of my combined playthroughs.
But yeah.
So okay.
So this one says, goodbye, planet. Find limestone, find the life pods, find salt. Whatever you do, don't get comfortable. The warpers will find you. Get out ASAP.
Oh. Fellow warper hater.
Which is a different vibe from the other life pods that we've had. Still hopeful.
Yeah, this guy was less hopeful about everything and more.
Yeah, honestly. But he did give me something that really piqued my fucking interest that I had no fucking clue about. Potato chips.
Oh, yeah. There's a vending machine that you scan at some point.
Oh.
You can build it. And you can build it, but it's not worth a whole lot of food, and they're high in salt, and they lower your water.
Interesting. So, while continuing, the second place that we need to be looking is also the mushroom forest, but the second one, which, for a solid half an hour, I forgot there was 2 different mushroom forests.
Yes, there are.
So, after a little scavenging, after a little research, I was told to come to this area and find a little cave in the walls here. So, luckily enough...
You look like you're out on the dunes side of it, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Which we'll talk about the dunes in a little bit here. But, so I get in here, and I'm just like, okay, cool. Where's the fucking egg? So I ended up backing out, because I'm just like, I might be in the wrong cave. Like, it's a dead end, is what it is. Okay, let's just keep looking. But I was like, that's such a perfect fucking cave. Like, it feels like there needs to be something in there, you know what I mean? Looked around a little bit, didn't see another one that's like as perfect as this one, so I was just like, am I fucking missing something? Guess what? Yeah, I was missing something. Take a little left here. Sure shit. This little cave that I thought was a dead end becomes a fucking labyrinth. This thing is huge. Like, I was just like, I don't know which way to go. Like, this place is massive.
Oh,
I was gonna get lost real quick. And also, keep in mind, Fumpy here, me, I don't pay attention to my health. I don't pay attention to my food. I don't pay attention to my water. I wait for my PDA to tell me. So as you can tell,
Starvation imminent.
I'm gonna be struggling real quick here. Which is funny enough, because I'm just like I said, this was a labyrinth to me. This was a giant ass maze, and I started. First, I got excited because I found the second one, baby. Little cutie, yoink. Yeah. So at this point, I was like, oh god, I lost my way out. Like, I was like, I just need to go up. Let's focus on going up. We'll get up.
Oh.
Yeah, like I said, this is a whole ass labyrinth.
I panic a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, luckily, eventually, at some point, I did see the glint of lights, and
there it is.
And I made it out. And this is for the food. I was hungry.
I was confused. I'm like, why did you like? Oh, now I get it. Okay. Which 3 spadefish, 1 shot? Hey.
Right?
Vital signs.
But no. So with the second mushroom forest down, the second cuttlefish down, I was feeling pretty good. But at this point, I was just like, I'm not going home to repair this until I have all of them in my possession. That's just the mindset I had. I was like, I'm on a goddamn mission. I ain't stopping until it's done. So the third one that we had to go through, which this one was a little rough and a little difficult. This one had me watching a YouTube tutorial because I didn't know about this other Degassi place in the
other Degassi habitat.
And where is it located?
I'll find out when you get there. So I've only ever come across it once, and I remember my experience out there being Reaper related, and it's like the first or second time I've ever had a Reaper blow up my Seamoth. And for me, that was the moment of like, sweet, I believe I went back out and finished the thing, and then for me it turned into like, wow, there was no reason to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't overtly important, and it's funny because even in a lot of videos I've seen on YouTube when they piece together just like the Degassi crew PDAs and stuff like that, there's quite a few of them out there that have missed the few things you do pick up from out there on those.
You're right.
So,
and it's funny too because like there was no information given that was like going to progress my story because the story was already finished. But so we get to this point, and I was told to go down this little hole here, which I'm just like, cool. And then it leads me to, I believe, what is called the bulb zone.
Oh yeah, bulb or Grand Reef, one of the two.
Grand Reef, that's what this is.
Yeah, welcome to the Grand Reef, good sir. You are out by Daddy Longlegs in the far end.
Which is funny as hell, because I go down here, and I'm just like, I'm not thinking anything of it. I'm really not. Yeah, don't worry about that. So I get down here, and I'm just looking for a habitat, and I'm not worried about creatures or how close I didn't even realize I was to the Lost River. Not that that's going to come in handy to me at this moment, but I get down here, swimming around, end up finding it, and then I see these fuckers, and then I start to get a little worried. I'm just like, oh.
Crab squids, you suddenly realize how deep you are and what type of section you're in.
Yep. So I'm just point A to point B at this moment. I'm just like, I can't be fucked to be exploring this brand new place that I have yet to see. So luckily enough, I found it pretty quickly. Shoot the hell out of the crab squid because I'm just not going to deal with that. And,
rightfully so.
And I made it pretty quick in and out, but I did listen to these PDAs because it was just fun to hear.
Tore a hole clear through the reinforced hull. Barely got my breather in time. I told her. I said others would come. The rupture threw me clear of the habitat, and the monster turned and bore down on me. Just as its tentacles came within reach, neither appeared.
You already had it.
She had a sea glide in one hand, a jagged piece of scrap metal in the other. She meant to butcher that beast or die trying. The last I saw her, she had the metal lodged in its neck as the monster did its best to shake her, contorting off into the darkness. I'm certain she got her wish.
And it's funny because that one's actually just almost a repeat of one of Bart's later on.
Right. And it's funny too, because I think at this point, I found the PDAs, and I don't know if you saw, but I was looking at that center piece pretty heavily, and I was just like, where the fuck is the egg? I was just like, I didn't see the egg, and I'm still worried about that fucker outside. And I'm just like, I'm just gonna grab these PDAs, let them play out, and I'm just gonna hear them. Luckily enough, I came to my senses and realized that this is a tall tower, so there's an upper and lower.
There you go. So that's an alien containment facility, by the way.
Also,
so like where you were hatching all your people?
Yep.
That's what that was.
Luckily enough, this right here, the orange tablet. I at this moment, I did know I needed it to continue to get the fourth cuttlefish, but I never realized until editing and after watching the tutorial, and because I did want to find out like how to make it, and I was like, I thought it was just going to be easy to make. No, they're extremely fucking rare. I think you can make it after you scan it, but it's like a pain in the ass.
Yep. I don't remember what it takes to make one, but
so
you only need the one though.
Yep.
If you're even going to do the thing, and again, you completed it without ever needing an orange tablet. So.
And it's funny too. If I would have continued watching the tutorial video I was watching, I would have realized that this right where I'm at is right connected to the Lost River, right next to the place I need to be in the Lost River. So I knew my next spot was in the Lost River, so I went all the way back to Pooh, and then I started going to the Lost River. And then after I ate a little bit, I was just like, I wonder if my cuttlefish is still here. Like, then here I am panicking again. I was like, where's my baby? I should have left him in the containment facility.
No, he keeps a pretty wide zone around your habitat
Yes.
or wherever he's holding to chill. That's all.
And it's funny too, because I'm just like, I have 2 in my inventory. That's fine, but like, I want the collection.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed you couldn't name them. Like, it's cool.
I think that would have made it even harder to leave.
True. Yeah, yeah, like that. Yeah, you like that little guy. But yeah, so after that,
I'm not gonna lie, because you keep swinging around with your knife out, there's a part of me that keeps waiting for you to accidentally slash him once, because you have a tendency to swing the knife.
Yeah, I tried to leave, and then he accidentally swam up, and I ended up tickling him there. I was like, "Well, get out of here, little guy! I'm trying to go get your sisters."
All systems online.
I had to turn around to make sure he wasn't following me. But no, so we get down to the Lost River, and I had to explore a little bit, because I can't take my normal route all the way down to the inactive lava zone, because that's just not where it's supposed to be. So I ended up taking one of these lefts here, and I do end up going where I need to be, but out of curiosity, because I did end up watching the video completely, because I just tend not to do that, I was curious how close I was to coming down here from where I was getting the third one.
Very.
And yep, just like that, right there. And I turned around, I was like, son of a bitch. All right, whatever.
No, when you were doing your playthrough, we'd actually talked about that in a couple places where you may not realize it, but the Lost River is directly connected here.
Yeah. But no, so I get down here, and I find this giant skeleton that I have yet to scan, and there's lights around it. I was just like, oh, this is gonna be weird. Funny enough, and I think I thought about you instantly, Swiss, after the fact. So I get here, orange tablet, cool. I get in here, and see a bunch of shit. I'm just like, oh, see the egg. I was just like, priorities. Grabbed it. Grabbed these.
Awesome.
And then also,
okay.
I proceed not to scan literally fucking anything in here. Old habits die hard, I suppose. Which is like,
that's funny.
Which is a little annoying, so it's like, it would be cool, because I don't know, for some reason, now I feel like the need to learn all this shit. But on the plus side, I did scan this fucker.
So this guy is what I was just going to talk about. So I had been feeling like we missed a giant skeleton too. But I couldn't remember, like, had we gone down here accidentally or not one time.
There was,
and clearly we didn't on this end.
I was gonna say there's two skeletons I ended up scanning when I was trying to get like post video. So it was this one and another one that's around here, like the really big one where the rib cage is upside down and everything like that.
Yeah,
I think that's the one like where you can bring it back from the mods and everything like that.
Yeah.
So I then end up scanning that and finding my way out. Funny enough, I was just like, just out of principle, I'm gonna go out the way I should have came in. So yeah, funny enough, I was just, more or less curious on how close I was, and like you said, yeah, very. It was dumb how much time I wasted going all the way back and then all the way down and all the way around. It was just, it was silly on my part.
You were in the honeycomb. This is that. So during our playthrough, or during your playthrough, we had the conversation of like, the map is hard to explain because different zones overlap each other without you realizing it, and they also exist in some separate spots. This is one of those things where, like, how do you explain this until you've experienced it? I don't know.
Yeah, and
well, you're doing some sketchy shit.
Yeah, so at this point I was just like, I need to go up. I don't know where the fuck I am. I need to find my groundings. And I was like,
yeah, I knew where you were.
I was like, that looks familiar. That's the floating island. But 4 down, 1 to go. And god damn it, if this one wasn't the hardest one to get. So the 5th one is in the dunes.
Okay.
And the thing is, Swiss, without you being my fucking navigator, I didn't know where the dunes were. You know where I thought it was, Swiss?
Where'd you think it was, buddy?
I thought it was behind the ship, behind the crash ship.
I mean, equally as dangerous, but...
Oh, and I found that out.
No.
I will warn Swiss here. Everybody else watching, fuck off. You can deal with it. There's only one scary encounter here that's actually gonna like might fuck with you, and right here I was just like, okay, I'm gonna go in. Yep. Save that bitch real quick.
You knew. You knew.
I was like, I know what I'm getting
Good.
into. I was like, I need to save.
Just heard him.
Yeah. Yeah. And in this little next portion here, we're not going to talk. We're just going to let this play out.
Oh, God.
Also, keep in mind that I'm looking for a giant pit in the dunes. And
I mean,
and then I started seeing this blue, and I remember that the blue haze. I was just like, "That's some ghost Leviathan shit. I don't want this. I'm going out of the map."
Yeah, you are.
Anyways, here's the quiet part.
Oh, Fumpy.
Right there, I pooped my pants a little bit. Right there, I pooped my pants a lot a bit.
One of the few times I would have told you to actually turn around.
At this point, I was terrified. I was shitting my pants. So all I could think is, I need to get the fuck out of here. But guess what? As you can see, I couldn't.
Nope, there's a freight train of a danger noodle behind you, though.
So I was trying to navigate. I was getting terrified. I was like, I can't turn around. I don't want to merge. But I did.
Oh, yeah.
And right there, my entire intestines just left my body. I'm ashamed that I didn't record a webcam. I'm ashamed I didn't record my audio. It was just the game audio. Because, boy, you would have heard me scream like a bitch, dude. and let you know now, that was my first legitimate Reaper encounter. Not me going to test the waters and just to go fuck with him on creative or anything like that. That was my first legitimate encounter.
Oh, you ain't far enough away, buddy. You're going.
Nope.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Oh, God. Get out, bud.
Yep.
Yeah, it's Danger Noodle round 2, bro. Oh.
Yep. And I quit. And we're back at it again.
Good man. Good man. I completely understand.
I was just like, absolutely fucking not, dude. Like, at this, I believe this at this point, this was after work when I quit. I was like, fuck, I need to go to work. I can't do this right now. Ended up coming back, and this is just out of spite. There was no reason for this. This was straight spite. Yeah, fuck you. So as I should, I did a little research because I didn't know exactly where the fuck that was, and it wasn't the goddamn dunes.
No.
And this is me looking for the cuttlefish now. And then actually, this is what actually got me terrified. I was like, oh, cool, my cuttlefish is dead. I think it might be a glitch with the same thing with Hector. I fucking saved and quit, and cuttlefish is gone. I was like, son of a bitch. But then I realized before I went to the Lost River, I told him to follow me, and then I told him to stop right before the entrance. So I decided to test my.
You left him at Scary?
Yeah. No, not like at Scary, but like at the entrance of it. So like right around here. And luckily enough, right there. There he is. So I was pretty happy with that. I was like, buddy, you're far away from home, bud. So I told him to follow, took him back home, and left him there again. I was like, come here, little boy. Come here, boy. Yeah, high five to what you don't know what I've been through for you, you piece of shit.
I feel like you did this to yourself.
Oh yeah, big time. It was a collection. I'm definitely a type of person that likes collecting things. I needed all 5. Anyways, so back on my little adventure here for the 5th and final one. I left that in here because it's cute, because you just smash the shit out of you.
Take me with you, thump.
So this is me realizing I was going the wrong way the entire time. So
yeah,
I was like, cool. Now I need to head to the dunes, which is kind of by my house, right?
Sort of.
Again, this is me not exactly knowing where things are, and it definitely fucking shows. There's a couple of times where I had to like stop, reset myself, and get my bearings straight and everything like that.
Yeah, the dunes, we avoided them highly because there just wasn't a reason to go out there.
No, there wasn't.
I think you went once, and we would literally just pass through it. And I remember making a statement of like, huh, well, you got through that unscathed. And you're like, what? And I'm like, don't worry about it. You don't even know what you just did. But like I remember you drive like almost the whole length of the dunes at one point, and I'm like, I don't know how you did with this without seeing a Reaper.
And it's funny too, because I know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a giant pit, and I'm turn my left. I was like, not again. So I'm looking for a giant pit in a place that's kind of full of pits. I just know that there's a pit, and I don't know how big this thing is. I don't know if it's anything fantastic or like anything special or anything like that. So I'm just looking at this point. And
you're heading around the island.
Yeah.
Okay, at least you were smart enough to go up and see what you were doing. And realize where you're at.
Yeah, like I said, I definitely had to like reset and get my bearings real quick because after a bunch of trial and error of like me trying to do a pride thing where it's like I can do this myself. No. I do end up realizing that it is very, very close to one of the previous eggs, which is the giant tree mushroom. So I head back to the mushroom forest because, like I said, there's one very close to the previous one. So I kind of got the direction of obviously north by northwest here, and I just went straight. And again, this was still part of my trial and error thing. I didn't quite know where I was going, but I was like, for some reason this crash site and it's just like straight line seems promising.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, and I'm hearing the Reapers, and again, this is one of those, I'm on a mission, point A to point B. I need to get the fuck out of here. Or at least just keep going, because again...
Detecting multiple Leviathan class life forms in the region. Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
And I said, no, not really. Because like I've heard that before, and there's the blue fog again for the. I was just like, nope.
Welcome to ecological dead zone.
Because I've heard that message before of like, are you sure it's worth it? I'm just like, haha. After being attacked by the Reaper in a legitimate way, that message meant something completely fucking different now. I'm just like, no, nothing is fucking worth this. That was fucking terrifying.
Which brings me to a point that you and I have talked about a few times, and I was so happy because you brought it up after we finished the playthrough. Way to avoid the warper.
Hey, that was the biggest nope I've ever had. I seen it, and that wasn't even a warper.
Hard no.
That was a whole ass Reaper.
That was a Reaper? That was a warper right there.
Nope, right here. Keep watching.
Oh!
Yep.
I just saw the warper bubble. I didn't see the Reaper fighting him.
Yep, that was the biggest hard nope left I've ever done.
A whole lot of no fuck.
I just went to safety. I went back to the shroom forest. I went back to safety. I was like, I cannot be fucked. I need to take
Smartest thing you can do though, because the Reaper can't do. Oh, I bet that ting right there fucked you hard.
And
that fish hitting you, I bet that made you jump a bit.
Yep. And this was the scariest turnaround I had to do too, because I was just like, what if he's following me?
Oh yeah.
And then right here.
But no.
right here is definitely the... Let's go back in it, I guess.
There's no such thing as comfort out here, brother.
No.
But this brings us back to something that we've both said now, having gone through this playthrough. The areas that have heavy Reaper Leviathans aren't any place you have to go. You know, awesome. Okay. So you find your pit, you find your egg. This has to be a special form of terrifying.
Yep. And right here, I was like, I'm gone. I don't care. I was on a jewel heist, grabbed the jewels, and I'm fucking out. I did not give a damn about nothing.
Wishing like hell I had a turbo and an afterburner.
It's like, I'm going home, and I wasn't even heading towards Pooh. I was just heading towards safety at this point, but I wasn't.
But yeah, so that the Degassi habitat that you went out to, and coming out to the dudes here. Look, these are just 2 places you didn't have to be ever.
No, absolutely not.
And so, like, the Reapers being at the front, back, and behind the Aurora, it makes sense. But again, if you're being smart when you go to the Aurora, you're not going to experience Danger Noodle. On the flip side, some of those other places that you can go to, there's no need to go there. You can find the exact same things in safer places. And it's just, I understand that the Reapers themselves are a thing to experience. And Lord knows I've got mine. I'm glad you got yours too.
Yes.
But I was never going to force you out someplace we didn't have to go. Now, if you would have started to explore on your own and gotten there, cool. But, like, you never naturally went to that area. Every time we got near the dunes, you saw the emptiness and went away.
Yeah, no, it's like you said, it's not. There's nothing out there. Like, obviously, I'm happy I did this. It was a fun adventure. It was a side quest to the main quest. You know what I mean? So it was.
Yeah.
It was definitely well worth it, as you're about to see here. So I get back to base.
So you have all 5 now, yeah?
I have all 5. One's floating around, being all free and everything. That's my excitement right there. And I get to base with 4, and I realized that these motherfuckers bullied my other one. So I said, fuck y'all. These guys get their own room. So I took the time. I took the time, and I created a whole nother room. And started building it. And then this dude started floating through. I was like, okay, let him pass. Whatever. Continue building it. Son of a bitch. Can you get out? Whatever, you're stuck in here now. Thinking that he would just like phase through a wall. No, dude was stuck in my base. I was just like, are you good, dude? You seem good to me.
All right.
So I was like, I just stared at him. I was like, whatever. I just left. So yes, I did what I did best and became a mama. Became another mama. And at this point, I knew it was a waiting game, so I just decided to spruce up this specific ass room. And I knew I wanted to do this for a while, so I ended up doing this just because. Let's just deck it out. And yeah, I think that thing looks nice. Again, this is just
terrifying.
Again, this is just one of the things that like I wasn't gonna do in the main playthrough. But yeah, no. Funny enough, after
indoor pet.
And this is me trying to get him out too. I'm just like, okay, come on, maybe you can go swim through the moon pool. And I'm just like, okay, you're not following, whatever. So I was just like, maybe I have to deconstruct while he's in there. What? Because I constructed him in there. So I tried to do it in here. And I was like, it's not allowing me to do it because I'm in here. So I was just like, well, now you're leaving. I need you to get in here so I can deconstruct it. And I was like, whatever. And it went away. I was like, well, how the fuck am I supposed to see? And this is me getting a little frustrated because I was like, this is like locking your baby in the car with the keys inside the car. You're like, come on, baby, grab the keys. Grab the keys.
So you weren't able to grab him like before?
No.
Okay.
Which is incredibly frustrating. So it's like, once you let them out, they're out. So funny enough, I just waited for him to swim through, and he's teasing me like an asshole. Well, he's just like, yeah, here I am. But no.
You see me?
But finally, motherfucker gets some common sense and swims through. And I thought I was going to have to deconstruct the whole thing. Nope, dude just phased through. So I was like, cool. So I was just like, good shit, man.
Now it's good. All right.
I just love that perfect timed high five. Hey, got you out. Nice.
What's gotta work?
Teamwork. But no, decided to check on my babies, and obviously this is me being impatient because I work so goddamn hard to get all these fuckers. And
you got attacked by a Reaper for this twice.
Yeah, I did. And funny enough, I zoned out again on my other screen, and I think the oxygen, maybe not. I thought the oxygen had to wake me up again. But no, then I was waiting for the babies, and I saw this dude. He's impatient, just like me. He's like, where my sisters at? I want my siblings.
I want my friends.
I was like, I can't be the only one of my kind. But then I remember that sleep does help fast forward time a little bit, so I was just like, it's fucking time. I was like, stretch faster. I was again super impatient. I was like, it's fucking time, and they're still not hatched. Oh, I lied. So yeah, no, I pick them up. Inventory full. I was like, God damn it! And I was like, so many minor inconveniences. Where I'm just like, this is. I just want this to be over.
The end is in sight.
So I grabbed the 5th and final one, gun it to the door, or pool. I don't have a door in this goddamn place.
I mean, you do, but you don't use it.
And I was just like, I need to make sure that he's around. Like, he's got to see me, do this, right? So I waited, and whoop, there he is. Are you ready for this little dude? He's like, just give me the goddamn treat. Yeah, and this is the happy ending where I actually get all 5 cuttlefish kinda unscathed. And you know what, Swiss, while this happy ending plays out, hit us with the outro.
Folks, thanks for joining us here at SXZ Bear. This was a hell of an adventure to go on. Bump got to experience some of the stuff that he didn't get to experience during the playthrough. In kind of a safer way, or not a safer way. Danger Noodles not included. We appreciate you guys, and if you're loving how cute this is, please like, subscribe, and you can join us on the next one, where we will be starting Subnautica Below Zero. For Swiss and Fumpy, saying thanks for watching. Keep watching. Catch you on the next one. You have a herd of cuttlefish.